where you see your name, please rename yourself so we know what city you're from and which company you're from. All right. And also make sure we can see your full face. A lot of people are like this in the camera, and I know something's going on, but let's get your full face.
Richard, I feel like the top of the head is better than the multiple chin.
Emily, you look great. You look great.
Emily, great setup.
How are you guys? It's so good to see you all.
Good, good. Where are you driving to right now?
Okay, I'm going to tell you a secret, even though you just told me it's recording. I'm going to Newmarket because a woman on my team owns a hair salon. And I am going to go get my hair cut for the first time since July because I'm in Peel, Mississuaga, and we've been on lockdown just like Toronto since October 10th, 2020. So yeah. I'm going to get my hair cut.
Oh my God.
From a professional. Can you believe it?
Every woman in North America is 2 months away from their natural hair color.
Well, I'm okay. I don't actually color my hair. I just need to cut it.
So there's the living legend, Jerry England.
I know.
The man, the myth, the legend. Perfect.
Look at that man himself. Jerry, I miss you. Oh,
come on, Jerry. Show us that cup again.
Yeah, show us that cup. Oh, we can't hear you. You're mute.
And unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
The man, the myth, the legend.
You gotta press the unmute. Oh,
so true.
Well, if I unmute myself, you'll hear that I'm in the kitchen, and I am. Well, I haven't been up from bed very long.
Ah, okay. So
I'm just getting coffee.
So it's your first coffee yet?
Not yet. No, I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Well, when you've hit your third or fourth, we'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Jerry.
Good to see you all.
Pauline, what's happening out in Smith Falls? You're working on a new project, aren't you, for REALTor?
Well, I am the chair of Global, as you know. So, so that keeps me off the street at the moment. And of course, we're home to the largest marijuana factory in the world. So come here, you at least can smell it, and it makes you a happy place to live.
Great. Listen, I would have been much happier when it was the chocolate factory.
Well,
I don't know if you know that, but in Smith Falls, there used to be a huge chocolate factory. And I told Pauline that if I was going to do the 100-mile diet, I was going to move right up to Smith Falls so that I just,
Well, now that you could do the marijuana and you would just get the munchies. So it's, it's kind of different, a little bit different. But like everybody, COVID now has taken us in about 3 weeks from green to red.
Really?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh, so no restaurants, no hair, nothing.
No, thank God. God let me keep my color, so we're good. But no, it's scary actually. Yeah. Keep safe out there, everybody.
It's just one day at a time.
Yeah.
This shall, I always say, this too shall pass.
So Winston, how many projects has Tridel got on the go now?
We just launched the DuPont, and we are actively 23 project in Toronto.
Wow! And how many units is that in total?
Well, on an annual basis, we did normally between 8 and 9,000 homes built, 23 different projects, and been doing this for the past 85 years, 85,000 built so far. Those
of you who don't know Toronto real estate, well, are you building outside of Toronto, outside of Ontario? You are.
Our core focus is still in Toronto, because we do see, the market. You all talk about how resilient the market is, and we definitely see that. And took me how many years? Almost 4 years to pass the Richard Silver test, which I did, which I'm so proud to announce here, that I successfully sold a condo to Richard Silver. It's one of my toughest deal.
I know.
In my real estate career for the past 30 years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Richard.
Anytime. It's
You
funny.
pay him to buy one.
Winston,
Stephen,
how
you
do you
got
see how do you see the condo market for the next few years?
Well, I think obviously in the future, I don't have a crystal ball, but I think when we look back to history, we see the Toronto condo market is actually quite resilient. Obviously, we have not seen COVID before, but we went through SARS, we went through 9/11. And oftentimes, you know, other people comment about the condo market, and I think the market is still quite resilient. Our condo market, it's basically cost driven. So if you take a look at on the cost side or the supply side, there is very, very little room for the cost to drop. Land price is still there. We always have weather challenge. We always have supply issue with the new COVID protocol. And I do anticipate that would be more challenging in supply. And then in terms of the labor, who our local hero that continue to build the condos for us, that particular industry also facing, you know, the aging issue. So we may also run into some labor supply issue later on. So on the supply side, I think it's continue to be quite tight. And on the demand side, I'm sure that you already see it happening. I think under the backdrop of the Canadian immigration policy, consistently 400,000 coming this way, which is announced by our Ministry of Immigration. I think that would still provide strong demand here. And mind you, right now we're under lockdown, and our market is actually show quite of a strength happening for the past a few months. And while a lot of people talk about, you know, COVID, condo may not be the preferred choice or a space and so forth too, but seeing the report from the recent a month, and I do see the market actually show some strength. The 10-year project, for those of you who do not know, we do have a waterfront project, 10 York, which is kind of an icon in Toronto. If you pick up any postcard, you definitely see that particular building. We do have a few remaining inventory there. We just sold what we refer to innovation suite at 3.8 million. And then, you know, the one that I think I saw Richard as well too, the one on the 66 for 2,000 square feet also sold at 2.5. So I do definitely see some strength coming back to the market. And while a lot of people count out downtown already, but I don't think it should yet, because there's you know, not all the work will be continue to be work from home, and then Toronto being a global city, I think the market will be quite resilient moving forward. And compare our price internationally, no matter how you measure it, we're still relatively inexpensive. The quality
Sandra,
of life. Yeah.
Sandra, I think we have downtown Toronto anyways, we have two different types of buyers for condos. Those are ones who want an investment, and those ones like myself who just, I got tired of having the big house and I decided I wanted to have a lifestyle change. So I think those are the two, you know, the two different buyers that we see. And it's, you know, lifestyle change is still really busy. I'm not too sure. I don't deal with a lot of investors, but I would think it's still a strong market.
Yeah, I stole the concept from Richard a few years ago about the right sizing. I changed it into the smart sizing, and that's so true. There are so many people smart sizing from a detached home into a condo. That's a movement that have not stopped by COVID at all. And the other thing, going back to what Richard commenting about the lifestyle change, there's a lot of you know, aging baby boomer going into the condo market, and don't forget they are house rich in the equity of the home. When they smart size into a condo, then they unlock, you know, a lot of equity. And for the equity they unlock, A, it's for another investment. B, which is also driven recent market, is the bank of mom and dad. And I see a lot of activities.
Bank of mom and dad.
It is. You know, when people ask me what's the most active bank for the past few years, a lot of people say RBC, which has actually got shut down by Spotify lately, but no, not even Royal Bank, Spotify, none of them. It's the Bank of Mom and Dad. It's coming in vengeance. So, and then also the other observation that I have is pretty interesting. It's while a lot of people looking for space, they said, okay, why would you think a condo be able to increase space for a home? But they, a big family, bigger family, again, went through the smart sizing, move into detached home, become empty nester, and then they support through the Bank of Mom and Dad to help the children to increase space for the family per se by purchasing out a condo that live nearby. So not necessarily downtown sometimes. So if they have a beautiful home in Forest Hill, then they could look into the DuPont or our Auberge on the park at Eglinton and Leslie area, or if they live in Kingsway, then they would look for a condo at Edenbridge. So things like that. So we actually see that happen. So a long answer to the question that I was asked. I do think for the above points that I said, I think the market is going to be quite resilient, and for sure it's going to stay for a while.
Maureen and I soon at 9:30, we're going to have a lot of fun talking about things as they used to be. And I can tell you, when we both got in the market, believe it or not, there were hardly any condominiums in the city. I think we were in that first, we were under, MCC 15, MCC 16, it was the early days. God knows what we're up to right now, but we're going to talk about that.
Winston, actually just one little thing, Richard. Winston, you made great points, and thank you so much for sharing some of your projects, but in case people are wondering how to connect with you, feel free to just put your information or anything about projects on the chat. And everybody, I know not everybody is on camera, but feel free to use the chat for networking or connecting with, the location, the areas that you service, because I find this time is great for a little bit of referral.
And right. Those of you who we cannot see, please open up your camera. We don't care whether your hair's been done or not done, whether your makeup's on or not. Hazem, you did a good job of makeup this morning. I'm glad to see, and so, and also please, please, please make sure that you got your location and the company you work for, so that we have some sort of idea who's on and what issues are when you join in and talk. Now, sorry, the chat is going to be open. Yeah, come on in. The chat is going to be open all day. Melissa and I are going to be monitoring the chat. So if you have any questions whatsoever, make sure you just put them in there, and we'll bring them forward to whoever's speaking, and you'll get your questions answered. All right?
That's right. And in case you have any questions regarding the speakers or anything like that, feel free to check out the buzzconference.com for information, or on the Instagram. Usually there's a lovely post about the speaker, their contact details, everybody's tagged. So if you want to carry the conversation with the speaker as well, aside from contacting them, feel free to join the Clubhouse. I know Clubhouse right now is only for iOS users. So anybody who has an Apple product, feel free to download the app. And if you don't know too much about it, feel free to ask any questions. I'm happy to answer them. I shared already on the chat the 2 different links for the rooms for day 1 and day 2. So day 1, we have Phil Soper, President and CEO of LePage Canada, Carolyn Chen, Alicia Omand, we have Jazz and Simeon. I think Simeon is in here, but I know his camera is off. They're from Rec Canada, and a lot of our peers and industry professionals will be on. So it'll be a fun evening.
Yeah. Is everybody on Clubhouse these days, or do you check into Clubhouse? Are you addicted yet?
Pauline, I've seen you. Oh, Winston, I haven't seen you. Yeah, I've seen you.
Yeah. Clubhouse is one of those things that's sort of like TikTok. It's addictive. So once you get onto Clubhouse, but it's very interesting. You can share a lot of information or get a lot of information just by listening into other people. It's, there's tons of stuff going on. There's lots of different options. And now, tell the truth. How many of you watch The Housewives of Beverly Hills? Come on. Tell the truth. Housewives of Beverly Hills? No?
I guess we're going to talk about Mauricio.
Yeah, because Maurizio, I'm going to be interviewing Maurizio Romanski,
Yeah.
and his wife is one of the housewives. So you'll see him from time to time on the Housewives. You'll see some of his agents on selling Malibu or whatever the real estate shows are. So he has a company called Agency, which has been moving into the Canadian market, and he's got a very interesting story to tell, and he's got a lot of energy. And for those of you ladies, he's also quite nice looking. So it's always, well, and men, sorry. I don't want to be sexist there, but he's quite a nice looking guy. Very, 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 very interesting. Has an interesting story to tell. So we're going to be speaking with him at around 10:30 this evening, or sorry, 10:30 this morning. And for him, it's going to be 7:30. So not too sure how he's going to look or how he's going to feel about it.
I wonder where he's going to be at 7:30.
He said he's either going to be, just about to go on the ski slopes because he had a holiday, or he'll be in Beverly Hills. So.
Got it. Two of his agents from Toronto, Paul and Scott, they'll be in my panel tomorrow for the next level up, and I think we're on around 3:05. So they're very, pretty cool company. And I've been following Mauricio's career with the agency. Feel free to check out all his videos on YouTube. Really cool things that he's doing with type of properties, at luxury properties in Beverly Hills.
Right. His wife is Kyle Richards, if you know her from the Housewives. Of course, nobody's going to admit to watching Housewives of Beverly Hills, but I know you all do,
I would totally admit, but no, I haven't watched that one.
You haven't watched that one?
No, you know what? Everybody's telling. So I watched Bridgerton, or what else? Something Jeannie and Jeannie, or Jean and Jeannie. That was really good. So.
Maureen can tell you everything that happens on Coronation Street, right, Maureen?
I can. I'm a big fan. A really big fan.
How many of you watch Coronation Street? Anybody gonna say they do or don't? I mean, that's been going on for 50 years, 60 years maybe. I don't know. Since the beginning of television, I think.
It has.
Oh, look at everybody on the chat. Suzanne says, never heard of it. Lori,
never heard of Coronation Street?
No, not one person, but Lori, she said forever, love Coronation Street. Oh, nice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Maureen will fill you in on everything. She'll tell us what's happening today.
The ultimate soap opera. Yeah. British style.
Yeah, I think what's his name? The guy who's hung in for the longest. I think he just passed away. I think he was on the show for about 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what his name is, but
we know what that's like.
Exactly. It's like Maureen, Jerry, myself, Pauline, we're thought to be living legends. So we're going to talk about being a living legend and what that entails at around 9:30. We're going to get into some of what happened in the old days. We're going to talk a little bit about, do you have succession plans? How many of you sitting here right now have got a succession plan for the next few years? How many of you got a succession plan for next year?
Year? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Pauline's about to train her grandchildren. Her children are already in the business, but now,
That's right.
Now she's going to work on.
I gave birth to my succession plan. That's important too.
Actually, Richard, I had the honor. Actually, I would like to say good morning to everyone first.
Morning. Hi, Zen.
I came late a little bit. I had the chance last week to be a guest speaker with international entrepreneurship class for George Brown business. So I had the chance really to speak with the students, and I received a great recognition. It's about what you should do during the pandemic, what you should do after the pandemic, what's your plan, the majority of us when we are immigrants and then we come, and what challenges I have faced, especially I am ex-Pfizer, so I know. Yeah, by now, so it was great, definitely, to plan for the at least short-term plan, and you want to
exactly.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I don't know if you guys follow the U.S. What's going on in the U.S. you know, I know that we have our issues in Canada, but I am just so saddened by what I'm seeing in the US. I think so many of the things that we've dealt with as a country have been dealt with before, legally anyways. I'm sure there's still hearts and minds that need to be changed, but you know, there's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of issues that the US has got right now. And, you know, I'm hoping that we're in a better situation here in Canada. I'd like to think we are, but.
Richard, there's a few comments here in the chat. You may want to take a look at, because I think it talks about maybe your show. I know Jerry England was mentioning something about Elsie Tanner, but no idea who that is. But I wanted to, so that's more for you, I think. So take a look at the chat. But I wanted to answer Susanna. You asked a question if you missed anything from the sessions, the 2 links of the Clubhouse will give us a recap. No, Clubhouse is an app and it's alive, almost like if it was like a podcast. So it's live, it doesn't get recorded. We just share by our voices. So it's not, it's just a networking about either what happened at the buzz and then just colleagues just talking about any topic. So Phil Soper will be leading that one. LePage is the Diamond sponsor. So, you know, feel free to join, but unfortunately no recap on Clubhouse. Yeah.
We will definitely, Richard, we will follow a little bit the United States, but how long are we going to survive without depending on United States? Yes, they expected. You remember Benjamin Tal in 2019? In 2019, when we had that AGM at TREB, and even he said that by 2022, we are going to have a major change. I'm not going to say crash, economical crash, but it seems that United States started to go through that 23% unemployment rate. 1/4 of the country is unemployed, you know. And how long are we going to survive? That's the key that we have to keep going and for this.
I just, my concern are more the social issues that they deal with in the States that I think we do deal with, but I don't know if they're as drastic. I would like to think we live in a much more diverse, I mean, you go out in Toronto, you can hear so many different languages, and hopefully everybody's feeling fairly comfortable. I'm hopefully not seeing some of the things that are happening in the States. You know, Winston, are you hearing anything from the Chinese community right now about feeling as if there's a backlash over COVID at all, or?
Not as serious as in the States. Also participate in AREAA, as you know. So AREAA, you know, our members over across in the States are really feeling it. And as a matter of fact, tomorrow they're going to be a virtual forum trying to get support from the various government too. It's saddening, but on the same token too, and I think eventually the reality, I get it, and it's the stereotyping, it's a label, it is across various trans of various ethnic group as well too. So, but the good part is because of the recent movement, at least it brings to the awareness, and at least people would be able to talk about it and talk about the correctness. And then, you know, education is key. And unfortunately, there is a lot of misinformation driven by the media, and that's formed the stereotyping of a certain group. So yeah, but I honestly don't obviously feel it myself here in Toronto, but you know, I feel for a colleague in the States.
Winston, if you ever have any problem, you call your big brother, okay?
Oh, 100%.
You know that I'll look after you.
Yeah, for sure.
So anybody else have any big burning issues in their neighborhood? Please, 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 again, if you can put in the location that you're talking from, if you're in Toronto, if you're in Smith Falls, if you are in Oakville, let us know. And also if you want, hey, Stephanie, how are you? Stephanie, are you out in Caledon right now?
I'm actually in Niagara today.
Okay, well, you can put wherever.
Another beautiful part of the world here.
I know. Poor you. It's suffering.
Look at
I
all
know.
these great faces so early in the morning. We got
Tina
some
Mack.
Teeners.
Yes.
Who knew?
I just
Look at
I wanted
Tina
to
Mack.
introduce everyone to Tina Mack from MacDonald Realty in Vancouver. Where is Tina?
There she's there. She's there. I see her.
I'm still sleeping.
You're still, you know,
She's still asleep.
when I booked Tina in for the networking event, I forgot that she was in Vancouver. Now, Tina and Richard go a long way. They're both incredible leaders in their communities. And when Tina founded, you're the founding president of the AREAA chapter in Vancouver. And I know Richard was involved in that as well when it first came out years ago. Why don't we have a little discussion about that? And where are they today, Tina?
AREAA?
AREAA still going strong.
Yeah,
But,
and
first of
AREAA
all, thank you
Toronto
for
right
having
here.
me.
Yeah.
Yes, there's another AREAA right there. It's Toronto right there, Winston. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. And AREAA right now, everybody's on Zoom. We're gonna have another big event coming up. It's called Diversity Summit. Because of all what is going on around, North America right now for the anti-Asian things, the U.S. is a lot more severe than us, and very blessed to be in Canada. So we're having a major summit next month on this topic, and we're very passionate about it. So the organization is founded in 2003. 17,000 members, 42 chapters, and across North America, of course, Vancouver and Toronto, we're part of the family. That's where we are today.
And it's very, very easy for you to get a membership. You go to the AREAA website, sign on if there's a group in your area. Certainly there's one in Toronto. So we have Toronto, Vancouver, and any other cities in Canada that are AREAA?
No, I mean, it does need a lot of efforts to do these volunteers work, right?
Yeah.
And so, unless there is, enough of this manpower behind it, it's just not easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Michelle Makos I see? Oh my gosh. Good morning. Oh. So everybody, please, please, please make sure you have not just your name, but the location you're from. If you need to know how to do that, all you have to do is go to the upper right-hand corner of that little square that you see yourself in. There's 3 dots, drop-down menu. You can rename and put in the area you're from and the company you work with, just so we have some sort of idea where everybody's from.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing with their appraisals?
Sorry, Emily?
How's everyone doing with their appraisals?
Yeah, interesting, eh? How many of you have had appraisals recently? And have the appraisers actually walked into the space, or are they doing it from an exterior walkthrough?
I'm
I
thinking
think they're all having a nervous breakdown.
yeah, no, what I mean is that actually they are going in still for sure. And we order appraisals consistently. Now, in fact, more than ever. Even deals that are insured, so under the $1 million purchase and less than 20% down, are requiring appraisals from our default insurers now. So they're so backed up that sometimes the appraisal is taking 8 to 10 business days. And that's just to get the appointment done. And then they actually have to go back and do the work, which is more time consuming. And the values are often now coming in significantly less based on how the purchase prices are going over ask, because they base them on files that have closed, not that have been purchased. So I was just wondering how everyone else is feeling. I know I do a lot of GTA, Oakville kind of area, obviously Port Credit, but there's other areas out there.
It's funny, Emily, we have had the exact opposite.
That's really
auto valuations on everything.
Yeah.
So it hasn't caught up to us yet. I think it will later, probably in a couple of months. But yeah, it's on our mortgage side, no appraisals.
Is this
when you
because
do the odd one for a rural property, they're not stepping foot in the place.
Is this because of the escalating pricing that's going on in the city right now? Tina, is Vancouver the same right now? Like, are your prices skyrocketing again in Vancouver?
Absolutely. We have multiple offers every day. A few properties hit the in the news, like 600,000, 700,000 over asking. I just sold my listing was like 10% more than asking. It's very common. It's very stressful for the buyers, for us as well. But I find that this is my observation in my market because we have so many first-time buyer on the market and renters going to the market. I find it when the property is very nicely staged, beautiful, you have a lot more multiple offers, fighting for that properties. When you have a fixer-upper, when you have, like messy, tenanted, need rental, those they have less or even no multiple offer. So this is my observations so far in our market, but definitely crazy.
Tina, tell us a little bit about, because most of us are out in the east here, and I know that the BC government gets very, very involved in taxation to try and slow the market down. Can you give us a little bit of this is what's happening in Vancouver and what they've done? Because I guess we're always concerned here, both federally and provincially, that the government's going to get involved and try and slow the market. What's the scoop right now in Vancouver?
Because I think we're there, Richard. That's a really good question because Vancouver's already gone through this and we're just new to it. But yeah, that's a great question, Tina.
I think that Vancouver has always get all these crazy things, and then 2 years later, Toronto gets all these crazy things after us. And so obviously back in 2017, that was the first time the foreign national tax introduced. To us, we call foreign national tax. To you have a slightly different name, I think.
Foreign buyers tax, yeah.
Yeah, so same things, right?
Yeah.
So we started with 15% and escalate to 20% when NDP took over. So you guys are still 15%. And then we have, now the difference between the two province is that we're not allowed to have any rebate or reimbursement, but whereas you guys can do, they can reimburse if they have work permit or students, international students, but we got none. So our government wants every single dime. That's one. And secondly is the empty home tax. The empty home tax has always been like 1% across the appraised, no.
Oh, what are you waiting for? Are you serious?
Oh,
yeah.
Mark, we can hear you. Sorry, go ahead, Tina.
So 1% across the appraised, the BC assessed value, but this year, 2021, is 1.25% across the assessed value. Okay?
Every single year. Every single year. So that's
every single year.
Every single year. Now, is there a time limit? Is there a time limit as to, let's say I'm quite a wealthy Vancouverite and I have a place on the Sunshine Coast and I have a place in Hawaii. Is there a time limit that the house sits vacant that where that tax connects? 6 months. 6 months. So if I have multiple houses or if I have business in another country and my house is vacant, what if one of my children is there?
Okay, that's worse.
Oh, that's worse.
Because if you're, so if it is children's, anybody related, the person who's related to the owner, they have to have whatever the amount of rent that they pay, their income has to be 3 times more per month.
Wow.
Okay, so if it is like a $2,000 rent, the income of that tenant has to be $6,000.
So even if I'm,
for that,
my kids are going to UBC, I'm leaving them there, I'm going back over to China to do business. Wow.
No, that's the worst. So it has
Yeah.
to be arm length, you know, like you got a property manager to do the work for you. There's proper lease agreement, can prove that you have no connections, not relatives, not this and that, because as I said, that is worse.
And how
So-
we've gone from the city of Toronto basically to the GTA, and we're sort of going to the Golden Horseshoe now. How big an area is affected by all these taxes? Is it just Vancouver, or is it the Fraser River Valley? Where is it?
We have way more. We have more taxes. You know, like that's just the second one that I'm sharing with you.
Oh my God!
So anyway, for the BC, okay, the two most popular area to most people that do not have exemption is one, Squamish.
Yeah.
Second is Whistler. Okay, so these two places, I actually sold my Hong Kong clients to Squamish, and no foreign national tax, no empty home tax, no another tax, what we call is speculation and vacancy tax. Do you guys have those?
No speculation or vacancy. The city of Toronto actually said no vacancy tax.
So now the vacancy, this is what people, they get confused. We have empty home tax that I just mentioned. And then we have another tax called speculation and vacancy tax. I don't know how they come up with these names, empty and vacant, you know.
Wow. Guys, if you're not speaking, can you please go to mute?
I can't see who it is.
Let's go to the other side of the country. Olivier, bonjour.
Yes,
Ça
hello,
va?
Richard.
Ça
Yes,
va?
very well.
Very well. So tell us what's happening in Montreal. I don't know if you guys follow the Montreal market, but I left Montreal in '76. I'm sad I left, but I got a job offer in Toronto. And I can tell you the market in Montreal is pretty good these days, eh?
It's crazy, crazy, crazy. Actually, there's two. The city of Montreal was a great market before COVID. It has stayed the same, which was crazy, but not overly crazy. But it's the suburbs that is crazy right now. Inventory is down by 50%. Prices are up by 30, 40% year over year. The highest number of offers I've seen is 70 on a property. I mean, even in the high end, for us, high end in the suburbs is $1 million, just to you guys understand. You're in multiple and you lose even if you go 10% over asking. And you know, it's the high end properties here. It's not low end. Low end, it's 15, 20, 30 offers. People are moving further and further away from city center.
From the city.
And the other thing I'm seeing is crap properties that should not sell because they're crap. There's issues with the buildings. They're selling at record prices, and some people might have a few nasty surprises in the future.
Yeah, land value. Chris, what's happening out in Halifax? Give us the scoop.
Halifax, we're seeing a lot of the same stuff where we're seeing more people, again, moving out into the outlying areas. We're seeing it's, whether you're Yarmouth or in Cape Breton or up in New Glasgow, you're seeing a lot more of that activity. People are expecting, like Olivier said, for it to be happening in the city, but it's happening outside the city core. So Halifax is seeing the big boom. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and this is in those, for us, our average home price is around just under 400. They put an offer $130,000. So this was on a $600,000 home, $130,000 over list, and they lost because of competing offers. So we're seeing that same boom. Again, our inventory is down about 40, 45%. Our home prices year over year are up 30 to 35%. And it's a huge, huge listing crush.
You know, the crazy thing is, and Pauline will tell you this, myself, Tina, when we're doing a lot of international, what I'm absolutely amazed with is how this is the story across North America and Canada and even in Europe. I think it's just, for some reason, people, they want housing and we don't have enough and they're paying extra to get it. And it's, you know, there's been times when I think Toronto's been a big focus and then now all of a sudden it's all over. It's all over. It's very, very interesting.
we always, obviously in our business, we always talk about that market value is what a willing seller and a willing buyer are willing to come to terms on. In this market, it's not so much what a willing seller is willing to accept, it's how motivated a buyer is willing to pay. And that's what's really driving up those prices, are those motivated buyers.
We are, I'm noticing, and we discussed this with Maureen we have mastermind, we call it on Wednesdays. We're starting to see some buyer fatigue though, that we're starting to see situations where we think something is going to go in multiple offers and it's, you know, they're holding off offers, and now people are just saying, you know what, I can't go there. And so some things are sitting and people are, you know, they're frustrated. They won't even offer on something that they think is going to go in multiples. They're just tired of, you know, going to the dance and being turned down by the beautiful girls.
Hey, Richard, just want to interject for 1 second because there's a lot of chat here and then there's some private messages regarding Clubhouse. Olivier, if you don't mind unmuting yourself. I think there was somebody else who has some invites. So in case you guys are connecting with each other, I guess, Olivia, you mentioned that you don't need to have a full name, just the phone number to send invites.
We just need the cell phone number to send an invite on Clubhouse, but you need to have an iPhone or an iOS device, actually, or iPad is good. I have 6 invites. Let me check. I think I have 6 invites left. So send me a DM. You'll get an invite ASAP via text message.
Okay,
Melissa,
so
what time is the Clubhouse? Did you announce all that already?
yeah, I announced it, but I'll do it again just because a lot of people are coming in. So Clubhouse, we're doing day 1 today at 8 to 9 Eastern Standard, and day 2 tomorrow, the same time, 8 to 9. We have our diamond sponsors tonight. So it'll be Phil Soper, CEO and President of LePage Canada, Carolyn Chen, Alicia, and then some industry professionals. And it's not just all about that core group. What happens with Clubhouse, in case you don't know, we will bring other industry professionals into the room. A lot of people who are here on the chat will be joining us. We'll be able to share everything that went that was happening today, and then just other questions that just how right now we're just networking, just other questions that come up. We are going to stick to that 1 hour. So again, just because, you know, if you know Clubhouse, you can just drop in and out as you please. Right. And I'm glad that everybody is connecting here. So as Olivia mentioned, just reach out to him. I think there was another person who had some.
Yeah, Katya. There's a couple of people who are stating that they have invites. You do have to be invited, but it's very, very easy. And I probably have invites too. I've found myself getting addicted, so I've been cooling off a bit from Clubhouse, but it's a lot of fun and it's a great way to discuss things.
So if you have invites that you would like to share, maybe just put your phone number there so people can connect. I have few as well, so I'll put my cell number. You guys can connect. And if anybody is kind of new with Clubhouse, feel free to send me a text if you just need a little bit of, I guess, just a little bit of a summary of how it works. I can do that after between 5 and 7. I can do that for you. Help you guys out to navigate Clubhouse. Let's see what else. If anybody has questions with Clubhouse, because I know there's a lot of chatter aside from what we just mentioned. If you have any questions, unmute yourself, ask away. If not, I understand that maybe you can't, and I guess we'll have to chat. Anybody has any questions with that? No. Okay. I love it. And everybody's. Don't forget to follow sorry, Richard. Don't forget to follow the Buzz Conference on Clubhouse. So there's a club within Clubhouse that's for the Buzz Conference. So therefore, when we open up rooms, you'll be notified. So don't forget to follow that. So just search the Buzz Conference under the club section. Yeah,
the question that comes up from a lot of people is how to use Clubhouse for business. And I don't, you know, the great thing with Clubhouse is you can find out lots of information. You can talk directly to Gary Vee. You can talk directly to a lot of different people who are involved in the Canadian real estate market. But for business, somebody else suggested to me that the best thing to do is find out what is your hobby. Like for me, I'm a big baker. I like to bake. That's one of the things I've found recently. So I've been going into some of the baking discussions, and just, you know, it's like you go to the park and before long, everybody knows you're a realtor. And so that might be the way you can use it for your business. It's not as if you can go in and say, hi, let's talk real estate because it's a baking show. You can't do that. But, you know, it's just if you have special interests and people find out what you do, you know, maybe that works for you.
Yeah, I find myself like if I ever, like in the past, I used to go during the day a little bit more, but there's so many people who have been here on stage at the Buzz conference that they have their own rooms and invite other people. And there's obviously lots of celebrities. I forget Oprah's best friend, Gail, I forget what her last name is. She's sometimes there. There's Grant Cardone is there. Even MC Hammer, Vanilla Ice, like there's a bunch of people who just come in. Elon Musk was there. And aside from that, like I personally like to, you know, talk about business. Like I love operations and systems. So then there's like this really cool crew that actually just like they just like are so good at it. And you get other ideas for people who are on teams and who handle those aspects of the business. And aside from that, like for me, after 10 o'clock, if you ever follow me on Clubhouse, just letting you know, after 10 o'clock, I usually don't go to business rooms because obviously it's worldwide right now for iOS. So you will find like late hours, it's other countries that are talking about business, but they're in a different time zone. But if you ever find me at night, I'm just there to like have fun. Just go to other interests, like Richard said. You know, there's even shows like people who did, I think, The Lion King, the musical. So they actually put on a show. The Wizard of Oz, they were there. It's pretty cool. So, you know, give it a shot and see how you like it for business or pleasure. Like I feel totally connected. Like Olivier, like I've never met you in person, but I've seen you in Clubhouse. You know, we've been in the same room. So it's kind of nice that you just connect with people and it's just, if you haven't been there, it's just your picture. It's no video. So it's kind of nice, you know, when you're just relaxing and you don't have to, you know, have a filter or have makeup on, and you get to know people by their thoughts, by the way that they're thinking. So love it. As you can see, I'm a Clubhouse, like, you know, groupie. So hopefully
I don't have to wear makeup. Thank God.
Oh no, I'm like sipping on wine, ponytails up, hoodies on, you know, have a blanket on. It's just so fun. Like I love it. I'm washing the dishes, nobody knows, you know. It's great.
So let's go to the Wild West for a minute. Tom Labour. What's happening out in Mississauga? Tell us what's happening. The Wild West of Mississauga.
Hi guys, good morning. It is a crazy market. I'm so glad that the vaccine will be available for most of us very soon. So there's going to be some normalcy. But as far as appraisals are concerned, there is definitely buyer fatigue. I find that as a listing agent, I would rather price at market value and open for negotiation. I just find it a more healthy process. In the end, you still get multiple offers, but I find that the buyers are more willing to come to the table and be respectful of the process instead of this preemptive offers and this forced bidding situation. That is my take.
Yeah. Speaking of the vaccine, guys, on Saturday, I applied through Rexall, and Sunday night I got a phone call, and Monday morning I got the vaccine. So please, please, please make sure, guys, you go and you apply. Rexall it's the AstraZeneca, which seems like one day you hear one story, one day you hear the other story, who knows? But in the meantime, it's a vaccine, and it just feels great to have had that done. So certainly make get on those waiting lists and make sure that you get looked after as soon as you can. We got to get back to some sort of normal. Tina, what's up?
I have one thing that completely different, but it's back to the tax things that I want to discuss or bring it up. I got a phone call, a text message from my clients who is a law firm partner locally, saying that his business partner has attended a conference in regards to this the federal governments to take away the capital gains for the principal residents. Again, I know this discussion has been going on for decades. So my client told me that his business partner just attended a conference, and this was the topic. And is it anything going on, discussions in Toronto? Because I said my gig is that this is a political suicidal moves if they did that. But the global governments are so poor right now. There's so much in debt, things that anything could happen. So I don't know if there's any things that's any discussions? I did a petition, so we had that here. So I don't know if anything happened in Toronto.
Yeah, there is. Anybody need to comment? Maybe Pauline, are you still on the board, Kriya?
No, I'm a past.
Past.
I think
Pauline,
that's on
Pauline is a
everybody's
past
radar.
president of Kriya.
Yeah, I think it's on everybody's radar right now because, you know, it's certainly everybody's looking at sort of there's kind of a rumbling about it, and it's actually quite scary for all of us who have our principal place of residence will be our retirement for some of us.
Yeah, it's interesting. The difference in the U.S. is there you can deduct your mortgage payments, so there is a difference, and they do tax the capital gain. However, we've opted for the other situation. I'm wondering if it's just a sort of a flag that they sort of roll out to see how people are going to react to it. And I'm wondering if any government in their right mind was to get rid of it, you know, I think it would be the end of the government. If the Liberals brought that in, I think it would be the end of the Liberal government.
That's what I thought. But then that's what they was talking about, the artificial transfer, right? So you transfer now, so you know your house values, and then when you sell it later on, that will be less, because we have a lot of people, a lot of seniors, they have been in their properties for like decades.
Yeah.
So it will be like completely swiped out all these inheritance.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think you have to be very, very careful about things like that. I think, can you imagine if people were going to sell their big house and take that amount and retire on it, and all of a sudden the government says, I'm going to take a capital gain from that? I know Maureen and I will be really pissed off.
If I all will be very pissed off, not just you too.
When she finally sells that lease side property, oh my God.
Yeah.
I just want to make a note. As I mentioned in the Instagram post, the mayor of Mississuaga, Mayor Bonnie Crombie, she's going to be joining us at the very end of today's conference. She was pulled away to a very important meeting at City Hall in Mississuaga, and then after, she's got a really big meeting with the Peel Police Force. So she will not be speaking this morning. So for anyone who's staying till the very end, Mayor Bonnie Crombie of Mississuaga will be closing our conference with a few words. Okay. I'm just waiting for Scott and Devin from OTBX if they're going to come in and share a video, but they're not here just yet.
I am here. I just arrived.
Oh, hi, Devin. Where are you? Are you under OTBX?
I am, yeah.
What do you got for us today? Devin is the grand poobah of OTBX Air. They make photography and videography ridiculously simple and ridiculously awesome. So they've created a really cool sponsorship video for us. For anyone who wants to see any of the videos they've created for the Buzz Conference, visit our link tree in the bio of our Instagram page. They are also our gold sponsor of today's and tomorrow's conference. So welcome, Devin Keller. Where are you?
Right here. Can everybody see me or anybody see me?
The guy with the OTBX hat.
Yeah. Well, that would be me.
I don't have one. Do you have one of those, Virginia? I don't have an OTBX hat.
I need to make some house calls, don't I? We got some nice t-shirts. Well, hopefully everybody's doing well today. Wow, what a turnout. This is amazing. I'm just getting the video here, so I'm going to share my screen. But I do want to say a huge thanks again for, everybody that's committing to this as far as organizing and getting this going. It's always truly an amazing event. And not only that, for the industry, it's absolutely an amazing thing to everybody who's involved. On our side, I have to give a special thanks to Neil. He's not here right now, who did put this video together. I wish we could have him on right now as well, so he could see us present it. But an amazing guy for our team as well, helping in the growth for us. That being said, I'm just going to go ahead and share this.
I gave you a screen share so you can, and just so everybody knows, we have 1,000, just under 1,500 realtors who are registered, and plus our guests. So we've got a little over 1,500. Many people registered to receive the free and complimentary YouTube recording of both days due to COVID and kids at home and just, you know, uncertainty. There's some people that can't make the conference date. So the recordings are always a blessing to receive within 24 to 48 hours. Okay.
Amazing. Sorry.
No, go Devin.
Just getting this. We all know how this can be sometimes, or maybe it's just me.
For those of you who don't know TBX, they do a wonderful product. Yeah.
Thank you.
Lots of great work.
We absolutely have an amazing team that surrounds us. You know, we can't, and the people that use us, our clients, you know, Richard, thank you for saying that. It's, you know, we're extremely grateful to be working with the people that we work with, you know, and helping the business grow, and working in this industry is absolutely amazing for us and our team. Sorry, guys.
Having problems?
And it's on my end. It's my computer. It's no, right on. This should work.
Share. Very cool.
Thank you so much, Devin.
You
And
bet.
that's a wonderful tribute, thanking our sponsors of our March 25th to 26th event. We couldn't do it without the sponsorship from some of the best, most highly recognized and very professional associations, corporations, and people who represent Canadian real estate. And I just want to give a great shout out to Richard Silver and Melissa Salazar, who are both here today, our co-host and our Director of Community Engagement, for really always taking the time to make sure everyone is included in our networking event and throughout the whole year when we're preparing for the Buzz Conference. We like to use the Zoom platform because everyone is seen, everyone is visible, everyone has a chance to be heard. And I think that's one thing that differentiates us from other conferences in the world. Okay, so I think we're going to be ready to go. Devin and Scott Huron from OTBX Air, thank you so much for that video. We appreciate you being sponsors of our event.
Thank you for having us. And if I really could quickly just say and show more gratitude and appreciation, I can only see, you know, who I see on this now, but it's a huge thanks to Richard and Melissa and Virginia, like the whole Buzz Conference. And we've seen it come from its infancy to now. And it's really incredible to see how it's grown and what it's done for the real estate industry. And we couldn't be more grateful. Myself also being a realtor, you know, having much respect for all of you and everybody else on this call. It's incredible to see everybody come together and just really, you know, help this industry, especially during these times, grow and have a voice. It's just so, thank you so much for doing everything that you guys do.
Pleasure, Devin. Make sure that check is in the name of the Richard Silver account.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it.
Amazing. So I'm going to give Melissa the air right now. Hi, Melissa.
Hello, Virginia. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Buzz Conference. Now we're starting up with Richard Silver and his special guest, Maureen O'Neill. They're going to be talking lots about wisdom, expertise, and coupled with innovation. So welcome, Richard and Maureen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mo. How are you?
Good morning, Richard.
Listen, I refer to Maureen as a living legend. And
well, it takes one to know one, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of have to wonder when people start calling you a living legend, what they're saying. Are they really saying it's time to retire? Are they really saying you're old? You know. Anyways, we thought we'd take a little walk back in time to when we first got into the business. I think between the two of us, we have about 80 years of real estate history. We're not as historical as some of you may be sitting here, but Maureen and I started, I think, what year did you start in real estate, Maureen?
Well, actually, I got an early start. In 1972, I was going through university. I worked as a receptionist back in 72 and actually didn't get into the business till 1980.
Yeah, me too, 1980. So that's between us, 80 years in real estate. So we go back to a time when there were things like carbon paper, if those of you, anybody who knows what carbon paper is, yes. We go back to no cell phones. We go back to having pockets full of quarters so that we could, you know, stop on the street in our cars, hop in onto a payphone, make a call to a client, actually have to go see absolutely every client for every side of the offer back and forth. We've seen a lot of changes now.
Yeah, and you had to also have a really good pair of shoes, Richard, because there was a lot of walking.
Yeah, there is. So now the big question is, for a lot of us, and I'm looking at the group here and I'm seeing, you know, some who are younger, lots who are younger, but at the end of the day, not the end of our day. I mean, we're, you know, as far as Maureen and I are concerned, we're going to be working until they ask us to please leave, or we can't deal with it at all. But let's talk a little bit about succession planning. Maureen, how much time do you spend talking to agents about succession planning, and do they have plans for succession?
Increasingly today, I'm spending a lot more time talking to agents about succession planning. Up till now, nobody really talked about it. It was something that if you went to a seminar, you learned a few things, and people advised you, you know, that, you know, when you retire, you shouldn't have to retire. You should be able to hand down your business and reap the rewards of all the years of service that you put in and all the clients that you've accumulated. But now it's right on the radar. People today are, of course, back in the day, as we say, there wasn't such a thing as teams. Nobody had a team. Everybody was solo. So now you have a lot of teams, a lot of partnerships, a lot of variations of what you can do. So it makes succession planning a little easier to do. But, you know, most of you realtors, and I've had a front row seat of watching you grow and work so very hard to build a client base and to service and get that referral business that you do after many years of work. It's a shame that you don't have a succession plan in place that will help you get what you deserve for all your hard work. I mean, realtors today, we have no pensions. You know, our safety net is really our succession planning.
We used to say that older realtors just grow listless.
That's right. You know?
But I mean, Pauline has a wonderful situation. She keeps on having grandchildren and children who are going to take over her business. That's all. But for those of us who don't, you know, and I keep on asking Virginia, what's going to happen with her business? You know, what about her kids, and are they training? And Melissa as well. Is your son going to take over your business? And if not, what do we do? And if you have somebody within your company that you start working with, you develop a team. How important is it to have, once you've made a designation of a person, Maureen, how important is it to have an agreement, to have everything in writing?
It's paramount. It is the top priority that you must have. You know, a lot of people come from the school where a handshake was my word. And a lot of people honor that, and it has worked for them. However, as the business has become more complicated, there are more moving parts to everything you do. You really have to have a contract in place to make sure that everybody is talking from the same narrative, controlling the narrative as to what's going to happen, who's going to do it, all the various payouts. And when people start a team or a partnership, it's always the honeymoon period. They're very much in love and things are just perfect. But sometimes, due to circumstances in life, that partnership or that team, you know, changes. And you have to have in your contract the eventualities to cover all those critical changes that may take place. So it's very, very important. And I would say that even if you're working with your mother or your sister or your children, have what you do in writing.
So Pauline, do you have it all in writing with your daughter?
Good suggestion.
Yeah, it's. I think it's really, really important, believe it or not. Anybody has any questions, please put them in the chat because I can tell you that I'll give you a little background on my situation. Years ago on the Toronto, well, I've known Jim Burtnick for years. We worked together at Bosley, and then we worked together at the Toronto Real Estate Board, and then we did some trips when we moved to Sotheby's. We went to China, and it was on that trip we sort of discussed, you know, partnership and moving on, because one of the great things about having somebody who is going to be part of your team is, I can tell you that the best thing to do, work with somebody who has young children, because they will be the bank of mom and dad for many, many, many years. And that means that somebody will be following up. I mean, finding somebody who's your own age, not a great idea. Find somebody who is younger and lots of responsibilities, and that they're going to be in a situation where they're going to have to, you know, whether they like it or not, going to have to continue to work. So my goal, and I'll be open and honest with you about this, is this year I was in Mexico for a month. Next year I'm going to be in Mexico for 2 months over the winter. And very soon I hope to be 4, 5, 6 months. And the reality is I need a partner who's going to take over and look after that stuff. Mine is not so much a wanting to retire from real estate. I just don't want to be here in the winter, you know, so that's my agenda. And I had to find somebody who would, and we have an agreement that we set out as to what would happen in the years that follow and how much involvement I would have financially. And I think that's really, really important. So anybody else, if you have any good guides, if you want to just jump in and let us know what you've been doing or what you're thinking of, happy to discuss that with you. But certainly it has to be on paper, and I think you have to decide what it is you're going to do.
And I think, Richard, you make a very good point, is that you're really repurposing what you're going to do in terms of your livelihood. You don't have to retire. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. For many people, it's just a chance. And now, I mean, look at this. We're talking today, in the next couple of days, to 1,500 people. I mean, technology has enabled us to be able to do that, and to be able to go wherever we want and still, you know, be very connected to all our clients and colleagues. Yeah,
strangely enough, when I'm down in Mexico, I'm working from Mexico, and my team complains that they wish I'd turn off my computer because I'm on to them and discussing things with them even more than when I'm in Toronto. I guess I feel that I have to be involved. So, you know, changing location. Maureen, have things changed under COVID now because of, are things on hold, do you think? Some of the people who are thinking about retiring now on hold because of COVID or because they can't travel, or are you seeing any changes?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, one size does not fit all. Everybody has reacted to this very differently. But, you know, certainly COVID has presented us with a lot of challenges, and we as realtors have always survived any challenges we have, and we have been able to use this to our advantage. I believe that, you know, with the advent of the Zoom calls and everything we've done around COVID, it's a real game changer. And I think a lot of things are not going to change after COVID. The social aspect of it, we all want to get back to our offices. We all want to interact and do the things we do best in our offices. But I think that we're going to be able to balance it a little better in our homes and in our vacation places. I believe it's a real game changer.
Virginia brings up an excellent point. She's asking about the database. And I think that's very, very, very important. Thanks for that, Virginia. Yeah, the database, the CRM, the introduction of your partner into the business, the introduction of the idea that the partner will be taking over. These are all things that you have to discuss and you have to be very clear with. And that, you know, you've gone from being a single practitioner to being a team member to now, you know, taking another role as maybe the mentor for the group. You know, that's, I mean, it's sad, but all of a sudden you become a mentor, and that really makes you feel old because you're answering a lot of questions. But how important is the database, and how important is, how do we monetize a database? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's critical, your database, and who owns it and who shares it and what's going to happen in the event, you know, your life changes, you're not together. You have to have everything in writing, and that database is critical as to whose clients is whose and what's going to happen in the event that you do part.
Yeah, I've talked to some other people, and they sort of say, okay, here's my database. And for the next 2 years, from that database, any sales you do with them, you know, I'm happy with a referral of 25% or something like that. And then, you know, it just flows on and moves on. And, you know, and say I was to, my database is now no longer mine, it belongs to my partner, that's fine. But if I get a call and I send a lead to my partner, will I then get some sort of benefit? All of those are very important to, you know, I get referrals from agents who have retired, and I still keep sending them referrals when I can.
Yeah, and it's all the residual business that comes as a result of that too. You might refer somebody who has a brother, a sister, an aunt, or uncle, that, and you know, how far down that rabbit hole do you keep paying out? Those should all be set out in writing and stipulated.
Yeah, it's
I think, Richard, one of the biggest gifts that a team leader can give the people they're mentoring is the introduction to their clients. Yeah. I think that's a tremendous gift that you give them. And two, for all those people who are forming teams and partnerships, remember that when you do that, you are taking on an additional role. You are now in the human resources business, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it's also like with any referral, like if I was to get a referral from another agent, my responsibility is to just be brilliant with that referral. I want to make sure that they're well looked after, because I'm hoping that, you know, there will be more business down the road. I think that's one of the things we have to think long term. I think all of us as realtors have to really make a plan for the future. You know, other than having kids and grandkids, you know, if you're not in that situation, you have to find somebody who is a good fit for you and can carry on your business the way you would like it to be done.
And remember, way back then too, which is very different now in terms of all the information you accumulate. At one point in time, we were the gatekeepers of all the information. Yeah. We held it as an association, as realtors. People couldn't buy a house without a realtor. There wasn't any computers. There wasn't any sites they could go to look at real estate. We were the sole gatekeepers. And now it's very, very different. All that information is out there. And how you as a team leader accumulate that and protect it is absolutely critical.
I also find one of the big changes in the industry since we got in 1980 has been the fact that I spend a lot more time pre-listing than after it's listed. I think a lot of time and energy goes into getting that property ready for sale. You have your team of people, whether they're stagers, downsized people, they have to do their job. And it's interesting how that has changed. And now the easy part really is marketing and getting it on the market and getting the offers in. And that seems to be the shorter time period as opposed to the longer time period, which is, you know, getting the owner looked after, getting the house ready, getting it photographed, getting everything, all the ducks in a row before you do the business. So I think that's also somebody you have to make sure that your partner in that is also very much of the same ilk. That's very important.
Yeah, extremely. I remember too, I think for most people on the call today, and fortunately so, you just take the business for what it is today with all the tools of the trade, and you take it for granted. But for those of us who have seen the evolution of all the game changers and all the things that we've added to helping us in our resources through the years, we're able to see just how far we have come. And, you know, because we know how far we have come in a couple of decades, we can look into the future and say, you know, the next 3 years, the next 5 years are going to be vastly different than even today. And, you know, today you have to embrace every single change and game changer that comes along. You just have to, because in a few years, you won't even recognize what we do now. Just like Richard and I and Pauline and Tom and Jerry, all the people who are on the know the benefits of what you have today.
Listen, Maureen, I plan on another 40 years. I don't know about you. Are you planning on another 40 years?
Probably, yeah, probably. Yeah. If I can get enough facelifts to keep me going, yeah.
Yeah, well, no comment. I think, Melissa, it's over to you now, isn't it, Melissa?
Oh, sorry, I was looking for a mute. That's right. Thank you so much, Richard and Maureen. And
Thank
Virginia.
You. Yes,
Virginia's
that's so wonderful. Living legends, that's for sure. I mean,
that's the label.
Last night, Virginia said, "Oh, Maureen is the Elizabeth Taylor of real estate." I went, "Oh well, she's not alive anymore, so I don't think that's a good one. We need to find. I think more she's like the Queen of England. You know, she just keeps on. You know, 99 years old. You know, I'll be. You know." Yeah. With my walker, sending people up to the top floor and go up there. I can't walk up.
So wonderful. I'm so blessed to know both of you. And I mean, Maureen, I've heard some amazing stories when people heard that you were going to be, you know, in the morning welcome with Richard Silver, was getting some messages that you're very iconic, legendary, and people very happy to have had the privilege of working with you in the past and to continue working with you now. And Richard, you know how I feel about you. I miss our live conference days, that's for sure. Up next, we have one of Canada's most influential voices, Phil Soper, who is the CEO of LePage and president of Bridgemark Real Estate Services. They're one of the best companies I've ever had the privilege to work for. And one thing I admire about the LePage brand, especially over the last year, is they've been very consistent with their messages. And it gives me great pleasure to bring Phil Soper back to the stage. Royal LePage Canada are our title and diamond sponsor. So a big round of applause for Royal LePage Canada in making this conference possible so that all the attendees who are navigating this time get to join in and learn, network, and share, and just have a great time. Phil Soper, we welcome you to the virtual stage.
Hey, thanks very much, Virginia, and thanks, Richard, and everybody else that puts on Buzz. It's an amazing gathering of people, and I believe it'll be one of those things that has really flourished during the pandemic that sticks around. It's one of the great debates in business these days. You know, what of these strange times are going to continue to be part of our lives in the future? It's are we going to go back to the office? For office workers, you guys never left. You're our frontline essential workers, but some things will stick around, and I know this conference will. It just adds so much value. So great seeing so many familiar faces, old colleagues, current colleagues, coast to coast on this sunny morning in central Canada. So for a walk this morning with my puppy. We're going to talk about puppies in a few minutes. And I'm thinking, God, this is a great place to live. It's it always feels that way in Canada, doesn't it? Listen, what I'm going to go through this morning is to share a little bit of my optimism for Canada, for the Canadian economy and the Canadian real estate industry. I believe that we are going to see 3 waves of demand and interest in elevated interest in real estate, in housing in particular, during the COVID era. And we've only been through the first, right? Or in the second wave. And this thing's going to extend a while. This, if you think it's going to end the summer of 2021, I think you're wrong. I think we've got a good run that's going to take us well into 2022 before things begin to quote unquote normalize, whatever normal is in this crazy industry of ours. So in my presentation today, I'll throw a lot of those on my team know I love analysis. I love looking under the covers of what makes this industry tick and some of the sort of hidden stories behind what we do on a day-to-day basis. So it'll be quite a bit of data. Hopefully it's clearly presented and you'll see some value. You know, throw your questions into the chat and we'll get to them, or someone on my team will get an answer to you, and hopefully we'll have some fun. So first of all, let me just share my screen and we'll take it from there. All right, look at all those slides. Aren't you lucky? And thumbs up if everybody can see the screen. A little wave. Good, thanks, Melissa. Okay, profiting from the 3 waves of the pandemic. The young, the older, because I fit in that category, and the new. That's what we see, what I see in the following months to come, the following, call it 18 months. I'm going to go through Canada, our economy and industry, talk about what our customers, then I thought I'd finish at the end with just a little bit of insight into the kind of technological change that is sweeping through this industry. I was on a panel discussion yesterday with the Toronto Star with 5,000 people on this bloody online thing, consumers. And they were fascinated with change. They're fascinated with home prices because that's all anybody talks about these days. But they're fascinated with change. And there's a lot of discussion on how we're potentially going to be disrupted or not disrupted as an industry. And I want to share my thoughts on why I believe the real estate industry driven by realtors will stick around and will not be disintermediated. And in fact, how we'll leverage technology to strengthen our ability to add value to consumers. First, let's talk about Canada. Oh, Canada. I sometimes get called Captain Canada. I know we're a great big Canadian company, but I love this country of ours. I've lived all around the world. It's not something that everyone that lives here can say, but I lived in the US, I lived in Europe, I lived in India and Asia. So I've actually experienced firsthand what it's like to live elsewhere. And I can tell you, there's no place in the world I'd rather live and work. And a lot of people agree with this. A little quote to start from Bono: I think the world needs more Canada. And the research shows that Canada does extremely well in the eyes of the world. For the 5th year in the row, the Wharton Business School, the US News and World Report rated Canada as the #1 place in the world for quality of life. A new study looking at nations as if they were brands, as if they were a brand like a real estate brand or Coca-Cola or Tesla or Microsoft or something, rated countries, and guess which brand came out #1? Country brand, Canada. #1 brand for a country in the world. This one's interesting. This looks at how working people, how professionals, how people with companies would work and live if they had the chance to relocate anywhere in the world. So they were asked, where would you really relocate to if you weren't today? Look at Canada. Canada is way out ahead of any other nation. And an interesting little sub-point on this, Canadians, when asked, chose Japan. #2 on this list. They said, well, if it wasn't Canada, it'd be Japan. But comparing the real estate industries in Canada and Japan, you see a stark difference. In Japan, which has no functioning immigration policy, which is getting older and older and older, great health care, people having less babies, like everywhere else in the advanced world, like in Canada, their population is shrinking. So in Japan today, there's something like 1 million abandoned homes. These are homes where people can no longer afford them and there's no market. There's no one to buy the real estate. Can you imagine that issue in Canada, where for, well, the past decade, we've had a supply crisis. And for the decade ahead, it's going to be one of the #1 social issues that our policymakers are going to have to confront in this country. Our economy is bouncing back. In economic terms, if you can grow your economy, an advanced economy like ours, over 1%, 1 to 3%, you're doing really well. Well, we hit a wall during 2020, during the spring of 2020, when we had to shut down the economy to protect each other. And the economy shrunk by 5.4%. Greatest contraction of the economy in a century. So it was real. And you can forgive us in the real estate industry for thinking this didn't happen, but it was real. Looking ahead, this year and next year will be some of the strongest growth we've seen in 50 years. So this is a topsy-turvy time, but we are bouncing back. And real estate is bouncing back like no other industry. Old Will Rogers, Jim, buy land, they ain't making more of that. Boy, oh boy, was that a theme among Canadians in 2020 and 2021. I call it the COVID catalyst, the 3 Ps of the pandemic. We had puppies, we had Peloton, and we had property. Things that we just never believed would be in such short demand and such high value. And if you bought a puppy in 2020, you had lots of company, and you know what happened to the price of puppies. And the same thing with property. Things that we never believed would become critical to us, like using our homes as our kids' classrooms, as our offices, as our gyms, as our restaurants, drove behaviors unlike we've ever seen before. GDP bounced back strongly, but nothing like real estate. We had huge huge climbs in the value of real estate transactions from that nadir in the spring of 2021. If you look across Canada, this is another thing I find just absolutely stunning, because we are a nation of independent regions. It's really rare you see the entire nation get lifted at one time, but that's happened right from Victoria all the way to the East Coast to Newfoundland. We saw a lift in transactional volumes right across the land. And these numbers, month after month after month, since the middle of last year, middle of 20, have shown this incredible strength. And when you dive into it and you actually ask Canadians, what are their intentions about housing, you can see just how important it's become. So these are non-homeowners. These are our first-time home buyers. The light blue line, that's asking them back pre-pandemic, before we'd even heard of COVID-19. What are your intentions to buy a house? And you can see that light blue line next year, the next 2 years. And then we asked at the middle of 2020, and you can see that line climbing, and then the end of 2020. What you're seeing here is a wave of unstoppable desire to get into home ownership. And it swept the young people in our nation first of all, because they were the ones that felt the passionate need to change their living situation, to improve how they lived, where they lived, improve their homes. And that meant transacting in real estate. Of course, aiding that were these incredibly low interest rates. And one of the things, I'll just a shout out to the economics team and the forecasters within our company. Back in the spring of 2020, when we first realized that the economy was going to be shutting down, this is in the March timeframe of 2020, we released a forecast. A lot of the regular forecasting organizations stepped back and they said, it's too uncertain, we have to withdraw our forecast. But we believed it was important that we put a stake in the ground and let Canadians know where they're going. CMHC did the same thing. So did Moody's, for example. And we all had access to the same historical data. So it was just what we were using to look forward that was different. CMHC infamously predicted a crash of historic proportions. If home prices had dropped 18%, that would have been the worst crash in Canadian housing in our lifetimes. What we saw from the data was a response from policymakers to lower interest rates, to emergency loans, monetary policy. Why? Well, we saw this in 2008, 2009. The other thing we picked up from the past and transposed onto the future was we felt that young people would see that drop in income, and that during the lockdown, only emergency transactions would occur, and therefore there would be a poor proxy. The value of prices would fall during that time period, during the lockdown, which would further entice young people to come into the market. Then we saw those low interest rates and the young people snapping up entry-level products, starting the virtuous cycle of real estate again, and a strong recovery with 2020 ending with home prices up. And that is what transpired. So this is a really key piece of the puzzle, but what you do with that data is every bit as critical when you're looking to the future and trying to predict what's happening. So hopefully that lends a little bit of credibility to some of the forecasts that I'll share with you today. It's obviously crystal ball, lots of different things can happen, but it is possible to figure out what's going to happen if you use the past as a teacher. One of the things we found during the COVID era was Canadians became super savers. In fact, the savings rate, which is normally at 2 to 3%, peaked out at 28%, highest level we've seen in 60 years. really unprecedented. And that money, we found 1/5 of that money in our research found its way into real property, which is a real stunning number. And this resulted in a huge uptick in the number of renters who became homeowners. And we believe when the dust settles that StatsCan sometime in 2022 is actually going to report a material uptick in Canadian home ownership as investors sold their property to organic owners of property. So pretty substantial change, a lot of it driven by that. The other thing we found during COVID was that Canadian homeowners' net worth grew significantly, outstripping renter net worth in 2020. It's something we've known for a long time, that home ownership is a foundation of stability, of risk deterrent, of happiness for a family. And the results really have played out in spades during these unusual and difficult times. But there are challenges. What about unemployment, which is still high, mortgage deferrals expiring? Let me go through them and show you why I don't believe they're a challenge. The first thing is unemployment is recovering. It's still high, but every month it's recovering. And if you peel back the numbers, if you look underneath the covers, you'll notice that full-time unemployment is the strongest element of recovery in this industry so far. And we know that full-time working people are those that acquire our services, that buy homes. What about those mortgage deferrals? We had 800,000 people defer their mortgages during 2020. Well, the good news is they're paying them back. But I wanted to just walk through what happened in Canadian mortgage default over the past year, because I think it's something that'll really encourage your clients when they worry about bubble talk, because you're going to hear a lot about this. There's a housing shortage in this country. We all know that. And demand is high. So it's going to push home prices up. They're going to continue to be in an uncomfortably high level. And there's going to be more and more chatter about bubbles. So let's talk about the obvious negative outcome of an asset bubble popping, which is a collapse of mortgage financing and mortgage default spiking. This chart shows American mortgage default versus Canada. Blue is America, red is Canada. And I purposely took it back to before the Great Recession, now 13 years ago, hard to believe, when we saw a huge spike in mortgage deferrals in the United States. Look at that. Millions of people lost their homes. And it took 6 years for the American real estate industry to recover. If you look down on that bottom line, if you look at the bottom, you'll see that Canadian mortgage default did tick up, but it never even reached 0.5%. And as a result, the Canadian real estate industry really contracted for about 9 months during the Great Recession. Well, fast forward to today, an even tighter managed financial system in Canada, and you can see that the mortgage default rate never even got above 0.25%. You can see by city there, but the red line is Canada. We are in great shape. The Canadian housing stock is in great shape. Canadian homeowners are in great shape. And even though a lot of people don't like Bill B20 in the mortgage stress test, what it has done is drown-proof Canadian homeowners. They are able to withstand an inflationary increase in mortgage rates, and they're not going to lose their homes. And that's great future news for our industry. What about investors in condos? A lot of chatter. People still ask me, though, is the condo market, has it collapsed? And the answer is absolutely not. In fact, what you're seeing more and more of these days is rebound stories. But it was true that during 2020, for the first time, there was a desire of people to move away from our big cities. We are a very, very urban nation, one of the most urbanized nations in the world, particularly given how large a country we are. For the first time in our lifetimes, we saw Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal shrink during the 2020 pandemic months. This is really unprecedented, folks. But we saw people relocating out of the city. Now this gets a lot of headlines. Oh, people don't want to live in cities anymore. They want to live in the country. This sort of thing. Well, the data actually bore fruit, and we did see people abandoning condos during the heart of the pandemic. But condos are back in the GTA, in the Greater Toronto area. Last month, sales were up 62%. And remember, February of 2020 was a normal month. We're really, in our way as a world, you see stuff coming, right? I remember standing up in front of a Toronto real estate board, a general meeting back in 2008. So it's the fall of 2008. The world is collapsing, but Canada's okay in September of 2008. We're still okay. And a couple of people, I won't mention the other real estate person, president of a real estate company, who got up and said, it's a creation of the media. The media is saying that this thing is all bad. Ignore the media, things are great. And I got up and said, batten the hatches down. It's going to be a crazy few months here when the Great Recession hits us. We didn't have a name for it then, but you could see it because it was rolling across Europe. It had hit the United States and the financial system. There was no way Canada was going to avoid it. Well, fast forward to 2020, we could see COVID-19 ravaging Europe, ravaging Asia. We knew it was coming, but we still in February believed it wasn't. So that's why I bring that up. It's not until something slaps us into the face sometimes that we wake up to its reality. Well, back in February last year, the condo market was fine. Boom, it drops, and people abandoned it. But it wasn't organic homeowners mostly. Mostly it was investors whose customers disappeared. We'll talk about that a little bit. But condos are definitely back. All right, what about prices? I thought this was a great quote because it goes back over 2,000 years. Everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it. So if you're having trouble pricing property right now, you are not alone. It is a difficult time to price property. Again, on this big thing I was on yesterday with Toronto Star, a lot of callers, a lot of consumers were saying, what can you do about property prices? Well, the truth is the free market will determine what real estate property prices, and there's not much that regulators can do to influence it. They can play with mortgage rules, they can influence interest rates, but in general, when the demand is there, price of our product will go up. If you look over the last 40 years of real estate, you can see that every decade we go through some cyclical upticks. They tend to last about 2 years, and different things drive them up and different things cause them to correct. From this cycle that we saw at the end of the 90s, in the middle of the 2000s, in the middle of the teens, I believe we're in the midst of a 24-month approximately upcycle of unusually strong activity in the real estate market. And that's why I call it the 3 waves of pandemic-driven demand. What we've gone through over the first 10 months, 11 months of the pandemic era, driven excess demand was what I'd call the young. And we're going to go through this in piece by piece, and I'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So buyers have been heavily influenced by younger or millennials from that 22 to late 30s age group. They really are an important share of buyers. Why? Well, the most important reason is because there are so many of them. The millennials are the largest cohort in Canadian history, and they are a wealthy cohort. This 10 million people have 30% higher net income than the previous generation. They have higher assets, they have higher net worth, and they have higher debt. And that makes sense because debt during their age is the lowest it's been during all of our lifetimes. In our research, they love property. They love property, 92%, which is a historically high rate, because we've been looking at this number since well before my time or anyone who's in our 110-year-old company in any of the research, 92% saying housing is good. 48% of them already own their own home. That is a really important number. This is people in their mid-20s to their mid-30s. Half of them already own their own home. A quarter of them bought homes during the 9 months of the pandemic in 2020. That is a huge surge in buying activity. And this is why I said earlier that I believe we've seen a material uptick in the Canadian home ownership rate. I believe investors got out of entry-level housing because a big part of their demand disappeared, and I'll talk about that. And young people moved from living at home and being renters into home ownership. And a full 68% of the group that don't own homes intend to buy homes during the next 5 years. So what about the next group of buyers, those older Gen Xers and the baby boomers? Well, 5 million Canadians are set to turn 65 in this decade. This is the second largest cohort in the Canadian population, the baby boomers. The average age that we're retiring is right at that 65. And a bunch of them are going to continue working longer. Of course, in real estate, we never retire, as Maureen and Richard were talking about right before I came on. But a lot of these people are going to transact in real estate. Why? Well, because the kids finally left, and where they're living today doesn't make sense. So 1.4 million by our research are going to be purchasing home in the near term. 32% will buy a condo, but 52%, and this is critical to take in, will buy a home that's same size or larger. So downsizing to a certain degree is a complete myth when it comes to baby boomers. So take that as you're thinking about it. Next wave. So we've got the new, or the young, the older, and the new. The next wave are the people that have been missing during 2020, and that's the new Canadians. And they will form the third wave of the pandemic. We had the young in 2020. We're having the older re-entering the market in 2021. And in the latter half of 2021 and into 2022, we'll have the new Canadians returning, and they'll continue this expansion of the real estate market for a third stage. So we've got stage 1 with the young, stage 2 with the older buyers re-kicking into gear as vaccines roll out, as the economy reopens, And then we have the return of new Canadians. So how important is that third group? Well, first of all, there's a lot of them. We had we're the most successful country, kind of trading with Australia in terms of an economic growth strategy tied to immigration in the world. It's not a lot of people compared to the overall population. It's about 1% a year that we bring into the country, but it's critically important to the real estate industry because it's net additional transactions, net additional roofs that need to go over people's heads. You saw that big dip. We really missed our target. So governments, policymakers are going to make it up over the next 3 years. By our research, 1 in 5 home sales will go to brand new Canadians, and 55% will buy a home 3 years after coming to Canada. So just to put it in perspective, our research shows new Canadians, when they arrive, they rent. They tend to rent in big cities and they tend to rent condos. Big missing part of the demand in 2020, which caused investors to get spooked, to lower rents, and to sell their properties. Well, they're coming back. The last point, I just included it because it's fun. 75% wouldn't even consider moving to the United States. Yay, brand Canada. So how important are they to housing ownership? Well, look at the numbers. If you look at non-immigrants, in other words, people born in Canada, our home ownership rate is about 69%. If you look at people who have been here a while, so new Canadians who arrived before 2011, for a decade ago, they actually have a higher home ownership rate than Canadians. And the last number, those are really the two important numbers on this chart. The last number shows the potential that we have as an industry to fulfill this demand. As people work towards that 72% number, higher than people born in Canada, that gap between 72 and 34 is our customer base for the coming years, and that is huge. Matter of fact, if you look at across the country, you can see by region just how much potential there is. And this is the one that really people, they go, wow, I had no idea. If you look at transactions in by province, the smaller the population base, the more important that newcomers are to Canada. Some people say, well, immigration is important to the real estate market in Vancouver and Toronto and Montreal, but not where I live. Completely the opposite. Where we have high levels of population, newcomers or recent immigrants can be assimilated. And yes, they're critically important. Even in the lowest case, they're like a fifth of the real estate market. But when you get to places like Saskatchewan, they're approaching half of all real estate transactions, critically important. The other really important for our investors are temporary residents, people on temporary residence. A lot of people don't realize that Canada is the #3 country in the world in terms of welcoming foreign students to study here. We have 830,000 of these people. Now, they didn't show up in 2020 and the first part of 2021 with our borders closed, with everybody locked down around the world. This again spooked investors and caused them to sell their homes to first-time buyers, which caused the first wave of the 3 waves of the pandemic. We're now at the stage where savvy investors are jumping back into the market. Condo prices haven't bumped up again yet. They're still relatively flat compared to detached homes, townhouses, et cetera, but they're coming. Remember, transactional volume is a leading indicator to price. And we saw in the GTA again, 60% rise in condo transactions in February compared to the year before. Price will follow. And it's because people see this demand coming back from immigration, from foreign students, from domestic students, even from temporary accommodation like Airbnb. So those attracting customers and growing your business within the 3 waves are important. To wrap up, I thought I'd provide just a little bit of insight into the kind of technologies I believe that you will be using if you're signed on to Buzz. If you're a member of the Buzz community, this is the kind of technology you will be using to drive your practice forward. Yes, traditional values in referral-based real estate will continue to be critically important, enhanced and driven on a base of contemporary network technologies. So the tried and true will be super accelerated by new technology. And everybody is going to be using this. It's still in the nascent stages. We've had a lot of technology introduced to this industry over the years, since LePage introduced the first real estate website to Canada way back in 1995. So, that was a quarter of a century ago now. But the fully digital real estate experience is new, and it's just waving through. So I'm going to give you a little bit of insight into what we're doing, but what you will be doing and every professional will be doing in real estate in the months and years ahead. The first thing is all of these elements you see in these charts will be digitally connected. Everything will be cloud-based and accessible by all of your technological islands. All the little pieces of technology that you dive into to get your job done will become connected and cloud-based, so you can reach it anywhere at any time. Our model is called RLP Sphere. It is a framework that ties together all the pieces of the puzzle from beginning to end, exterior portals and databases, financing, accounting, and keep in touch. The point being that your platform in the future will be interconnected, and it'll work on all the levels that you work: the frontline practitioner, the team leader, the brokerage, the national firm, the associations. Everything will be connected, everything will be digital. Why is that so critical? Well, because if you don't have to do human handoffs, cycle time's reduced. You spend less time on administrative activities and more time servicing clients. If you don't have to move things from one island of technology to another, errors are reduced, and errors cost us money to get us into trouble. And client satisfaction can be improved by integrating everything and automating the processes that lead us and lead a client through from prospect through to someone you're keeping in touch with. If you look at where buyers, and we know this intuitively, but the new research shows just how important it is. 97% of buyers, all buyers, use the internet to search for homes, regardless of what generation. You can see the generations at the bottom of the chart. Looking online is critically important. 52%, it's the first step they take when they're looking to find a real estate agent. Online lead generation and management has a similar impact. Our online world is incredibly important as a way to find buyers and listers of homes, regardless of which age group they're in. Yes, it's slightly higher for millennials and young Gen Xers than it is for baby boomers, but it's high right across the activity level. So regardless of what kind of a real estate practice you're in, you want to make sure that you have online lead generation, online client management integrated into your repeat referral-based real estate practice. So by taking all of the elements where you generate leads today, you're able to put those into one managed funnel and treat people like people, regardless of where they came from. If they came from ad-based generation or referral or whatever, they're moved systematically through a funnel until they're ready for your magic touch. Leveraging the ways that we advertise for clients and drive them together is also something that with contemporary lead generation integrated digital platforms should be inside your business model, not something you do randomly on the outside. So using Google Pay ads, Facebook advertising, Instagram advertising, again, shouldn't be something you do sporadically. It should be something that's systemized and integrated into your digital platform. I use our website as an example. One of the great benefits of being a Canadian realtor is that the real estate websites that dominate Canadian portals are realtor websites. Topped by all the real estate website we all own, which is realtor.ca. In the United States, it's not that way. It's third-party advertising companies like Zillow that dominate websites. We are able to do this with our own branded websites, which is incredibly important for realtors. The other thing, the reason I put this up, it's way down at the bottom there, you'll see 1/3 of leads were hot. This is from an internal presentation. Just grab this slide. Through book an agent. This is something that has come about as a result of the pandemic that I believe is going to stick around. It used to be really hard to convince someone who was an online lead, and we get 6 to 7 million people a month coming to our particular portal, to convince them to actually speak to a human. We don't sell any real estate when our people are talking to a computer. None. We need, at the earliest possible opportunity, to hand off someone from a machine, from software to a human. 1/3 of the leads that are coming through our managed system now are for book a lead, a hot lead, which is an incredible leap that we've seen during the pandemic. We believe this is another thing that we can hang on for 2021 and post. It is so important to keep in touch. You know this intuitively. You know that your clients are delighted when you tell them about every single showing you've had on a listing, when you give them insight into, what kind of clients are interested in the home, where they're coming from. Are they from out of city? Are they a family? Are they from out of country? What kinds of interest? How much? How many showings? They love it when you keep in touch, regardless of what stage, regardless of the buyer. The one thing that makes consumers anxious is when they don't stay in touch. Well, automation, a fully digital integrated platform, can make you a magician at staying in touch. And it's for the contemporary realtor, it is a mandatory. Behavioral automation and what we call autopilot, I believe, will be something that it's going to become just completely normal in the way we do business in this decade. So integrating property reads, AI, artificial intelligence driven campaigns. In other words, giving people things that they actually want to see when they want to see it. Mobile dialing assistance. So when the right time to call a client, your technology actually says, Richard, you need to call so-and-so right now. This is the perfect time. So make the time to do it and keeping in touch. Reports, emails, this sort of thing. And then my last slide as I wrap up, I really truly believe that the future from a technological standpoint, also from a marketing standpoint, or from a market standpoint, a candidate standpoint, is very, very bright. I see a decade of demographically driven high volumes of real estate transaction. Our millennials are into the multiple transaction point of their lives when they go from their first home as a single to their first home as a couple, their first family home and the larger family home, multiple transactions, and they are the largest cohort of people in our history. And we have new Canadians who are joining the fray who are so important to our economy and to our real estate industry. So we will not suffer a shortage of real estate transactions over the next decade. And I believe we will be assisted in this wave of buying activity by technology that helps us integrate things way beyond what we have today with financial institutions, mortgages, our home inspectors, our movers, our lawyers, our title companies, everything integrated so we make less mistakes, so there's less administration, for there's more time to service clients and service clients well. I believe that'll result in a higher level of job satisfaction for you and a higher level of satisfaction with realtors and real estate professionals from our consumer clients. So with that, my friends, it's great seeing you. Have a wonderful spring and happy selling.
Absolutely great, great information. I've got a lot of people who are asking on our chat if you can get us the screens, if that would be possible.
Absolutely, we'll get you. We'll get you the.
We'll get them out to everybody. Really appreciate it. Okay, sorry to rush you, Phil, but we have Hollywood is waiting for us. We have Mr. Maurizio Umansky, if he wants to unmute.
I've got him on as a co-host. I want to introduce Maurizio Umansky, who is the founder of the agency from Beverly Hills, California, the most exclusive luxury brand. And Maurizio has an incredible story. He's a luxury aficionado. He's an entrepreneur at heart. He's got an amazing story of family and a past that's brought him to where he is today. Maurizio Umansky on the virtual stage in a conversation with Richard Silver from Sotheby's International Realty. Welcome.
Thanks.
Hey guys, thank you so much. Richard, nice to see you.
Good morning, Maurizio. I know it's early for you, eh? You're not skiing.
Very early for me. I'm not skiing, and I ended up having to skip my my workout this morning, which is an unusual thing for me, but I'm very excited to be on here with you and have a conversation.
That's how you're in such wonderful shape at 85 years old. So speaking of skiing, give us a bit of your history. I think that's really interesting. I know that there's quite a background being a Mexican skier.
Oh my God. Well, you guys up in Canada, I mean, we can't compete with the Canadian skiers and the Canadian ski team and all of that stuff, particularly being from Mexico. And I know that all the Canadians like to go to Mexico to have to go seek warm weather. But yeah, I was born in Mexico City, moved to Los Angeles and when I was 6 years old, and I grew up skiing in Vail, Colorado. And I had this vision to try to start and create the Mexican Olympic ski team. So very much like the Jamaican bobsled team, but you know, we had some really good friends, and we basically started the Mexican Olympic ski team. And the first time that we ever, we didn't make it to the Olympics in 1988 in Canada. We were not allowed to compete then, but I did go. It was the first time I was there. I had my uniform on. It was a lot of fun. And I was allowed to be inside the Olympic Village, but I was not allowed to ski that time. But then in '92, the next year, Mexico competed for the first time in downhill skiing. So it was a really cool thing to see and to do. And I've just been skiing Canada all my life. You know, the Canadian CMH and Quigley and up in the heli skiing. I've just been doing it all my life, and it's just the passion that I've had that has brought me to Canada since an early age.
Great. We love our, I mean, now you can't visit. It's very tough to do this cross-border thing. So we have something in common. I grew up in the schmata business. So tell us about your early days, your early business achievements.
Hey, thanks, Richard. Yeah, you know, back before I ever got into real estate, my father and grandfather, second generation, the company still is running. They were in the piece goods, schmata business. And basically, that's kind of where I learned how to sell. You know, I was thrown into the world of selling by my father, and I was given all the bad accounts, the ones that nobody else was selling in the company. And funny enough, I actually became, you know, one of their top salesmen. I thought the top salesman within a year and a half or 2 years. And then everybody was in the company was like, oh, that's nepotism and this and that and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, hey guys, this is all the accounts none of you guys wanted. So I don't know what you're talking about, right? But the interesting thing and the interesting story that I learned from that was the value of the cent. Okay. And I remember coming back to my father and saying, hey, Dad, I got us, you know, an order of 300,000 yards, and I sold it for 98 cents a yard. And my father said, yeah, can't take that order. Go back and get me 99 cents. I'm like, really? So, you know, it really taught me the value, not only of the cent, but the value of time, which to me is one of the most important things in my world, is that, you know, the great equalizer of people is time. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how little money you have. I don't care what you're doing. We all have 24 hours in a day, and that is the equalizer for everybody's time. So what that also taught me is to be a lot more efficient and a lot more effective in terms of the time that I have. So, you know, most people, when you look at somebody's calendar, it is split by hours or by 30 minutes or something like that. My calendar is split. You know, I had a call this morning at 6:53 a.m. Not at 6:55, but at 6:53 a.m. So I really do split my time into minutes. And into you know, just minute time, so I'm able to get, you know, many calls in and many different things, and which leads to the philosophy of balance in life. Because if you just do too much time and you spend all your day working and all your day trying, you drive yourself crazy, right? So you need to have a balance in your life. And my grandfather always taught me that there's 24 hours in a day, 8 hours for sleeping, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for play. Well, when I started the agency, those 8 hours for play went away. The 8 hours for sleeping kind of went away. We all contracted that, and we certainly worked a lot harder, right?
And
but
you have
to decide what to give up.
How many children do you have as well?
I have 4 daughters, Richard. I've got 4 girls. I'm a girl dad, and it's just awesome.
Saturday night, you have to be there with a black belt, you know, in your judo outfit. You meet all the boys as they come to the door and say, "Get her home by 11 o'clock." That's it.
That's right. Or yeah.
Or else. So tell us about the real estate. Where did you start in real estate, and what drove you to that?
Yeah, 25 years ago, plus or minus, I got into real estate. My sister, myself, my father started a clothing line called 90265, which I actually used to sell a lot of it in Canada. I used to go out to Montreal and sell a lot of it back in the day. And I was young. I was like 23 years old. My sister was 22 years old. And we grew this company to, you know, pretty large size company, $35 million of sales per year. But the reality is we had no experience. So our operations were bad, our systems were bad, and we ultimately ended up, you know, bankrupting that company. We lost, you know, all our money. And I met my wife at the time, and my wife said, "Hey, let's get into real estate, and you know, that's what you should do." I remember coming home one day. It was just a few days before Christmas, and I was sobbing, I was bawling. I told my wife I lost, you know, everything. I was 24 years old at the time, and she was super supportive. She was amazing, and she said, "Well, you know, what's next?" And she kind of helped me get, you know, up fast, you know, and say, "Hey, you know, you've always loved architecture, you've always loved design, you've always loved this, and let's get into real estate." So we actually went and got our licenses together, and we made it a date night. Yeah. And you know, during this time, again, just want to be, you know, super open and honest. My wife was clipping coupons in order to go to the supermarket, and she would save, you know, she was an actress. She would save $24 at the market, and she would her $24 to buy a blouse so that she could go on an audition and get a job, right? So we were really making things work. My grandpa was helping a little bit. Her mom was helping a little bit. But it was definitely a tough time, and we got into real estate. I got my license, flash forward, you know, did my first sale, actually to my wife's ex-husband. Okay. Yeah, which is cool. Had a decent year. The first year I made $183,000 my first year. And I made a promise to myself that I would never have that every year moving forward always be better than the the past year. And I kept that going forever. Up until I started the agency, was the 1 year during that time that I went backwards a touch, just because obviously giving birth to a company is not easy. But then, you know, picked it right back up and kept that going. So basically, the nemesis, the birth of the agency came when about 10 years ago, almost 11 now. And that came when, Richard, when I had a good year. I submitted my numbers. It was at the end of a recession. During that recession, I decided I wanted to grow the business, and I looked at ways of how to grow my own personal business. I submitted my numbers to the Wall Street Journal, and lo and behold, I was the #1 agent in California.
Perfect.
#7 agent in the country. And I said, well, there's only 7 more spots to go to #1, and that just wasn't exciting for me. And I realized that the systems that I was using and created were really systems that were repeatable, teachable, systematic, that we can put into some sort of a tech format, and then teach them and continue, and thus the birth of the agency.
Great. So let me ask you a question. I know it's private, and there's just a few of us here. There's only 1,500 people registered for this, and they're either going to get the video or they're going to be here. Tell me, I know your wife is involved with television now. We've got The Housewives. We've got Selling LA or whatever. How many TV shows is the agency focused on, or how much of that is part of the business?
Well, you know, it definitely helps, and it definitely helps get the brand out there. I don't know if it's necessarily part of the business, but you know, we're definitely on $1 million listings. We got the 2 British guys on $1 million listing. I've made a lot of appearances on $1 million listing on the real estate side. My wife's Real Housewife of Beverly Hills, and Kyle Richards, for any of you guys that don't know. The family's been on. My daughter, we always tease Portia, was pretty much 1 year old when we put a camera on her. She's been on camera since she was born. She doesn't know any different. So we definitely have those two. And I can tell you that we are working on an agency television show. I can't tell you much more than that, but if this conference was 2 to 3 weeks later, I would be able to tell you more. But at this point, I just have to tell you we're working on something special.
That's good. We'll look forward to it. It's amazing. Yeah, we've got a couple of people who say they absolutely love Kyle. So I don't know, you know, I think you're pretty great too, but you know, it's tough when you're sort of partners and competitors at the same time, but you're not really. Anyways, what brings you to Canada with the agency?
Well, we're super excited. We're expanding globally. You know, what I like to say is we're a boutique firm with global reach. And I met a couple of really great people. And like I said, I've always had a passion for Canada. And we've got some great people on the West Coast, on the East Coast. You know, Jason Benab and Brian down in the West Coast. Peter and Paige Torkin, you know, in North York over there in Toronto, and they're just crushing it. They're amazing people, and from the perspective of marketing and all that stuff. And then Steve and Katya Bailey as well, you know, down in Cowichan and Waterloo and all that stuff. So we're looking forward to the further expansion in Canada. We're looking forward to. I know Canada likes red, so we're looking forward to continuing to paint Canada red with our agency red, and collaborate with all of the Canadian firms and all of the Canadian brokers and agents. And you know, that's what we do. We're a family, and we like to collaborate.
So how has, I mean, it's been a tough year as far as COVID is concerned. It's been a tough year because, you know, it's hard for you to cross the border and in front of your people, your admin to cross the border. So tell us a little bit about how that's affected just your business in general, but also your move into Canada.
I'm sorry, you cut out for 1 second. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry. How has COVID affected your moving into Canada, and how has COVID affected your business?
COVID's, well, I think we're all the recipients of something completely unexpected, which is, you know, that real estate business went on fire because of COVID. I can tell you that back in a year ago today, or a year ago now, we weren't sure what was going to happen. I'm sure all the real estate owners and brokers were wondering if we were going to be closing up shop, if we were going to continue to exist, you know, cut expenses, all of that stuff. And, you know, thank God, you know, much to our surprise, real estate became an extraordinarily important part of people's lives, understanding where people were going to live, to vacation, second homes, changing their lifestyles, you know, whether going from a big urban city to suburbia. Just a lot of moves, people making a lot of decisions. I have a lot of friends and clients that never spent a lot of money on their house because they wanted to have the money in the bank. And then they called me up and then they said, I don't know why I have money in my bank when I can't enjoy the money in the bank, but I can certainly enjoy, my house. I'm stuck in it. I want a gym. I want this. I want all that stuff, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, I just want to be clear that we're also in Oakville and with Steve and Katya. So I just,
I'm glad you mentioned that, Maurizio. Otherwise, I was going to mention it because I'm in Oakville too, and I love those two.
They're fantastic people. I love them.
So you opened your 2 West Coast offices pre-COVID, but you opened your Toronto properties during COVID. So that says a lot. It's a gutsy move because about a year ago, as you said, we were all going, uh-oh, what's going to happen now?
Well, on the East Coast, Toronto, both Peter and Paige and Steve and Katya are extraordinarily amazing entrepreneurs. And even though we were in COVID and they just had visions, they went for it. We supported them and they were super excited to open during that time. But I've always said to be a contrarian. When people are closing, you open. When people are selling, you buy. When people are buying, you sell. So,
always.
that's what they did. And we all stood together and we opened up. And now, clearly was a good decision.
So bottom line, what is the differentiator of the agency from other companies that are out there trying to do a similar business?
Don't know if there's a bottom line on that one, but I can tell you, let's just talk about quick pillars. The agency is a boutique company with global reach. We're the most followed social media brand in the globe on real estate. So we have extraordinary reach. We really are a family, and a family that sticks together, collaborates, and just works, really, really tight. We're very open. Really great at that. We have tremendous technology, 100% participation in our CRM systems. We've got some really cool things, coming up on the artificial intelligence side. We really have never talked too much about our technology because we're a small company, and yet we're very much looked at. So we try to keep it to ourselves because we know that anything that we're working on gets copied. Case in point, our marketing, and our marketing is what really has separated us from everything else. Our marketing is just so innovative. We really did change the way that you market real estate. I think most of the people today market real estate because of stuff that we did 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, changing lifestyles, talking about the lifestyle, being creative, being innovative. We take chances, we take risks. With that, you make some mistakes, but you can always correct those mistakes, right? So we're just super, and we're fast. We don't have red tape. We make decisions super quick. When we make them with certainty. We never look back. We don't have doubt. If we make a mistake, we change courses. But once we make a decision, we go full force. And that's just across the company. So I think those are some of the prime differentiators.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're building really organically. I mean, it's an organic growth throughout the U.S. and into Canada. And so where are you going to open next in Canada? Have you thought of that?
We're working on a few different options right now. And, if that are out there, Halifax, we'd like to see Montreal. We'd like to see mainland British Columbia. We've got a few different options. If anybody's interested, please reach out.
Perfect. And the way they can find you is, do we want to have some sort of or just post a way we can contact you in the chat?
Well, I see my Instagram account has been posted. It's on there. It's at mumansky18, and I will happily post on this chat here my email address so that people can reach out.
Now remember, you guys, you have to email him about the agency and not about Kyle.
Richard, did you comment on technology?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it. We talked about the CRM.
Okay.
And everybody uses the same CRM, as you were mentioning, and it has social as well as. I think CRMs are so important, and a lot of the brokerages need to get behind that. There's so much business that is lost every year because people are not using their CRMs properly. They haven't been trained in it. So that I'm glad to see that you're really pushing that as part of the value added.
I think as brokerages we have.
No, sorry,
Go
Virginia.
ahead, Maurizio. No, I wanted to take it further on technology because I know you have an incredible website, Maurizio. But like when you talk about technology, what other means or components are you and your agents using to to further the expansion of the agency or to work more closely with consumers, especially during a time when we're all working digitally or remotely from home?
You lost. You cut out probably at a critical point in that question. So, do you want to?
Yeah,
Richard,
just
did you
expand
catch it?
on the technology that the agency is using, especially during this time that we're working more remotely.
Got it. So again, having 100% participation in our CRM, apart from client management, really what it does is it also helps you really communicate with your team and with everybody at the company. We have nearly 1,000 people at the company now. And as you know, it's almost impossible to communicate with 1,000 people via email. So, we have a tremendous chat portion. We're able to really communicate and exchange information, listings, talk about clients internally on one page, which allows us to sell more. It allows us to find property more. As you know, right now in the US, we have a clear cooperation policy. I don't know if you guys have that in Canada from the perspective of not having, off-market listings other than within your own brokerage, right? Which is kind of strange because it almost, in my opinion, it actually eliminates the collaboration and it actually creates it more internal. So I don't get that, but it is what it is. But our systems allow us to really communicate and find houses within ourselves in order to, be able to execute. One of the, the other thing that it also does is that we have an extraordinarily high referral program within the agency from agency to agency because of that connection. Our website is intuitive. We are working on some really cool features, for our website. Referring to again artificial intelligence and really understanding when people are going to be buying and selling homes and just different aspects out there that we're very excited to bring on board that I can't really talk about too much further, but that's the way it is.
Quick question is now the CRM that you use, is that something you built internally, or is it something that's, because we have a couple of questions from people who want to know what CRM you are using, but it's an internal agency one.
So we went out about 10, again, one of the nice things about being born 10 years ago and being young is that you can maneuver, right? And so you don't have, an organic growth versus acquisition is that everybody has to be within, the one system. So when we started, we bought all the CRMs that were out there. We still subscribe to them. And we just weren't getting the full end-to-end system. So what we decided to do is, one of the guys that works for us back then, he said, I can build the system. And I said, really? How much is it going to cost? And he said, $250,000. We're probably $2.5 million into it, and we're still not finished building the damn thing. But we ended up building our own system. We have our own programmers. It's completely end-to-end from transaction management to client management to files. We do our advertising and marketing through there, our social media posts through our system. Like literally everything that you can think of is done through our system.
It's much easier when you have one place to go. I remember years and years and years ago, my nephew put me up on a Commodore 64, if you remember what those were.
Hi, can I get a croissant grilled with egg and cheese?
Somebody's making an order.
And can I get a medium?
There, I muted her. It's okay. So Maurizio, we were looking forward to seeing you up here face to face.
On the West Coast out ordering breakfast. I don't think she's ordering breakfast on the East Coast right now, but maybe, who knows?
we're so looking forward to seeing you face to face. It would be great to get you up here, but I think we're a couple of months away from that anyways.
I look forward to being up there. I hope it's sooner rather than later. I can't wait to visit you guys, Richard, and everybody up there. We'll throw a couple of big events, and hopefully we can all have a good time together.
Exactly. When
we have a live event scheduled for January 2022. If that's the case and we're allowed to have it, we're flying you in, Maurizio.
Done. Let's consider that done, and let's pray that we are definitely up and running by January of 2022.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Face to face. Thanks again, Maurizio. It's an absolute pleasure. If anybody needs to talk to anybody about the agency, if they're in the Toronto region, touch base with Peter, and in Oakville, touch base with
Katya Bailey. Katya and Steve Bailey. She's there. She's saying hello.
And also Christina Clavero in the Oakville market, and her husband, Carlos.
Yep.
So enjoy. Hope you get some skiing in if you're going to head out this weekend to ski. Probably your last bit of skiing for the year, I would think.
Last bit. I was skiing last weekend in Aspen. Just got back a couple of days ago, and
and we look forward to the Mexican ski team.
You never know. One day.
One day. All right. Thanks again, Maurizio, and over to you, Virginia.
Well, it's over to you, Richard, because we have Tim Hudak, the CEO of AREAA here today.
Here I go again. Jeez, I thought it was lunchtime already. It's not. Great. So we've got Tim Hudak here who's going to join us. Tim, as you know, is the CEO of the Ontario Real Estate Association. He's a big proponent of helping us. They do a lot of work. They've been doing some great stuff over the past few years under Tim's tutelage. So Tim, where are you? I'm trying to find you here.
I'm right beside you. Just look to your left. I'm between you and Virginia.
There you are. There you are. I see you. Anyways, Howard, tell us about what's happening. You're talking about the key to economic recovery. And is it more than just the shot in the arm, or?
It is more than the shot in the arm. Look at those glasses on you. I like them.
Yeah, you know.
I like that. I like that. Look, I'm going to steal that. Virginia, great to see you too. Thanks again for your leadership here across Canada and North America on Running Buzz. And just want to commend your leadership. And thanks for inviting me back. Yeah, Richard, thanks for the intro there. I just want to talk a bit about how I say real estate is playing a major role in Ontario's economic and confidence recovery, and talk about a few things that are on my mind as CEO when I look across the province and follow what's happening, with a regulator and with the government of Ontario closely. And just want to do a bit of perspective too, on what's happening when it comes to the market and out-migration issues from the cities. What is really happening? I think I've got some interesting data to share. So I'll take her away. All right, thanks. So I love seeing this. It just shows what a powerful part of the economy you are part of. I mean, most importantly, you connect people with fulfilling their dreams every day. The people here at the Buzz Conference help a young family get keys to the first place, a family expecting their kid to get a move up home to have more room, or people to do well in retirement by selling their house and downsizing and having positive views about their future retirement. You do this, the most emotional purchase and most financially significant that Canadians make, thanks to the work that you do. And you've been there, you've had the back of people through the most tumultuous times that we've seen probably in 80 years with the social, economic, and health crisis under COVID. When you look at the big numbers too, not only is that what you're doing for people on the value of their lives, their livelihood, and their well-being, here's what you're doing for the economy as well. So here's the total sales that we're seeing by value over the last few years. And look at that spike we see with sales times value in February compared to previous couple of years. It really has been real estate that has kept Ontario's head above water. But despite all of that, there's still some trouble in the water coming forward. Let me talk a bit about that. So you've seen this as well. I just wanted to put this as a whole. Here's sales across Ontario. You will remember this time last year before COVID really bit, 2020 was off to a good start too. The orange line was a decent amount above the gray line, which was 2019. It was looking like it was going to be a very good year. And then you see that slide down in March and April as the COVID numbers began to spread and the province went into shutdown. You had that big dip there. And then two things happened. There's pent up demand, obviously. But the job that you did in terms of giving people confidence, realtors, leaders like yourselves, moved to online tools, you limited interpersonal contact. Our association, Treb and others, called for a shutdown of open houses. If people decided to do a showing, they were using PPE and looking out for people, spacing them. All of that professionalism and good practice helped restore confidence to consumers. Now, we still could use a few more listings, but when it came to buyers, they returned to the marketplace big time. So you see that jump up as they gain confidence in the real estate sector because of the work you did. And if you'd done a crappy job, you tried to take advantage, try to take a shortcut, you would have seen the province intervene and you wouldn't have had that bump. That all represents people who could move to a better place, find a home, accommodate their family because of the work that you did in the midst of a crisis. So I want to say thank you for that. How does that break down across regions? Well, here's the GTA, and look at that blue line like a rocket right now in the early part of the year. I'll tell you momentarily why that has me a bit nervous as well. And you can see even more pronounced, no surprise, GTA had the highest COVID numbers, so the biggest up and down roller coaster in the spring of 2020. Other major areas, similar pattern, but you don't have the exact same spikes. And maybe the shift was a bit later in Ottawa compared to Barrie, but you see a similar pattern where 2021 off to a solid start. You don't see the big spike like you do in the GTA, but all strong upward trajectories well above 2020. And certainly the pattern is similar for COVID, just a bit different in terms of the weeks or months it hit, largely because of probably where the lockdown was and their numbers. All right, so there's a quick overview of where things are all in all in the market. Now I want to talk a bit about what I call the psychology. So I just displayed the math to you. You know the math, you do this every day with all of your clients, but because of COVID, people had more money in their pocket. Discretionary spending is way down. Mortgage rates, while they're heading up, were at record lows. If you were part of the 80% who kept their jobs, you actually had more money to invest in real estate. Weddings were delayed. You could have a better chance of making that down payment. So the math was all in favor if you're a COVID have. Now, those COVID have-nots have been shut out. They're a lot worse off for sure. The COVID hads had the money, the wherewithal, and the demand. Here's the psychology, okay? Here's what's happening in people's heads. We did some surveys at AREAA, and Virginia was kind enough to have me present on these a bit last year. You can see it all, by the way, on our website. It's AREAA COVID19info.com, AREACovid19info.com. Anything you want to know about real estate in Ontario and COVID, that's the holding place. So we worked with Nick Nanos, a well-renowned Canadian pollster, to say what's happening inside people's heads as they're cooped up over the year. So we did a couple of surveys on this. We're in the field right now as we hit the 1-year anniversary of the first lockdown to say, are these trends still happening? No surprise to you, but borne out in the numbers that people being cooped up in their house, realizing with all the family there, they had the maximum stress on a household. And well, you weren't going to work, you weren't going out, you're at home a lot more. Everybody had a list of what they loved or didn't like. Major shift. You saw more people saying they want a bigger home, more space, more amenities. That was up 31% of people interested in the real estate market that had an intention to buy in the first year or the second year, up 31% for more home, more space, more amenities. More outdoor space was up 16%, a place to kick the soccer ball around with your daughter, for example, and then a 12% shift out of urban areas. That's not necessarily the math of what happened, but that was a change in the psychology of the home buyer out there as a result of the pressures of their COVID experience and also the ability to work from home. Let me tell you more how that pans out. So we asked a question about the attractiveness of working in a suburb, a rural area, or the city. We did this a couple of times during 2020, and we saw a consistent pattern. I'll let you know maybe the next Buzz conference of what it means a year in when our numbers come back. But so far we saw 62% agree that living in a suburb was more attractive, 60% said rural, and only 21% agreed about living in a downtown. I suspect that one's improved, but that's where it was in 2020 as a result of COVID, concerned about the pandemic, and also the ability to work from home. So let me tell you about what's happened then in out-migration. So we talked about the math. There's a greater ability to buy. There's interest in real estate. Realtors, brokers, brands, associations like ours, I think, did an excellent job of communicating that you can be safe in making a real estate transaction. That caused that spike in demand we talked about, the psychology that we see borne out in our polling, all right, what's happening on out-migration? Because listen to the media, it's like Toronto, the story was it's going to be a bit of a ghost town. Everybody's going to live in the boonies. When you see media in places like where I come from, Niagara, they say, holy smokes, real estate's on fire. Well, what's the truth behind the numbers? So number one, condos. You would think that as people lived in a small space and they had to be there for a year with limits on recreation and just having fun, would that change mentality? The answer is yes, but it's not like it was a revolution. So we worked with TerraNet on this, and I'm a big fan of TerraNet. I worked with them on my old job in politics, and I think there is no better source for province-wide data. Trev, Hamilton, Ottawa, all those guys do a great job with the local numbers, but if you want a big picture of where people are moving to, TerraNet's did a fabulous job. So when TerraNet looked, because they see all the buyer and seller data, and they looked at condos and moving out of condos, we saw people upsizing to non-condos as a result of COVID go up 20% year over year. That's a pretty big spike, right? Thing to have in mind, that's only 7% of overall market activity. So while we saw a good response, it wasn't a huge part of the market overall. It was bigger in Toronto, where about 1 in 4 people in condos look to move outside of a condo, not a larger unit, but to move outside of a condo altogether. That is significant. And that was a 22% year-on-year increase in Toronto's condo to non-condo activity. Historically, I think, I'm trying to remember the TerraNet charts, I think historically that was around 15 to 16%. So there has been a marked increase in folks going from condo to non-condo as we've gone through COVID. Next one is about living in the GTA and looking elsewhere. So TerraNet's data says that migration is happening, and it's not happening at the margins, nor is it a revolution. That old expression that the rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated, quite the opposite. I think you're seeing that in the city markets as well, that have bounced back from some lows, particularly on condos at the end of 2020. So here's what's really happening on out-migration. There has been a 38% year-over-year increase of Toronto to non-GTA movement. So moving outside of the GTA, that's sort of York, Peel, Durham and such, moving farther afield. 27% on GTA to non-GTA movement. So you take all of the GTA and they move outside the GTA out together, 27%. Those are up significantly from patterns of previous years. That always exists. People want to retire, buy the cottage, maybe they want to live in a small town, but that is up substantially from the previous 5-year pattern. And of course, Toronto to GTA, moving from the city to your Mississaugas, your Vaughns, your Oshawas, up 14%, TerraNet data there. Here's the but. But it's actually still a relatively small piece of the pie. You're probably seeing that if you're operating in the major centers. While those numbers are up as a result of COVID, the psychology, the math coming together, still just 6% of the overall market activity are GTA to non-GTA. Most people choose to purchase in the same region. Their family may be, that's where their friends are, that's where work is. That pattern continues. It's not as big as it used to be, but it is still most people. For example, if you're in Toronto, 56% of buyers bought their place still within the city of Toronto. 22% chose to live somewhere else in the GTA, and that last 22% is undetermined. So some of them may still be in the Toronto GTA, but they just didn't track those properties. The lion's share of people still, if you like cities, you like being in the environment of a city, you like seeing lots of people, it's better for work, for entertainment, you're still gonna like cities. If you like rural areas before, but it didn't make sense for making a living, then you're one of those who moved on the margin. So yes, there's been a spike in out-migration, but it still remains a relatively small part of the overall market. People continue, they're moving, generally to move within an area that is not that far away. So what does this mean for small towns? Well, here's why it's big news. So you can take a small group of people that move out of the GTA and they go to Fort Erie, where I am from, they go to Haliburton, they go to Sarnia, wherever, because those are much smaller markets, that's big. And that's why you're seeing a lot of these stories in media. And for those joining the Buzz Conference from mid-sized towns and smaller communities, you're probably seeing a really crazy market like you've never seen in your lifetime. And I'll talk about the frustrations about that momentarily. So about 18% now of activity in rural areas as a result of COVID is coming from the urban areas. There's a huge increase in those areas from Toronto, from Peel, and from Ottawa. Like, those are spectacular numbers. Again, for the big size of the pie of the GTA, 6%, but if you're coming from a small town, that is a huge influx of new people coming in. And first-time home buyers did have a shift to rural areas, 14.4% in 2020. So you've seen first-time home buyers less likely to choose Toronto. It's probably an affordability issue at its heart, but there was a shift of COVID to them staying in rural areas as opposed to semi-urban. So what is happening to prices for those of us from small communities or those who get involved in the cottage is a huge difference. So you can see the people who come from the GTA or Ottawa buy a much more expensive home than those who are moving into rural areas from other rural areas or those who already lived in that community. A substantial difference in the type of home that's being purchased depending on where you're coming from. Of course, buying a home at $552 in a small town will get you a really nice place, a lot of property. It wouldn't get you a doghouse in the city. That's the difference of real estate prices. So what's the conclusion here, Virginia and Richard and friends? Well, there's a psychology that's driven people to look for larger places. I suspect the sustaining will report back more property, but human beings being human beings, you like the city, you want to be close to family, to schools, to work, you tend to stay in those areas. Those that could have made decisions to retire or always wanted to work in a small town and report to the big city virtually, then they've been given this new opportunity. So that's what we're really seeing behind the pattern of out-migration. Despite the headlines, cities have a very bright future, and small towns look like they can make a comeback. All right, so what's going ahead? Well, our job at AREAA, not only to provide information like this that may help in your business, but to look out for you, your profession, and the women and men that you work hard for every day. A big part of my job and my teams and the board of directors is in the advocacy and public policy side. There was one of our March to Queen's Park before this whole COVID thing happened. Here's some of the things that we did deliver for you in our past year. We did get real estate declared an essential service, allowed you to operate, not business as usual, but you're there to help those who are caught halfway through a transaction or without a home. We did put out guidance, we'll continue to do so. If there's some change in COVID, how do you operate? What are the rules? What are the restrictions? Can I do an open house? All of that. Despite all of the COVID activity, we did get the Trust and Real Estate Services Act. That's the brand new REBA, passed in February of 2020. And the first benefits of that have come through. Now personal real estate corporations are a reality. Richard Silver, any guesses for how many PRECs were set up in 2020?
I have no idea. How many? 5,000
out of the gate. And that's growing. So realtors reacted quickly to this additional tool.
I'm working on it now.
There you go. Maybe 5,001.
Yeah.
So that is now a reality. Thank God. It was dramatically unfair that realtors could not incorporate like professions that don't have nearly as much of an impact in the day-to-day lives as Ontarians. You can now do that as well. And advertising, you can use the term realtor or real estate agent as opposed to being restricted to salesperson. And we just had some big announcements last night of $4 billion government announcements in broadband for underserviced communities. We hear from our agents that the top question they get is no longer the school, it's no longer the neighborhood, it's no longer are there enough doctors in town, it's how is the internet service. We pushed and received a big announcement of the budget yesterday of $4 billion for a greater high-speed internet.
Now, Tim, the question in everybody's minds, or a lot of questions, a lot of the question in everybody's mind is about the capital gains tax on principal residence.
Right here.
What are you hearing?
Right here. So, okay, that's where we are. I give you a preview of some of the things we're studying today, what we delivered. Here's, Richard, what I lose sleep at night. We need to make sure that there's a sustained and broad economic recovery, right? The 80% that have been okay, you're servicing them, but we need to make sure we look out for that other 20%. There may be mortgage deferrals coming due when the CERB program runs out. What's going to happen there will be a drag on the market. So I do worry about that transition once we go to CERB. What about people who have been left behind? I'm very concerned about the increasing challenge around affordability of home ownership and the frustration people feel when they put in 16, 17 different offers and come up empty-handed. Every night they go to bed dreaming about what that home's going to be like, where the baby's going to sleep and all of that, and then they lose out. That's going to put pressure for government intervention. And having been there, governments can do stupid things.
Yeah.
Maybe I did my share. So I worry that they'll intervene in a way that has unintended consequences. And I am scared, PG audience, to death of a tax on home equity. When government spend, and they needed to get us out of this COVID crisis, we're not there yet, but to help us through, they will then look to tax. And I get worried when I see RBC Bank, when I see the Globe and Mail, when I see some political parties, when I see the head of CMHC, Siddal, talk about a tax on home equity. I'm really worried it is on the table. That is going to be tremendously damaging. It will rob the middle class. And you think it's hard to find a home now? You put a tax on the sale of a home in addition to the land transfer tax, who's going to make that transitional house? They'll just sit in it longer, making less supply. So I am very scared about that. Happy to talk about it. And I think also there's going to be a greater focus on you, the job that you do, and challenge professions. If people get frustrated because they keep coming up empty-handed and making offers, people are going to say, well, the system is broken. We need to have an open offer system. We need government intervention. I don't like the tactics my realtor chose or the one that got the house. So these are things, Richard, that get me nervous in the year ahead. And maybe I'll go quickly through these last slides. I see we've got a lot of questions, so I know I'm going on long. So what are we doing about it? Well, here's some of the policy ideas we're putting forward. I want to see real estate as the jumper cables on the economy to help get that 20% back to work. So we're before the government today. We have a plan that's called Rebuilding Ontario. There's a link in Virginia. If you want to share this with all your guests, please do. They can read it in total. Run through it real quick. Number one on our list is land transfer tax holiday. They're doing that in Britain. And what that actually did, because you took the land transfer tax, what they call it stamp duty there, it brought in more inventory. People said, okay, I don't have to pay that tax to move. I'm going to downsize or I'm going to upsize. So they actually had in some areas 121% increase in listings when they took off their stamp duty. So I'm saying we should try the same to get inventory in the marketplace. Opportunity zones are like an economic measure for maybe rundown areas or a small town, a Lostis Mill or an old brownfield to get them in the market with lower taxes and quicker approvals, and a home renovation tax credit as well. We just believe in investing in real estate. The next ones you can look at in detail if you see the report. There's 15 altogether. There is part of that doing more for landlords and tenants because our landlords are in tough spots. We want to support mom and pop investors and landlords, and long-term supply ideas like turning some brownfields into housing. Right. And then for those that are coming from smaller communities, we did bring forward a small towns, big opportunities report. Small towns have faced a significant decline because of work from home and some changes because of COVID. There is opportunity for a small town comeback. Some of those things that we do need, as I mentioned, broadband, natural gas, access, implementing opportunity zones. You know, if they were a manufacturing town, the major manufacturer closed down to bring in new business, and then using property technology, prop tech, for a new rent-to-own program that would allow companies to be co-owners on homes or pensions or government to enable people to make that down payment and pay it off on their own terms. Some exciting developments there. So that's sort of the synopsis. And the last thing, I'll just throw that up for like 1 second. I want to have buzz people in our research community. We call it the Realtor Village. About 3,000 folks there now. Virginia, Richard, you may be on it. Every month we ask our members, you know, how's the market going? Do you like this idea? Are you worried about home equity tax? I take that to the board and to my leadership team. It's the best measure of the heartbeat of the grassroots on what's happening. Just go there, click. If you want to drop out. It's a great way for us to measure the temperature of what's happening on the streets.
So Tim, Blair Campbell has a great comment here. He's worried about the increasing the capital gains percentage on non-principal residences and how it could be devastating for investors, particularly with an aging population.
So that's Blair, you're right. Like it's come in one way or another. So it's a minority government, and let's see, I'm going to quiz Blair. Blair, what is the first law of politics? What is the first thing a politician thinks of the day after the election?
Getting reelected.
You got it, Blair. You've got a future in this business, I think. Blair Campbell nails that one. So they all want to get reelected. So I don't think you're going to see anything in the minority government. It'd be crazy for any of the political parties to attack the vast states of the middle class, and I don't think they want to do anything, Blair, that will slow down the economy or investment. I could be wrong. But I think this is something that's back pocketed when the government has a majority. And if it's not a tax on home equity and taking away that capital gains exemption, it could be like a new property tax. Maybe they'll say it's only for the rich, and they'll say $1 million and above, right? Because in parts of Canada, it sounds like it's a mansion. They may do something like that. You're right. They may increase it for investment properties. New Zealand brought in, what was it, 40% down payment or something like that for investment, I think, as well. So I do worry about it. So what's going to happen? We actually had a meeting of provincial associations last week where AREAA put this on the table to talk about. And I had a follow-up conversation just 2 days ago with Michael Bork, my colleague, my president at CREA, to do a public action campaign to involve folks like you. And seriously, I bet a lot of your buyers or sellers are worried about this. Have them send a message to their MPs, like, so even now, right? There's just too much smoke here. I'm worried it's going to catch on fire. And the more the politicians hear that this is radioactive, the less likely they'll take it out of their back pockets. But let's be afraid of it for sure.
Well, that's one of our big questions. I mean, you guys have done an amazing job over the past few years. I want to give you lots of kudos. Absolutely. And now the next question is, how can we as realtors in the province lend a hand or across Canada? I know that certain things are dealt with provincially, certain things are dealt with by federal, but let us know, how can we be involved?
Yeah, excellent. Well, I like off the top, because it's a hot issue right now. I mean, just feel free to send a message on your own to anybody in politics, whether they're currently elected provincially, nationally, even locally. That helps too, because we all talk to each other, or they all talk to each other. I guess I'm still partially part of the tribe. And we're going to come up with a campaign working with CREA on these things as well to get our members going. When politicians will tell you two things that are important here. They hear from the realtor, they're going to respect that a lot. And they do that because they see you out and about. Now, less so now in the world we're in. But I know, Richard, when I would go to events, like whether it was a local school council fundraiser, whether it was a homeless shelter fundraiser, there's almost always realtors who are involved, who are sponsoring the events. They go to all the same events. Similar personalities, right? Outgoing. You like people, you got to network, you got to be a generalist. So they're going to respect you and they'll recognize you. The other thing is realtors, the only people who have more lawn signs than politicians. So when a realtor sends in a note, like, it's going to be respected a lot because you've got the heartbeat. Number two, if realtors and clients send messages in, the more they're unique, that they're written by somebody from the heart, even if it's a short thing on social media, that counts. Form letters, petitions, all that, anybody can do that. That's way lower down the scale. Individual notes through social or directly, they really ring a bell, and everybody keeps track of this. In my office, I'd have my staff report how many emails do we get on such and such a topic. They all will keep that sort of barometer going.
Yeah, that tax on the principal residence for sure. I mean, it's got to affect our parents, our grandparents. I think that's one of the ones we really have to get after, because they're the ones who are going to feel the pain of that one, especially. And then, you know, we'll feel the pain because we'll have to help them more as they advance in age. If they're taking a hit on that capital gains, it'll end back in our hands. So again, thank you very much, Tim. Is there, should we just
have one other question, Richard? Yeah. Tim, I know you commented briefly, I think, but as far as rural communities, say west of the city, and I'm talking Niagara region, what's happening with some of the lands out there? That anything being released for builders and developers to look into for more affordable housing?
Yeah, and certainly anybody from my favorite NAR, the Niagara Association of Realtors, could give you some more details. But I know where our place is in Wellandport. We're seeing, you know, land released in the south part of Welland, where the old John Deere factory is being transformed residential. So it's not on the QEW, it's more southern peninsula towards Lake Erie, but Niagara is opening more. We'd like to see more. One of the things I fast forwarded through in our framework report, Virginia, is speeding up the approval process for more housing. We desperately need it. I also think there's an opportunity, because I think parts of commercial are going to downsize, to convert commercial into mixed use residential, commercial, or commercial altogether. I see David Curt here from Sudbury. I think it's Sudbury that has an old mall that they're trying to convert into housing. So from the public affairs point of view, we're looking at all stops to try to bring more housing in, because you and I know the big issue is, from affordability, is having more choice, more supply in the marketplace.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much again.
You bet. My pleasure. You guys keep up the great work, great leadership, and thanks for having me back.
Thank you. Tim Hudak from AREAA, the Ontario Real Estate Association, our Ruby sponsor of the Buzz Conference. And Tim, I just have to commend Lou Favaro and your entire team at AREAA, Lauren, Kavina, Whitney. I mean, everybody has been just so helpful with this conference, as well as tomorrow we have David Oiko going to presenting LifeWorks, and I'm really excited about that.
I'm super excited you have David Kopp at LifeWorks. I won't spoil his thunder, but it's an exciting new program I think that folks are going to like, so spread the word. And thanks for the kind words about my team as well as you, Virginia, and your team. I'm blessed to have a solid team. You rhymed off a good number of them. I'm just a pretty face for the camera, and I'm not so good at that either, so it's great to have them behind me.
Yeah, but you're really
Thanks so
pretty.
much, Tim.
Thanks again, Tim.
You bet. We'll see you soon.
Okay, where's Melissa?
Right over here. So before I present our next speaker, just because we were just talking with Tim, so on day 2 on Clubhouse, AREAA, the president of AREAA and several of the directors will be there as guests, and we'll be inviting other industry professionals. So right now we have Joyce Perron. She's going to talk about finding clarity that makes all the difference so you don't miss out on the life that you desire. So Joyce, we've made you a co-host.
Great.
Where are you? Okay.
And Joyce is the president of Exit Realty, and I love all of your leadership team, especially Marie Kozak and a lot of your regional owners. So welcome, Joyce.
Great. It's wonderful to be here. I hope everybody can see and hear me.
Yep.
Great. Wonderful to be here. I want to congratulate you, Virginia and Richard, on the work you're doing here. The Buzz, this is absolutely fantastic. What a wonderful platform. And I knew there was going to be a lot of stats and data that was presented today. So what I thought I would do is instead talk to you a little bit about you. And as we've heard, I mean, just even right now from Tim, what we know for sure is that circumstances will change, and they do change. And we can't always be in control of those circumstances. But what we can be in control of is us. And that's really what I want to share with you here today. My intent with the little bit of time that I have here this morning is to help you to get a new level of clarity and perhaps a new perspective about getting focused on what it is that you want. Because that's what's most important to you, is getting what you want. And you know, getting what you want first starts with an idea of what that is. You know, ideas are the birthplace of all manifestation of everything that gets created. And that's very true. And I know you'd find this to be true if you just looked around where you are right now. I know a lot of you are probably at home in your home office, some of you out in the car. All those things that are around you began as someone's idea, whether it's your computer, your cell phone, the rug that's on the ground, the lighting fixture, maybe up above you, above your head, or the lamp that's on your desk. Actually, for a lot of you that are sitting down right now, you can probably feel the pressure of your butt up against the chair you're sitting on. That chair was an idea in somebody's head one day. They decided, this is what I want. I want to create and design this chair. And you went out and bought it, right? So you're literally living in your house, not with about 1,000 people, but the ideas of 1,000 people. And much like a sculptor would mold clay into the creation that they want, what you and I do is we mold energy. We mold energy to the focus of our thought to create what it is that we want. And I can't emphasize that enough, that focus of your thought, because do you ever think about what you're thinking about all day long? Because that's what you're creating with. So if I said to you, how do most of us decide on what it is we want? Well, I call it it's like the country dance, the two-step. And this two-step process happens every day. It happens throughout our life, and it changes from circumstance to circumstance. So if I said to most of you, is what you want today a little bit different than what you wanted a year ago? I think most people would say, yeah, we've had a year of really getting focused on what the priority is. You know, what's important for us, what's important for our family, and what is it that we really, really want? You know, I've had so many people say to me, they haven't been able to sleep they're sleeping intermittently, or they're getting to sleep, you know, or they're helping themselves get to sleep with a glass of wine or two, and then they're waking up like The Exorcist, you know, like I'm wide awake at 3 o'clock in the morning and I can't get back to sleep. And this is part of that two-step process, was we first realize something we don't like, something that doesn't serve us anymore, or something that we just don't want anymore, or we see something that someone else has and we say we want that in our life. And then a lot of times what we do is we push against what we don't like. So we push against this idea that we're not getting enough sleep. And what we do as humans, okay, this is just our tendency, is instead of realizing we don't like it and immediately set about fixing it, what we typically do is we start talking about it and we start dwelling on it. And we start going like, you ever seen a gerbil, you know, on the wheel? Maybe your kids have got one of those, right? They go round and around and around and around, but they're going absolutely nowhere. And this is what we do, right? We start talking about how we're not getting sleep. I'm not getting enough sleep. Oh my gosh, I haven't slept in a month, you know? And then you start talking to your friends and your family, co-workers, and you start engaging with them about how much you're not sleeping. And what this becomes is like a slippery, slidey slope going in the wrong direction, reinforcing the exact thing that you don't want. So if there's anything I could really get across to you here today, is what I want you to start doing is listening. I know this is a lot, listening to the thoughts in your head. You know, what's going on all day long? And are those thoughts serving you? Are they uplifting you? Which side of that equation are they on? Because if they're not serving you, what I want you to do is start to grab them, hold them captive, okay? Hold every thought captive. Say, does this serve me or doesn't it serve me? And if it doesn't serve me, what is it I actually want? Like, what is it I want? I want a good night's sleep. Could you imagine waking up every morning feeling that you had a deep, restful, rejuvenating sleep, where you wake up and with great vitality and jump out of bed because you are just raring to go? I mean, was there a day when you used to feel that way? Now, some of you might say never, but it's never too late to try, okay? This is what we want to do. Focus on what it is you want. You know, it's interesting. I was watching the news a couple nights ago, which I try not to do too often because there's so much negativity with it. But there was a study that was done out of the US, so I figured this probably applies for Canada as well. And that study was so interesting because this is what it said, that since the pandemic began, the average person put on 1.5 pounds per month during the pandemic. Imagine that. Now, I didn't need to go on the scale to tell you that I think secretly I was part of that study, okay? Like, things aren't fitting the same way. Now, I don't know if I'm alone, but this is what happens with us in our life, right? We have something, and then I hear this on the news, and I realize, yeah, you know, this has been bothering me for a little while now, but that one thing just kind of wakes me up and says, okay, it's time now to get focused on what you want. What do you want? Want to get your weight where you want it to get, and maybe it's your other parts of your physicality, get out exercising more. I started juicing again in the morning, things that I used to do that I'm getting back to doing now, because that routine is so important, right, of what you're doing every single day. And so these little things, they start adding up when you start working on what it is you want, and they're cumulative. You know, they're kind of like compound interest. They keep growing towards a better outcome for you and what you want. And what I love to do is I love to write down my goals. And I don't know if you ever do this, is I actually have this card and I'm going to share it with you. This card, I put an affirmation or 2 or 3 or 4 on one side of it. I call it a goal card, a GOAL card. Now this is a goal card, so that could be hard to say if you tried to say it too fast. And on the other side, this is not my actual one. My actual one is in my purse. I carry it with me everywhere. Guys, you could carry it around in your coat jacket or whatever, your back pocket. And in this space here is where I have my goals. Now, sometimes I've got 2 or 3 of them. Sometimes I've got 5 of them. I have been doing this for years. And the reason why is because a goal is a port of call. And without a goal, we're living really by default, right? Like we're just a catcher's mitt for all the other stuff or crap that's going on out there. And people say, well, why can't I get what I want? I would suggest it may be because you're not focused enough on what it is that you want. What is it that you want? You know, here we are in the real estate industry, and I heard the word fatigue used. You know, there's buyer fatigue. Well, let's face it, there is agent fatigue, okay? Like we're fatigued, okay? Who's not fatigued that's out there? Where you're going through this crazy market. This last year, I've never seen anything like it. And what a blessing it's been to be in the real estate industry. I mean, it really has. You look at other industries and the suffering that's gone on there. What a privilege to be here. But I'll tell you, along with that privilege has been a non-stop for a lot of good realtors. I mean, you haven't stopped for 12 months, 14 months, you know, 16 months. The market has been on fire. And a lot of what happens during that time is you forget to take the time to look at you. And what is it that you want and what do you need, right? So you don't end up burnt out, right? Because everything really begins and ends with you, how you feel about yourself. You're the leader in your household, right? And you take that behavior into your household, into your business and everything that you're doing. What it is that you want. What is it you want for your mental health? What do you want for your physical health? How about your finances? You know, this is a great time to really get focused on what it is that you want. And some people, you know, they say to me, you know, I really don't care for goals. And I say, I understand that because a lot of people think goals are about someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. And that's not what goals are about. Goal, I want you to think about the word goal, G-O-A-L. That's an acronym in my world for get out and live. Like get out and live. This is what life is all about. It's about being here. It's about enjoying what it is that we want, getting focused on what you want. You know, you could have total fatigue right now because you start to see the facts and you start internalizing the facts. So here's a fact. Listings in a lot of marketplaces are at an all-time low. Imagine that, an all-time low. And so you could start to spin what you think is the truth, that it's hard to get listings now. Well, don't you know it is hard to get listings? And you try to get listings and you get frustrated because you can't get listings. And the next thing you know, you're asking people you work with, well, how are you making out? And they're telling you, oh, it's impossible to get a listing. And yes, I can agree with you. It's a fact that the amount of listings is less than we've had in a long, long time. But I've got some other facts to add to that. And they're contrary to that, and it's this. There's one thing I know for sure, and I know you can agree with me on this. There's a ton of inventory out there. There's a ton of inventory. There's not a street you can go down anywhere in Ontario and not see houses, condominiums, all kinds of inventory. It just hasn't been listed yet. And I'll tell you another fact I know for sure. Agents are taking listings. It is happening. So my question is to you, why not you? Why isn't it you taking the listings? Isn't that something where you could draw a line in the sand? Because sometimes you can get just so fed up, can't you? About what's not happening and about what you don't like. And you've really got to make a decision. All life is about your thinking and what you want and the decisions that you make. And you get to make a new decision in every moment. This is the beautiful thing about being human. We have the choice. The choice of what? The thoughts that we think. And what if you did right now? I mean, some of you right now, what if you picked a short goal that you said next week, and it's going to be a great listing. And I love that idea. I love the idea. I'm going to go out and get a listing. You see, when you set a goal, what it does, it should get you fired up. Like honestly, like really, really fired up. It should get you excited, just the thought of it. Because what happens then is when you're in a positive place, your whole inward feeling factor goes to joy, excitement. It has a pulling power to it. And what happens is the more excited you get about your goal, kind of like Richard was saying about spending more and more time in Mexico. What a great goal. He knows what he wants, and he's probably thinking about it all the time. I don't know if he's on the beach a lot, but he's got images in his head about what it is that he wants, and he's going toward that. And you know, I would say to you, write that down on your goal card. What is it you want? Do you want to take a listing a month, a listing a quarter, a listing a week? We've got people on this call that are brand new to real estate, and then we've got people who are absolute champions that have been here really for a long time. They're mature, they're fabulous, they set a great example, right? They're really role models, you know, and you can't have enough role models in your life, right? Of people that you can look up to and say, that's who I want to become, especially if you're new in this business. My gosh, who wouldn't want to be some of these great role models that we've got on this call here today? You know, how they dress, how they conduct themselves, the caliber of people that they attract, the kind of business that they do. You know, every one of these top champions, you know, I'm really speaking to the newer people here. You got to know this. Every one of them started out just like you, every single one of them. And they made a decision about what it is they wanted. And they excited about it. And you know, when you write down on your goal card what it is that you want, when you read this, it should light you up. Like, I'm serious. Now, maybe you're not great at articulating, okay? Find someone that can help you to articulate your goal in a way that every time you read that, it lifts you. Because I'll tell you what, it's been a frustrating year in many years, and there's going to be more frustration ahead. There just is. I mean, this is a dynamically changing environment. And the most important thing that you can do is get in control of yourself by knowing what you want. That port of call keeps you buoyant. So when you read your goal card and it says, you know, whatever it happens to be what you want in your health, in your real estate business, you should read that and it should bring joy to you because it's, yes, this is what I want, not the crap that's going on today, not the circumstance I'm in today. That's what a lot of times starts spinning us in the wrong direction is it's very hard sometimes when you're living in the what is. That could be with a relationship in your own home. It could be anything, right? When you're living every day with the what is and what you want feels like it's the Grand Canyon away. Okay, because sometimes these things feel this way, like they're so far away from what I want. But all we want you to do is take a little step toward it by setting the goal of how do you really want it to feel. And I always say this, you know, don't build your goals just with numbers or words that are quick and to the point. Breathe into your goal those words of the feeling factor of how you want it to feel. I mean, if I said to you right now, I mean, you sell real estate. Shouldn't one of your primary goals be that every single customer that you deal with, you turn into a client? And not just a client for life. And not just a client for life. They deal with you their entire lifetime, but their children deal with you. Now, when you set a goal like that, is your intention of how you're going to deal with those customers different than just going to take a listing? I promise you this, because I learned this a long time ago. You can't apply short-term tactics to long-term goals. And if you've got a long-term goal that you want a great career here in real estate, you want it to feel good, you want to work with great people, you've got to decide that up front. And when you do, that's the energy you bring to the table. And now instead of, because imagine if you've got that goal that you're going to turn them into clients for life, they're going to love you. They love you because of the service, their professionalism, and oh my gosh, they love you, your personality. Okay, they love you. Okay, you are irresistible because you are. You are irresistible to them because you connect with them. It's what they want. And who doesn't want to deal with someone they love dealing with over and over and over again? And you get to choose that, the ones you deal with and the ones you don't want to deal with. But don't you know in your heart that if you went into a listing presentation or dealt with a buyer with that attitude, that it's for the long term, if you got your head out of this and got out of thinking about just that commission check, how that would change the level of service that you bring to people. And isn't that what they deserve, right? The very best. And I know this is true for you. I know you want this too. You want great clients for life. And you know what? Put a parameter about that. Put it all around that. If I said to you, what kind of referral business do you want to do? We've got some top professionals here that are on this call that did you 80% or more of their business is by referral. Isn't that a goal you should be writing down if you don't have that already? Isn't that something that's meaningful to you? You know, with all of my relationships, with everything I do in real estate, I don't just set goals for the markers of what I want. I set it for the kind of relationship Because I'll tell you what I want, and you can feel this resonates with you or not. I want joyful, peaceful, harmonious, productive relationships with every single person that I deal with. Because I'm going to tell you what, if it's not peaceful, I don't want it. I just don't. That's what I want. And guess who I surround myself with? That kind of person. Because I attract that person because that's what I want. That's what I affirm. That's my goal. That is what I want. You get to decide what you want. And I'll tell you right now, if peace isn't something that you feel in your life right now, because we all deserve peace, we deserve peace of mind. What I want you to do is start affirming that. Affirm that, put it on your goal. I want nothing but peace in my life. I want peace and joy. My gosh, if I can't do what I do, and I love what I do, if I can't do what I do and have joy all day long, I don't want to be here, you know? And that's what I want for you. I want you to have a career like you never imagined you could have. This is all in you. Don't tell me that you can't get there from here. You can get there from here. Listen, and for you new people on here, I want you to know this. Every year, we have a Canadian in our company. We christen a Canadian Rookie of the Year, an Ontario Rookie of the Year. And I have people that come up to me, they start with our company, and they tell me, Joyce, I'm going to be your Ontario Rookie of the Year. I'm going to be your Canadian Rookie of the Year. Who am I to say, no, you're not? You know what I do? I cheer them on. I reinforce them. You know, we can lift people up with our words, or we can bury them, you know, and our responsibility as leaders is to lift them up, encourage them. Do you know, now listen to this. I had somebody who started, I just want to share this because I want you to know that what one man or woman can do, another man or woman can do. I had somebody start in January of 2020. They finished off 2020, my Canadian Rookie of the Year. You want to hear a jaw dropper? Closed, 65 closed transaction ends, 65. And I had to go through a spreadsheet this deep. And the next group, because this person was ahead of everybody, but the next group deep, 30, 35, 40, 45, 46 transaction ends in a year. Don't ask me how they did it, okay? Like seasoned people go, how did they do it, okay? I'm telling you, when you fall in love with an idea, and it's a burning desire in your heart, because that's where it begins. It's in your heart, it's not your head. Your heart is the gasoline of that idea, okay? And doubt is the opposite of that. Doubt says, well, how could I possibly get here from there? Like no one's ever done that in my office before. Well, you know, so-and-so said that I'm probably not going to have a chance at that. Well, you know, and I've never had success doing this before. You know, I've never been great at taking listings. Just because you haven't done something before or been successful at it doesn't mean you can't get there from here. Okay. You're the one that decides what it is you want. You fall in love with that idea. That doubt destroys, because that doubt is like the brakes. You know, when you put the brakes on in your car, it stops the car. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care what your destination is, okay? Let's say you're out in a rural area, and every single place you have to travel to, you've got to get in your vehicle, okay? Now listen to this carefully, because it's very important, because we've got people from all spectrums on this call of the amount of business they do. Whether your destination that day is to go to Walmart, or the destination is to go to Hazelton Lanes, okay? They're both destinations. They're both what we call a goal of where we want to go. Believe me, when you get into your car, you've got to put on the gas, okay? It's pedal, what do they say? Pedal to the metal to get you going, to go where you want to go. And you want to alleviate the doubt. Ditch the doubt, because the doubt is the brakes. It'll stop you from where you're going. Okay. And I want you to know that when you've got that goal, when it's written down on that card and it excites you, every time there's a problem, it will help you get over that problem. It'll help you get over that speed bump. Because I'm going to promise you this, when you start making goals, you're going to find something to be true. There's going to be some hurdles along the way that you got to jump over. There's got to be some hoops that you're going to jump through. And I can tell you personally, because I keep reinventing myself as well, doing this over and over and over again. And the bigger the goals, the bigger the challenges, I have literally felt like I've been running through a swamp with alligators chasing me, okay? Like this is part of the journey when you pick a goal, okay? And the beauty of the goal is no matter how tough it gets and the doubt tries to sneak in, you just pick up that goal card and you say, no, this is what I want. This is the destination, and I don't care what I got to go through to get it, I'm going to get it. You know, I would say to each and every one of you right now that if you just, I'm going to be a bit old school here. I don't know if I'm close to Richard's age or not, but I'm getting up there, and I'm old school with a lot of stuff that I do. And one of my favorite apps of all time is the phone app. That's right, the phone app, the cell, you pick it up, you dial the number, okay? And if I said to you right now, like truly, just feel this inside your body right now, okay? Because you can feel it, okay? If I said to you that you from today to the end of next week, phone 20 people a day on top of whatever you're doing, phone calls, 20 of them a day, people that are past customers or clients, and if you're brand new in the business, it's friends, family, you know, people you ski with, anybody that you know, that you actually made those 20 calls and you just said, hey, it's Joyce calling with a 3-minute real estate update. I'm going to tell you about where home prices are going, you know, tell me when you're thinking of listing your home. And if they're not, you know, well, who do you know? Who have you been talking to that's been thinking of even considering making a move, you know, or going somewhere else? If you just had that little conversation, 20 more a day, would you have a better propensity of getting a listing? Okay. You know whether that's true or that resonates with you, don't you? Everything inside of you, what it is that you want, get excited about it. And you know, why wouldn't you have people that are clients for life? Why wouldn't you have 80% referral business? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just decide, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get myself a listing next week. I put that challenge out to anybody right here on this line, because I know that if you get yourself focused and you decide that's your goal for next week, that you will get a listing. I know you will. I know it with everything in my being. But here's the thing. I can't create for you. You've got to create for you. You've got to decide what you want. I can look at you and I can say, my gosh, all I see is potential. You are so marvelously made. You are just all potential. Okay, but you're the one that's got to grab onto that and decide, what is it that I want? You know, where am I going to draw the line in the sand that I've had enough? Have you ever done that with anything? I know I have. And it could be in any arena. It could be in your finances, right? I'm getting out of debt, whatever it is. I'm deciding right now. I don't care if it takes me 2 months or 4 years, I'm going to make that happen. Or maybe you've got a bunch of money and what you're frustrated with is that you're not getting the return that you want because interest rates are so low. Okay. It's the same thing. You know, sometimes we go through life and we look at our RSPs and all these things and we see the low rates of return, but we don't actually stop and say, okay, I don't like this, but what is it that I want? And create a new goal. Now, I know that my time has gone here very, very quickly and I'm just looking at the clock. I don't want to finish off without leaving you with this, is that I don't know if any of you affirm. I've been affirming using the affirmation principle, and I don't have time to really talk about that here today, but I've been doing that for over 30 years. It's why I have affirmations on the back side of my goal card, and that goal card is something you can create, go get it laminated, updated as often as you want, because you change. It's the whole point. You grow, you change. But what I want to do is I want to finish off here today with 2 affirmations. I'd love if you write them down. They have been with me, gosh, maybe more than 30 years now. I don't even actually remember where I got them from. You know, sometimes you just collect things over the years. But I just want to share these with you because I think they're very, very important. And here's the first one. If you could write this down, all achievement and success happens for me in an easy and relaxed manner in a positive and healthy way. All achievement and success happens for me in an easy and relaxed manner in a positive and healthy way. You can just kind of feel that radiate in your body, can't you? You know, this is what words are. They're all powerful. They're our whole source of creation. We create with our word, we create with our thought. And here's the second one. And this has been the love of my life, this affirmation, because it brings me back to the power of who each and every one of us is and are and what we have to work with in each and every day. And it's this: I am now creating a future that I love. I am now creating a future that I love, because this is where we create, is in the moment of right now. Our tomorrow is created today with our thinking, the repetition of our thinking, what we entertain over and over and over again. To each and every one of you, I wish to you, my intent for every one of you is to have the most spectacular year in real estate you have ever had. Thank you so much for having me on the call here, Virginia. It's been my absolute pleasure, and congratulations on the buzz. And I know everybody here is going to stick around for the next rest of the day and tomorrow. Great technology, information, data, everything that you need to reach your goal is here in this conference. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Joyce. I know we got some great comments here, and I know Melissa Salazar has posted your quote, so thank you very much. That's amazing. We are at 12:02. We do have a few questions if you wanted to go through the chat and answer a few of them, but that was very inspirational, and I hope a lot of the new agents that got into the business over the last year really take the advice that you shared with us today, because people like ourselves, where we've been involved in the industry, I've been licensed 26 years, we've seen the market change. Yes. But those that have been getting into the business when it's been really quick and fast and money-making years, this is a time they haven't seen this before, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very true. Absolutely.
So thank you so much for being here. And thank you for being our gold sponsor of the Buzz Conference. We'll be in touch.
Okay, so we have now up next, we have Ryan Saraval. He's the founder and CEO of Revel Realty. And he's going to be speaking about the importance of establishing boutique brand presence. And Ryan, we have made you a co-host and you're unmuted. So hello and welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, do I share my screen here?
Yep.
Ryan Saravalli, share your screen. I had to put an end, a letter at the end there, Saravalli. It's Italian, I think, right?
It is, yes.
I love it.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now. Thank you. Okay, put this over here, present. So you can all see that?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to be a part of the Buzz Conference. Thanks, Virginia. So yeah, my name is Ryan Saravalli. I am the broker and founder of Revel Realty, Inc. brokerage originating in the Niagara region. I am the proud husband of my lovely wife, Nikki Saravalli, who also helped me found this company. I am the father of two beautiful children, my son, Leonardo, who just recently turned 10 2 days ago, and my lovely daughter, London, who is 6 years old and clearly just rules our household. I am the son of two wonderful parents, immigrant parents from Italy that came here. My father came when he was around 15 years old. My mother came on the boat when she was 8 years old. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, we lost my father. He was an incredible man, incredible father, and an unbelievable business mentor. And growing up in a small town of Thorold in the Niagara region, with other immigrant families, we were pushed to participate in a sport, and the main sport affiliated with our culture was soccer. And it was a great time growing up in a small town playing this sport. But for some odd reason, I was drawn to a different sport, and it wasn't hockey, as hockey is Canada's #1 sport. It was the sport of basketball, and it really didn't affiliate with my culture at the time. I mean, I wasn't the most athletic. I was Italian, loving to play a game that was predominantly dominated by African Americans. I wasn't the most athletic, and I wasn't the tallest either. But I became infatuated with this sport. I loved the game. I played throughout Ontario growing up until I had the opportunity to receive my dream come true, which was a scholarship in the NCAAs out of in Division I basketball, which is currently going on right now, the March Madness tournament. So I accepted that scholarship, and I attended the school, College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, Mass, and I played 4 years for a great program, the Holy Cross Crusaders. And during this time, I was able to really learn the value of team camaraderie and team philosophies. I was coached by He's known as one of the greatest basketball minds in the US. He coached the New York Knicks against Michael Jordan. And he really explained to us the value of coming together as one and believing in one sort of philosophy. And when I joined this school, we were ranked 310 out of 315 Division I schools. And by the time I graduated, we were a top 50 program in the nation. Following this sort of experience, I traveled throughout Europe. I played Italy, Poland, and France in a professional career before returning home to Niagara, in which I received my master's in education. And I had a short stint of teaching at the high school of St. Michael's in Niagara Falls, where I really learned the value now of mentorship and giving back to people who were younger than me. There's a picture of my boy. I had the opportunity to coach him last year, pre-COVID, in the Ontario Championships, which was a great learning opportunity. So I really appreciated that time, but for some reason I wasn't being fueled with my competitive nature, my competitive drive that was relating to my basketball years. So I decided to change my course of action and enter into the real estate world. And I always wanted to be into real estate. My parents, growing up, were always driving around, looking at properties, commercial properties. My father was heavily involved in investing into the real estate market and building commercial and industrial properties. So I did have a liking to the industry. At a young age, my father suffered an accident that reclined him to a wheelchair, in which my mother became a full-time caregiver. So we were at a dilemma in my young 20s where these properties weren't being looked after. And I felt that I had a responsibility to jump into real estate so I can become more educated and help out the family, and in turn, sell real estate and gain knowledge of the industry. I was very fortunate to start my career immediately with a home builder in Niagara. And I found myself selling new construction sales. And it was a great experience for many, many years. And I always had aspirations of owning my own brokerage. After being in the industry for 6 and 7 years, I noticed in the industry there was something missing, particularly in the Niagara region. There was a lot of brokerages in the area, but I felt there was a niche for myself and my vision to sort of take flight. And that was the creation of Revel Realty. It was a name that we thought was current, was modern. We liked what it represented, to celebrate, to make merry. We feel that in selling real estate and representing clients with their most prized possession, something that they work their entire life for, and they share the most intimate memories in a household, that it should be a celebration when they're selling and when they're buying, and even when they're investing, because they're investing their hard-earned money. So we came up with this name with Revel, and yeah, we're really proud of the name. So in order to sort of bring in my roots of my basketball and my teaching philosophies, we decided to build a basketball court in our office. And it's a place where, number one, I can go shoot hoops and take a break from the industry, but more so, it's synonymous with the team values that I learned, and I wanted to incorporate within a brokerage that, is predominantly independent. I mean, we're considered independent contractors in this business. And a lot of people said to me, there's no way you can implement team philosophies in an industry that is very independent. When it comes down to money, everybody is on their own. And I completely disagreed with that. And I sort of went against the grain and really thought that if I could exemplify areas within our office that promoted team philosophies, it would be a big support to the realtors. The period in orange, people have often asked, does that represent a basketball? I mean, perhaps subconsciously it relates to the connection in the past, but we adopted an early slogan when we first opened, was celebrate, period. And that was it. So let us sell your home, let us help you invest, and let's celebrate together. So our vision of the modern realtor was something different. I mean, when I entered into the industry, I was finding myself just selling new construction, and I was doing a good job of new construction, but I was a little bit uncomfortable in other areas of the business. So in relating it back to my basketball years, I looked at a player, and I thought that they should be multifaceted and diversified. Instead of just being good at selling new construction, I believe the modern realtor should be, educated in multiple areas, whether it's commercial leasing, it's property management, it's new construction, it's in development. So we really put an onus on how to sort of educate our realtors into becoming something more diversified. So much so that we developed our own RevelEd intense curriculum of education and training in the real estate industry. And it's taught by the top selling realtors and mentors at Revel. So a lot of them get second, third perspective education from these realtors who have been selling at a very high level. And I think it was sort of an option to tie in my education background and my master's of teaching and mentorship into a program that could really educate a lot of the realtors. In the past 5 years, we were able to develop 2 Rookie of the Years in the Niagara region. So the results have been quite well received. Charity was always very well connected to my family. I mean, my parents came from Italy, very poor, but for 45 years, they were always donating money back to their hometown, to churches, to schools in Italy. So I wanted this to be incorporated into the bloodline of Revel. I think tying into the community that entrusts you to sell their most prized possessions is very, very important. And we've been very fortunate over the course of the short time of five years to raise over hundreds of thousands of dollars to various charities, to schools, to Project Share, and to hospitals as well. Yearly, when most brokerages, traditional brokerages, were celebrating their top sales representatives and giving out awards for achievements in sales, we decided to go against the grain and raise money to create our own Revel Charity Ball. And it's been a huge success. It's been a tie to the community. It couples with intense, entertainment, 10-piece bands, Cirque du Soleil presentations, and shows. And it's just a good way to sort of interact with, again, the community that entrusts you with their real estate needs. One thing I was always taught growing up was to always hang around with people better than you, to inspire you to become better. And I applied that in my life, right from my parents into my college days. And this is something we developed called Friday Frenzies. Once a month, we gather outside of the work environment in a social setting to push people to engage with one another and to sort of raise up your level of play in the real estate industry, to find out and see what these top selling realtors are doing that is separating them from others. And when this business can be very lonely at times, you experience very highs and much lows. And I think having a family team support system is critically important. And this has been a lot of fun as well within the company. To take the brand even further, we developed our own Revel style cultural lifestyle magazine. And this has been a huge success, both digitally and in print. Again, it's tying us to the community. It's educating the community on what is happening. There's buying and selling tips. There's future development. There's celebrity interviews. It gives opportunities for local businesses to advertise. And I think it just really separates us owning and creating our own lifestyle magazine. And again, we have a great party, a great launch party with, again, bands, live entertainment to issue out the covers. So another innovative thing I thought was cool, we took our namesake of Revel and we implemented that into our marketing campaigns. So Revel, we pushed Join the Revolution constantly, and when realtors are joining, they're saying, I've joined the revolution. People often hear me say every generation needs a revolution. I think people in the industry are always looking for something that's innovative, that's new, that gives them an alternative or an easier way or efficient way to run business. Our slogan from the start has been revolutionizing real estate, to offer people an alternative to do business. And at the bottom there is our own internal podcast. We have on staff professional writers, professional videographers, professional photographers. So we really value these multiple ways of marketing and technology. And this leads me into my next slide is technology. I mean, the game of real estate has changed so quickly. It has become so much more efficient with social media and the digital world, that even when COVID hit, it really didn't shake us up, because from the onset of our company 6.5 years ago, we sort of made it very normal and routine. And we've aligned ourselves with technology right from the start, to the point where we're almost 100% paperless company. Everything is done digitally. We have an internal communication system amongst our realtors and our offices across Ontario. when we're listing properties, which has become very, very efficient. We have, interactive marketing brochures with, 3-dimensional and Matterport marketing. Planet Orange is something that we took to another level within our company. It offers our realtors personalized websites, smart CRM systems, lead engine optimization opportunities, analytics, marketing automation through social media. So it really sort of marries all of our technology into one platform, one dashboard that makes it very, very easy for our realtors to use and become comfortable with. And it's something that moving forward in the industry, that realtors have to be comfortable adapting to. It's, our latest issue of Revel Style magazine is adapt in style. We have to do it. We can't resist the changes that are inevitable. I mean, my kids at 6 years old can navigate through an iPad, so efficiently, and it's just the way the future is. And I think being comfortable in that workspace is going to be critical for the future. So for us, I mean, what is next? Organically, we have seen growth in areas where traditional brokerages have dominated those areas. We currently sit at 200 realtors in 10 locations across the province, and our goal is to expand and it's to grow. And I think the next organic step is to lead towards franchise, in which we're doing so. So we're having fun. We're very blessed to be in an industry where we get to represent people's most prized possession, as I said, and we continue to hopefully revolutionize the real estate game in our manner and in our style. So thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm all done.
Oh, I think what Revel has done in Canadian real estate, and Ryan, how long have you been licensed and in the industry for?
So I was licensed in 2007, and Revel has been 6.5 years old right now.
6.5 years old. So I've been licensed for 26 years. And when I started, there was no boutique real estate companies. At least there was very minimal. It was always the big brands, Royal LePage, Exit Realty, Century 21, Remax, Sotheby's, like just so many big companies. And over the last couple of years, specifically over the last 2 to 3 years, I've seen the rise of boutique brokerages really coming on strong. And it's the younger generation, that next generation millennial or younger realtor that is saying, I want to try something on my own. I want to be the Frank Poslers or the Mr. Bosleys of real estate. And when you had that first idea, this is what I want to do, did you want to emulate anyone? Did you look at what other companies were offering? And did you actually work with any of the larger companies?
Yeah, I actually started my career with Royal LePage. I went to a smaller boutique brokerage in Niagara just for a short stint. But at that time, I was at a crossroads. I was actually approached from a national franchise, a very reputable national franchise, to lead them in Niagara. And I was at a crossroads. I did think about it, but I didn't want any restrictions on my creative mindset. I thought I could pertain to a market with my vision and team concepts that would sort of excite the business. People often see me in Niagara and say that we've changed the game of real estate in Niagara. And I said, well, that's our slogan, right? We always wanted to revolutionize the real estate game. So I just love the creativity. And I think the reason why I took sort of this role, perhaps it could have been growing up in an immigrant family. I mean, my parents came, like I mentioned, from Italy, and then I played for a small Division I school in the States. And we had opportunities to play against these national powerhouses like the Kentuckys, the North Carolinas, and the Kansas. And I was just comfortable in that setting of being sort of the underdog role. I just think there's no limitations on it.
Right. And what's the average age of your realtors in your offices?
Well, I'm 42. So I would say, honestly, probably around the 45 range.
45 range. Any brand new agents that are getting into the business? I noticed you started a rookie camp.
Yeah, so actually we have an online rookie camp tonight. I mean, they're all ages in our company. I mean, we're growing throughout Ontario, so I think different areas call for different age groups and different demographics. And you know what? No matter how old you are, you can always learn and grow with technology. I mean, it's intimidating at first, but we want to make it very comfortable. We've always made it comfortable to learn and grow your business.
And how do you and your wife split your roles? How has that come together? I love what you guys represent. You remind me of a younger version of Wayne and I when we were at the height of our real estate career years ago. So when I see you guys with the young kids, I think, wow, here they are. They're ready to go. And we were at that point too. But how do you balance life and family and your roles within the company?
Yeah, so she's our CFO. She's a huge part on the back end. The systems that we acquire, the technology systems we implement, and the financing. And I focus my mindset on growth, business development, spending time with a lot of the realtors. And I love working with my wife. I think we have a great dynamics. We really enjoy it. Oftentimes when we do take a break and we're on a beach and vacationing, oftentimes business does seem to come up because it's a part of our life and we're extremely passionate about it.
I love it. And how many offices do you have now? And what's your goal for the next decade? Where do you see Revel?
Well, we have 10 offices. We have 200 realtors. I definitely want to get to 500 realtors. That's a goal in my mind sooner than later. And I sort of have a plan on how we want to achieve that. And yeah, we're just looking forward to it. And we're very appreciative of where we're at and where we're heading.
Awesome. Well, it's always a pleasure seeing when Revel shows our listings. I know we got a great caliber. When we drive up to the Niagara region, we see Revel signs in smaller communities up there, but they're all over the place. I want to congratulate you on a job well done on facilitating your brand with innovative approaches. I think it's incredible. Thank you for being our Ruby sponsor alongside AREAA, the Ontario Real Estate Association in Canada. Having you both here today with LePage as our diamond sponsor and Exit Realty as our gold sponsor has been incredible. You are our leaders that have definitely taken us on a new journey this past year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Virginia. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Who's up next, Richard?
No, actually, Virginia, you're presenting the next panel.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've got Alex Osai. Now, is Alex here today? Yes, he is. I just found him. I made him a co-host. I've got Nancy Spotton is here. And now I'm going to look for Matt and Chef John Horn.
That's right. We got the Regan team.
Is the Regan, okay, are they under Regan team? Okay,
I think that's what I see. Yep, that's Matthew under the Regan team.
Yes, and John Horn. Chef John Horn. I love it. Okay, Alex Osai is the broker owner and just so innovative this past year of LePage Meadowtown Realty. And I'm going to have him join the virtual stage right now. Where are you, Alex? Say hello. Are you on mute?
Yep, they're all on mute.
If they can all unmute themselves so I can give you guys spotlight.
There you go. I'm unmuted.
Amazing.
How are you, Virginia?
I'm great. How are you, Alex?
Very good. Very good.
I know you've put together an incredible panel today on the 5 a.m. Club. I think we're going to learn a lot today with your panelists, especially. I'm looking forward to hearing what Chef John Horn has for us today. I'm going to look for Matt Reagan.
I'm here.
There you are, Matt. And is Nancy here?
Yep, she's there. She's already unmuted herself.
Matt.
Oh, wonderful.
Matt,
you go?
Farm.
I'm on my farm. Yes, I am.
There we go. Our 4 panelists.
Great.
Actually, our 3 panelists and our key lead session moderator, Alex Osai from LePage Meadowtown. And they're going to be speaking on the 5 a.m. Club and how we can become more productive and more focused starting so early in the morning. What kind of things can we get done that will allow us to have a more productive and energized day? Welcome, Alex Osai and panel.
Thank you. So this session is for sure inspired by Robin Sharma's book, The 5 a.m. Club. I think he sold 15 million copies of it. And, you know, it's based, it's a great sort of fable that is based on winning your morning and winning your day and starting, you know, while it's still dark out and that sort of thing. But today is more of a leadership panel. It's sort of morphed into that. And all 3 of our guests lived the life that I think we were inspired by. We're going to have a real, I think, good inside view today on what makes these leaders tick. And I'm going to start by introducing John Horn. Welcome, Chef Horn. How are you?
I'm great, Alex. How are you?
Good. It's just the two of us, by the way, today here, John, or the four of us. So don't worry. You can, like, anything you say won't go very far. This is very private. So the first time I met John Horn, we were both at an annual charitable event, and he and his team run the catered lunch. And what I noticed is that his level of focus was unbelievable. It was like he was watching over everybody from a distance. Sort of assessing every detail. I imagine that he was doing it in slow motion. It was really cool. He reminded me of sort of like a conductor running an orchestra, and he's controlled, he's intense. John has 7 chefs reporting into him, and he oversees iconic restaurants like Canoe, Auberge de Pommier, and Biff's Bistro, just to name a few. So welcome, Chef. We're glad you're here at a real estate conference. It's kind of odd that our chef is at the real estate conference. Our next guest is Nancy Spotten. Nancy, welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
So Nancy and I, I'll tell you, Nancy builds leaders. That's really what she does. She builds better leaders. She spends a lot of her time working with high-level leaders that come from elite sport. I'm just following a couple of my notes here that I took when Nancy and I had our call. Our first meeting was amazing. It lasted almost an hour. I think I talked to her a third of the way to Ottawa when she was heading there. And it didn't take me long to figure out that she was more assessing me than I was assessing her. So I'm thinking, do I want her to be on our panel? I haven't really, we haven't talked. And she's thinking, who is this guy? Do I want to be on this panel? And she was trying to figure out who I was, what my convictions were, what my mindset was. And it was amazing. She was open. She shared thoughts about leadership, like key fundamentals, self-awareness, learning mindset, will to win. She also just has this energy that when I got off the phone, off our first call, I was so excited that she had agreed to join our panel. And because my fingers were crossed all the way through our call, because I just wanted you just kind of have such an amazing energy. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Matthew Regan. We thought at a real estate conference we should have a realtor, and you're a second generation realtor. You lead a very, very successful team, and Matthew is a guy that's hard not to notice. So he's tireless, dedicated, he's inspiring. He's actually been a guest speaker at one of our company functions, at one of our kickoffs. Everybody loved your spirit, your sharing mindset. And I'm going to share a little something, if I can share my screen here, because when Virginia and I started talking about this, we both said, we know which realtor to call. And I'll just share with the rest of our audience why we thought that was a good idea. Here we go.
See, they even carried Callaway Edge 10-piece women's set, right-handed, $739, which is a pretty good price, isn't it?
You guys get the message, right? Now you can all say that you've seen Matthew in the shower, which is kind of neat. So when we thought about the 5 a.m. club, I don't know if it was Virginia or I, but both of us sort of came to the same thing. Like, do you remember that video? And we dug it up, Matthew. So anything that you put out there, just remember it never goes away. And one of our colleagues dug it up and sent it to me, and so it was fantastic. And I think that's what caused me to call you and come to a kickoff at one of our meetings. So welcome to you all. Nancy kind of said to me that I can't make this boring. She says people hate boring panelists. So she said you better come up with some good questions. So Nancy, I spent some time doing that.
Good.
And so you're first in the chair.
Excellent.
So we've all heard people talk about finding your why. I think Simon Sinek was the first person to come up with that, or he at least made it famous, and we all kind of have heard that. What's your take on that?
Finding what makes your heart sing is the most important thing that anybody can do. And if you're doing what you're doing and you don't love what you're doing, what the fuck are you doing it for? It really is a powerful piece of your puzzle. And if you are doing something that is just a job, it feels like a job, very grindy. So you gotta love what you do.
So when you think about finding your why, is that the way people are going to figure out sort of who they are or what their thing is, or what would be your approach?
I would say most people start their journey with the wrong decisions, money, functional skill, when in fact they have to figure out what makes the heart beat faster. Because if your heart's not beating faster, then it is a functional skill. A functional skill is not going to make your heart beat faster. Find out what you love to do, find out what you're good at doing, and then it's the trifecta of awesome. Find out if you can make some money at it. That trifecta of awesome, those three decisions are key when you're finding your way. Then it becomes momentum generating. All of a sudden it's 30 years later and you're going, Jesus, what happened to the world? The time flies by. All of these guys, the Reagan team, the chef, all of these guys do what they do because they love what they do. They don't do it because it's a job. That becomes a significantly different energy that you give off to the world when you're doing things that don't make your heart sing. That's what I believe. That's what I feel. That's what I see every single day.
Awesome. So goals, you have a distinction between goals and vision, and you come at it very differently. Can you talk to us about goals versus vision?
I will come back to Simon Sinek and the infinite game, and he frames it out really well. He learned that from philosophers that articulated infinite versus finite. So it really is about that. It's about infinite versus a finite mindset. Goals are a very finite mindset, and a vision is more of an infinite mindset. It's about the journey of learning. It's not about, hey, I want to win the game. Woo! Now that you've won the game, what do you do? It is about that momentum. It's about generating momentum. You can do that in sales when you're selling in real estate. You know, if you look at it from a finite perspective, I sell to Alex, I make that sale, I close the sale. But if you look at it from an infinite perspective, it's about developing relationship with Alex, who then promotes Alex and Nancy to, you know, Chef Horn, who wants to sell 5 houses, and that one's an infinite mindset, one's a finite mindset. I'm not in it for the short game, I'm in it for the long game. And that generates momentum. And that ultimately comes back to heart singing.
That's great, thank you. I have a question for John. John, Nancy mentioned winning the day. How do you know when you've won the day, Chef?
I mean, it depends on the day, definitely. Every day is a little bit different, especially right now. Today, I was looking at patios first thing this morning for Canoe Restaurant because we don't have a patio on the 54th floor. So I usually have my goals in the day and what I want to accomplish. I definitely like to start early. I have 2 little kids, so if I don't get a jump on them, you're chasing them from the start. So, I mean, I go back to what Nancy says. It's very much like you have your vision, right? But how do you get to that vision is all these goals. I'm very goal oriented, whether it's for myself or my teams, and not only for the restaurants, but in my personal life as well. So I try to have my day organized before I start my day. I find if I don't know what's going to happen in that day, you're chasing the day rather than capturing the day.
Fantastic. I did a little reconnaissance, John, and I have to admit, I had a long phone call with a young chef who did a co-op with you, and I asked him sort of a few questions right after our call, actually. So it was sort of neat.
Oh, you're quick.
I had him on speed dial. So he said you made him feel like he wanted to be better. He said, and I thought, oh, okay, now I'm getting into the dirt. Did he yell and scream? He says, no, he's stoic almost. He says he walks into the room and you know he's there, and you just want to shine, you want to do your best. And he wrote me a lovely email about you if you ever need a reference. You know. and he said something about the way you carry yourself, how you speak and lead by example. And that was really quite amazing. Can you comment on that?
Listen, it took a while in my career to I guess the best way to put it is to get over yourself. You know, you have to be the leader, you have to be the one leading the charge, but you're not going to accomplish anything, especially what I do now with 7 restaurants, and I literally probably have 600 people that work for me. I'm not going to accomplish all of this unless we're all in it together. It really has to be a team, and we have to have that vision, that direction of where we want to be, but how do we hit markers to get there? And it takes everyone. It's not just the head chefs, it's not just the front of the house, it's every single person in that restaurant feeling great every day about what they're doing to make that happen. And I mean, the very first thing I do, I try to be in the restaurants before the staff get there. Usually I pick a certain restaurant every week that I'm there first thing in the morning, and I always make eye contact. I always, used to shake hands, can't do that anymore, but we make the eye contact, and I get a sense of very quickly what's going on with that person in that day, and it will be different every single day. And just to make a rapport and get to know them. But we do have a job to do, and we have a level we want to get to. And it has to be clear what that level is for everyone. And it doesn't take yelling and screaming. It just takes a conversation most of the time.
Wow. I had this phone call within 5 minutes of having your phone call, and you said something and he said something that just matched, and I didn't let on, just so you know. So he said he's worked in a lot of kitchens, and he says he was so thrilled to be there, and if he could, and once he's finished his program, he would love to work with you again if he had the chance. However, he said something strange, and he said, he says, we all work at a station, and he says, this guy even makes you want to have your station cleaner and nicer and perfect and everything ideal and this, that. And he said, there's kind of an old folks tale that says chef comes in the dark and looks around before we open. And meanwhile, chef said to me, yeah, sometimes I go in early and I see how they left the place the night before, and it was uncanny. So they're not sure whether the light in the refrigerator is on or off, chef. They don't know if that you come in the middle of the night or early in the morning, but it was really quite cool. So it was inspiring. You oversee
fantastic.
You oversee 7 chefs. How do you fit this into your day? Am I frozen?
I don't think Chef John heard.
Connection's going a little funny. Are you still there?
Yeah. Hey, chef.
It might be me.
Okay. I'm going to change gears quickly and go to Matthew. Yep. Matthew.
Hi, Alex.
Hey.
You gonna grill me?
Oh, no. So you run your team and your business mostly remotely, you told me. And I'd love to hear how that looks.
Well, it looks like, in the literal sense, what's behind me, that's my farm. Those aren't my horses, but they are on the farm. Yeah, 7 years ago, I very by accident and nothing by design, moved 2 hours away from my trading area. And back then I was a selling houses to make a living. And it's a longer story than we have time for now, Alex, but in the spirit of the 5 a.m. club, there was some sacrifices along the way that had to be made, and some very clear-cut decisions around my time that had to be made.
So I had a note to ask you about what your top few habits would be, because I suspected, and I've heard that you're all about the detail and you're tireless. I've heard those things, so I'd love to hear about your habits.
Yeah, I'm a habitual person to the T. Nancy touched on the why, and I'm not going to say this is my why. I'm going to say it's a fact of life. Does anybody know how many hours are in a year? Without a calculator, there's 8,760 hours in a year. And Nancy also used another word, finite. What is finite in life? Death. We will all die. We're going to die, and it's okay. So I look at that and I go, well, what the heck am I going to do with my time leading up to that point? Because I can't control when that point comes, but I can control what I can do with my time. And I sure as heck don't want to spend it in bed. I just don't. I'm not built that way. I don't find comfort under the covers. I don't find comfort sleeping in. You want to catch me on a bad day in a bad mood, it means I got up at 6. I am a 4 a.m. guy. I've been like this for a long time. And some people go, holy cow, 4 a.m., that's impossible. No, it's not, because I sit there and go, if you stay up till 11 p.m., I think that's impossible. So it's all relative, right? But one of the things that I learned that is habitual is my creative state. We all have a creative state or a creative flow when we do have our best energy. And I've determined that mine's in the morning. And in fact, if you go back over the thousands of years that humans have been alive, most people that excel at their craft are up early. Reading Tom Brady's book right now, that guy's not getting up at 4 a.m. That guy's getting into the gym at 4 a.m., getting his workouts in before his teammates. That's a habit. Good habits lead to success, in my opinion. And I also believe that depending on how you define success, that's a slippery word, but depending on how you define success, success is made when no one's looking. It's what you do with your time when nobody's looking that matters the most. And something, Alex, I know I'll try to dumb this down, coming back to the 5 a.m. theory or getting up early is, did you know that if you want to make $250,000 a year, and now I'm talking to most realtors here for a second, if you want to make $250,000 a year, there's a way to expedite that. So if you're willing to work a 9-hour workday, 6 days a week, which a lot of realtors work more than that. I'm sure Chef John's in that camp, and Nancy too, being a business owner. If you want to make a few bucks extra, 1 hour of your time is worth roughly $100 an hour. Well, $100 an hour, if I got up 1 more hour early every morning for the whole year, what did my math spit out? That's an extra $26,000 a year, so long as I'm using my time in a productive way. If you fast forward to the big thinkers in our audience and you want to make $1 million, I can get you there 10% faster just by getting up 1 extra hour, 6 days a week. That would put you at just over $100,000 a year in extra income, so long as you've got good habits in that hour. Don't watch like City Pulse News. I don't think that's a productive use of time.
Thank you. Nancy, how do you decide what you say yes to and what you say no to?
I am very clear what my 4 walls are, and they are defined, and in the center of those 4 walls are my values, and I am a coach who cares. So I provide clarity, hold you accountable, respectful, expectations, so I have expectations of myself and others, and strengths. So the values sit in the center. I have 4 walls that define who I am and what my brand is. And then from those four walls, I make decisions. That makes it easy. So I would say, here's what I would add. If you were to learn 3 things from me, learn these things. You have a choice, always be strategically intentional, and always be proactive. And back to what we've heard today, I do that at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I get up and I am making choices, reading books, studying how to be better, working to learn and push myself forward. And really, it's a choice. I'm strategically intentional and I'm being very proactive. And those decisions, those habits, what we've heard today, ultimately drive the decision. I've defined my brand. That helps me be proactive, intentional, and make the right choices.
Wow, thank you. What are the 4 or 5 things that you do? What do you like to do? What are your top things?
What do I like to do? Learn. What do I love to do? Share. What do I absolutely am inspired by? The asking questions and learning from top performers. Gives me energy because they motivate me. I'll motivate them, but I motivate all the people that I work with, whether you're a retired Premier League player or you're Alex. I love listening to your stories. I love asking the right questions because learning helps me move forward. And that is a key piece. And then the more I learn, the more I grow, the more I grow, the more I share, the better off other people are, because I'm here to help people succeed. That's my role in life. I help people succeed by finding what makes them great. So fun.
Fantastic. You said something on our last call about imagining someone was a player with that's idolized and in front of 80,000 people, and now they're trying to get into whatever their career is. Can you tell us about that? What they go through in that shift?
It's about personal identity. Most people who are athletes, most people who are students, most people who are founders and executives, they go through a life where if I'm Stephen Caldwell and I'm playing in front of 80,000 people, everything's amazing. I'm the captain of Toronto FC, woohoo! All these people are cheering for me, and then all of a sudden, that door closes and you don't know who you are. Who are you as a person when 80,000 people aren't screaming your name? And so when I'm sitting in a meeting and I lean over and I say, Stephen, you've got great listening skills. And he's like, Nance, I have no idea who I am. I have no idea what I'm doing. And so that was a bad Scottish accent, but they internalize because they're high physically competitive, high control, high self-confidence. So they protect themselves because they don't really know how to ask for help. So shifting from personal identity as a player to personal identity of who are you as a non-player is incredibly difficult. You got to find out what makes your heart sing. What are you good at? So chef may have been good at the functional skill of being a chef, but now he is really a leader who leads leaders. And that's a whole different shift. You got to figure out who you are at your core, and then you can ultimately create more opportunities for you. But you can't create more opportunities for you until you figure out who you are and what you're really good at. Because when you figure that out, the voice changes. It comes from the pit of your stomach. You are truly confident. And it's a choice you have, we all have. You have to be intentional and you have to be proactive about it. And instead of meandering through your day, you set those goals that lead to your vision. It was a lot, very preachy.
Thank you. John, you're back.
I'm back, sorry. I don't
Awesome.
think Canoe paid their internet bill. Sorry.
Oh no! It occurred to me after we got off the phone, and you had said, "Oh, I'm working on a patio for Canoe," and I thought, "How the hell are you going to put a patio on the 50-something floor?" And so, did you find one?
I have 2 prospects, so we'll see what happens.
Good.
Who knows what this year is going to bring. So I have to be a little proactive to get my staff back working.
Fantastic. You oversee 7 chefs and you lead leaders, obviously. How do you, we started on this when we had some technical difficulty. How do you manage your time? How do you decide where and how you touch each of these leaders?
I wish I could give you an exact statement, because for me, it is starting the day early, because my day can change very quickly, like super quickly, whether a tire fire happens in another restaurant, or somebody's sick, or lots of things can happen in my day, especially overseeing that many places. So I have to keep my day flexible. And I have to trust my leaders going into it. Like if I started my day at 10 or 12 o'clock, I've already missed half the day in my restaurants. So to be up early and to get going and get that coffee into you, or the smoothie, and get going is very, very important. Even just missing the traffic going downtown is I mean, it's not happening right now, but it won't be long till that happens again. So to get that day going and to get the kickstart and to be ahead of everyone else is super important for me, or else I'm chasing the day.
Right. I have one final question for you, Chef. Your peers and the people that we've managed to speak to about you and get some information say you're one of the most talented chefs in the country. They also say that you're extremely humble. You're one of the most humble and kind people to work with. How do you stay grounded? I mean, you're running some of the best restaurants in the country, and managing this team of 600 people. How do you stay rooted?
I mean, it comes down to partly how I was raised. I come from a super small town, like 600 people, believe it or not. So I never actually thought I'd work in Toronto. Toronto was the big smoke, and you didn't go there. But for me, it was a lot about life experiences. It's a lot about making mistakes. That's how you learn things, is make a mistake. You learn more from your mistakes than you do from your successes, for sure. And I've made a lot of mistakes, and I think that really helps me in my career to stay focused and stay driven. I tend not to celebrate the successes, the wins as much as I should, probably, because I'm always trying to think ahead and trying to stay ahead, which helps me stay grounded as well. I'm more focused in the future sometimes than actually enjoying the moment, which is good and bad, right? But I definitely, it's just the way I was raised and the way my career gone. I started cooking when I was 13. Like, believe it or not, I've been cooking for almost 28, 29 years now. I know I don't look, just kidding. But I've had a lot of experience. I've been through a lot. I've seen a lot, and I understand the importance of the whole team and the vision in the restaurant. And my role is key to keep everyone going in the same direction, and not get too excited, but not get too down at the same time. Celebrate our successes, but keep continuing to grow and learn together.
Well, thank you. I have to do the math. How old are you?
I am 42 this year.
42. Awesome.
Yeah. I've had this haircut for a long time.
Matthew, you're a second-gen realtor. I worked I was sold at the same time your dad did before you started. I'm dating myself. And you're following in some pretty big footsteps, and you're creating even bigger ones. So many businesses suffer through the second generation and don't thrive. And so I'm really curious. Your business thrived completely. It's grown immensely. Your team ranked number 5 out of 18,000 realtors last year in the country, and you keep going. How did you make sure that you were going to pick up where Michael left off, and what's your vision?
That's a big question. And I think I'd be lying to everybody. And there's a lot of very familiar faces on this call. I've been spying on who's here, so they're going to hold me accountable, because I see Tom Labour and Tess Hecht and Lori Pentishin. But anyway, it was not by design, Alex. I mean, I do vividly remember I was 19 when I started. The kitchen coffee machine whispers, like people down in the kitchen, like, he'll only be successful because of his dad. He's got a leg up because of his father's success, like kind of those whispers. And I got some Irish blood, man. So I'm not gonna lie, like that stuck with me. You want to call it a chip on your shoulder or what have you, but I would say that definitely added a bit of fuel to my fire. Similar to what Chef John said, like, you know, I think we're a product of our upbringing and who we surround ourselves with. Being self-motivated was never a problem for me. Like I started my first business when I was 12. I was making good money by the age of 16. Like that was never my parents or by necessity. But as I got more mature, I'm going to use some air quotes here. Mature, took a while. I began to see life a little bit differently. It's like, you know, why am I doing the things I'm not good at? So if there was a turning point in my business, if there was a turning point in my life, it was when I kind of looked in the mirror and I said, you know what, kind of like what Nancy was saying earlier, why am I doing things that I'm not good at that lead to me not enjoying what I'm doing? Like, why don't I just do what I enjoy doing? And it sounds with yourself. You have to be very intentional with what decisions are going to lead to what is coming, and what's coming is trust. You have to surround yourself with people that you flat out trust, from banking and accounting to going on a listing presentation to working with a buyer client of yours. Like, learning to let go and delegating involves a lot of trust. How do you obtain trust? You surround yourself with amazing people. That, in a nutshell, Alex, is the single key, biggest key to the growth of this company.
Thank you. Nancy, I'm going to give you the last word, sort of. Tell us about people helping people culture.
You get energy from helping people. It isn't self-aggrandizing journey in life. It's about how you turn around and extend your hand and help other people. Help other people learn what you learn, share what you know, and help other people succeed, because that ultimately gives you energy. So there's a deep psychological reason why that we as humans are built like that. The people who are value-centered make a big difference in this world because they turn around and extend help to others. And sometimes help looks like, I'm going to hold you accountable, which means I am going to kick your butt. So those are great opportunities to help other people, being very clear, holding them accountable, setting expectations, always being respectful, and focusing on their strengths. Because you're not going to get the best out of people. Back to our trust comment. Teams that trust are teams that win. How do you build trust? Well, you are somebody who extends you, are honest and authentic with you. How do you build trust with other people? You have to know who you are. This biogenically centered self can then help other people succeed. And when you help other people succeed, it's the N effect. It's like N plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 100 plus a million. And ultimately, that in the end of the day, when you do die, that ultimately you have done something good for this world.
Fantastic.
Cool.
We're running out of time, and I'm going to give the floor back to Virginia. I just want to share one quote with you that you remind me of, and you guys fit so well together. It's wonderful. I thank you so much for agreeing to do this, and you've given so much value. The quote, one of my favorite quotes that you guys fit with it's by someone by the name of Larry Lucchino. And it says, life isn't about warming yourself by the fire, it's about building the fire. And I hope you guys will continue to build your fires, because you fit this perfectly. Thank you. Virginia?
Amazing, amazing. I'm gonna actually create a post for that, Nancy. I love that the teams that are built on trust are the teams that win. I really think that is an amazing quote, especially seeing how teams have grown and navigated. I mean, Matt Reagan would know this over the last year. Chef John Horn, district executive chef for Oliver Bonacini and the head chef for Canoe Restaurant. I have a story and a history with Canoe. I wrote it on Instagram. Please feel free to read it. I'm so happy that you're here. Matt Reagan, you are a class act. When I received your video months ago for the for one of the conferences in the summer, and you sent that video at 5 a.m. in the morning while you were going for a run, I thought that was a nighttime video, but it was actually a 5 a.m. video. So you continue to inspire. Your numbers and your accolades prove that you are just an impeccable leader. And Nancy Spotton, I look forward to learning more about you and speaking with you and seeing how we can have you back at a live conference, because I don't think we have you in your full force yet from what I saw on your website and in some of the videos and some of the things I've read online. I think you're a powerhouse, you're a force, and we want more. We're gonna get you live on a stage soon. Alex Osa, you know, you're one of my favorites, if not my favorite, our silver sponsor and a constant loyal supporter and mentor to the Buzz Conference. We thank you guys for always just using the Buzz Conference as a way even to, you know, attract people and talent to Royal LePage Meadowtown. I love the marketing you have done this week on your Instagram page. Thank you all for being here.
So Virginia, I keep on enticing you to come down to where I live, because I live just on top of one of Chef John's restaurants.
No way.
Yeah, that's where I was going to take you when you know, COVID happened. So I just want to extend an invitation to all of you, all 1,500 of you. If you come into town and you want to go for a great dinner, just, as they say in Britain, knock me up, and we'll go downstairs and have it.
I love it.
I'll definitely say hi next time I see you, Richard.
Okay, great.
Come downstairs.
And actually, Chef Horn, Richard Silver is an amazing baker. He has really learned how to bake, and he shares his recipes on Instagram and Facebook. So maybe you two have to do another session in the future on cooking.
Ask your team at the restaurant. I've been bringing them pastries all year. I'm type 2 diabetic, so I can't eat. So I have to give everything away. So a lot of it goes to your staff at the restaurant.
So that's how they've been putting on that COVID weight.
Exactly. Better on them.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm going to just remove everybody's spotlights here. Amazing, Richard. That's right. You did tell me that you were living underneath one of the Oliver Bonacini restaurants. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's fun. Well, I'm going to bring up our next panelist. I've got Natasha Koifman here, who is the president and founder of NKPR, a big public relation firm in downtown Toronto with offices in New York. She works with some of the most incredible companies in really elevating their public relations and branding. And I also have Debbie Kosick, who I've known Debbie since she was a young girl, and to see where she's built her business. She is the CEO and founder of Intuition Realty. Welcome to the virtual stage, ladies. I'm going to give you spotlight. And where is Debbie Kosick? There we are. And Richard, I'm going to take you out just for the time being.
No problem.
And I'm going to put myself over here. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to work from the background and just have you two women on the stage. You're two of my favorites. You have a lot of different strengths on both sides of the conversation that we're going to have today. Debbie, who deals in the real estate brokerage space, and Natasha, who deals with, she works with all of the biggest developers and condo pre-construction companies throughout the GTA and Canada. So let's start with our first question. What has the past year taught us about real estate? And basically in the area of pre-construction and development. Why don't we start with you, Natasha? What have you seen with a lot of your clients? You work with the biggest brands out there.
It taught us that real estate is an awesome investment, because you look at the pandemic and we didn't skip a beat. You look at, Center Court is a really good example where they just did their launch of their 8 Wellesley project. They sold $515 million worth of inventory in 10 days. So when you look at real estate in Toronto, we we're not even close to hitting where we should be and could be. And so, you know, and you kind of almost have to compare it to like New York prices. We're not there yet. And so from a pre-construction standpoint, condominiums are such a great investment. And when you think of even just homes, we just don't have any inventory. I read something just recently that a condo on resale in Liberty Village had 50 offers on it, 1 bedroom. So, you know, I think what it taught us is from an investment standpoint, the real estate market in our city is really hot.
Is really hot. And are you finding that with your clients, have the buyer demands and wants and needs, have they changed?
I think they've evolved for sure. You know, I would say all of our clients are putting so much thought into amenities because what people are looking for now coming out of the pandemic is it's evolved. They're really looking at space planning in a much more, I would say with a spotlight on space planning. I know you're going to be speaking to Alessandra Munch for the Seven Dale project. And so we work with him so much on a lot of the pre-con projects with Lantera. And so he's just got so many innovative ways of, you know, making sure that you're using space, especially when you're talking about 400 or 500, 600 square feet. How do you make sure you're maximizing that space? But also people are going to continue working from home. Like it'll be a hybrid model of working from home, working from the office. There will be much more flexibility. So ensuring that there is space to work from home in a 400 to 500 square foot condo is going to be essential. And we weren't thinking like that a year ago or a year and a half ago. So I think what you're going to notice is as you know, end users and investors are just wanting to make sure that developers are being more thoughtful, and they are when it comes to their amenity programs as well as space planning.
Yes, absolutely. And that brings me to Debbie. Debbie, welcome. You represent some of the biggest builders and developers in your pre-construction units. What are they offering, and what have you seen the main change over the last 365 days? What's changed the most?
Listen, I agree with Natasha. There definitely has been a micro focus on looking at floor plans and livable space in these floor plans. Everybody had a little bit of COVID fever. If they were in a 1 bedroom and they didn't have a little den or a little nook, they were looking to move so that they'd be able to acquire that. But what we really found that in all of this craziness of the marketplace, I mean, we had pre-con is red hot. We sold 37,000 units last year. It was a record over the last couple of years. Prices have reached record levels. I mean, we're sitting at, you know, $1,350 a square foot in the 416 area code. It's incredible. And so affordability has become a huge, huge player. Like we represent about 30 builders across the greater Golden Horseshoe. And that's the #1 driver on our sales floors. Like we're finding that, you know, people are, you know, they want this and they want that. When we survey them, they would love to have the penthouse overlooking the park or, you know, the big home with the detached backyard. But the reality is affordability is what is driving them. And that's why we're seeing units being constructed smaller and smaller so people can afford to be able to purchase them. You know, we have, Natasha mentioned 8 Wellesley. Like 8 Wellesley's average square footage was 553 square feet. You know, but nevertheless, the building sold out because when you took away that 20% deposit and at today's interest rates, it's still that average unit carried for $2,400 a month. That's equivalent to rent in the city. So why wouldn't you buy? So we really saw a big focus on affordability and people looking for that affordable product. Or in our investor cases, we had people looking at you know, the suave investors looking for that next upcoming marketplace. Like we have a project called the Dillon at Glencairn and Dufferin, 1,050 a foot in the 416. Now, this is a gentrifying neighborhood, and astute investors are looking for those type of neighborhoods because they know those are the neighborhoods that are going to go up $200, $300, $400 a foot by the time the building is completed.
Right, right. So you both agree that it's still exciting in the downtown core. We're seeing a ton of listings on the resale side, but we're also seeing all these new developers that are still having their pre-construction openings, whether they're virtual or hopefully one day they'll go live, but they're selling out like crazy. Natasha, a lot of your clients and developer clients are in Toronto, but I know you have some on the outskirts. For example, Fusion Homes in is it Kitchener-Waterloo area. What are you finding to be the difference with some of these developers and their offerings?
I think what's interesting is whether it's Fusion Homes or another example is even like Van Dyke with Grand Central Mimico. So
Right.
It's literally 2 GO station stops away from Union Station. So you figure, from a price per square foot, and to Debbie's point, like, end users or investors want value. So, wherever they're going to get it. And so when I look at a project like Grand Central Mimico, or even, the Fusion Homes inventory and products, it's still close enough to the city. So with Grand Central Mimico, think 2 stops away from Union Station. You're going to be paying a lot more per square foot. Anywhere else, that's 2 stops from from Union Station. Whereas in Grand Central Mimico, you're getting more space. You have some outdoor space. It feels more like a community for families per se, and they're really developing it and turning it into a real neighborhood. And so you're getting more per square foot and you're paying less. And so, and again, they're putting a lot of thought into how they're designing the space. They're putting a lot of thought into green space,
Right.
Outdoor space. And I think that is something that so many people are looking for right now. What the pandemic did teach us is that we want to be able to open up our door and walk out onto a balcony. We need some fresh air. If we're going to be in our household for a long period of time, you need to be able to do that. So I think that is a consideration that most are making at this point. And I'm seeing it with a lot of projects, even like and I love this project because it's close to my neighborhood, the Oscar project by Lifetime. It's just such a beautiful building. But again, they put so much thought into it. There's a space for dogs to be able to play. They did a partnership with Free Motion. And so the workout space is going to be, quite frankly, spectacular. And so, and again, outdoor space, really, really important. And there's gonna be this beautiful courtyard. And my projection on that project, and I just said it this morning, is they're gonna sell out, also record time. I bet you it's like a 2-week turnaround and they're gonna be sold out. And that's what we're seeing more and more.
So more and more focus on the beautiful amenities. And I agree, the past year has really taught us that the less space we have, as long as we open our doors and have all these amazing amenities close to us, that's what's going to help enhance our lifestyle. That's what we need. That's what we want.
For sure. What I always used to say when I bought my first apartment in New York City, I was like, okay, you have to kind of treat it like, anytime I buy anything, I'm thinking, okay, it's like an apartment in New York City. You're not going to get everything you want. So pick the 2 things that really matter to you. Do you care about outdoor space, or do you care about, your 24-hour concierge? Do you care about, being in a high rise, a low rise? What do you care about? You're not going to get it all. It's like a boyfriend. So let's pick the 2 things that are super important to you. And right. It's the same thing with, there's so many great offerings out there right now, but pick what really matters to you. If you want a bit more space, then you might go to a Grand Central Mimico because it's just as close and it's 2 subway stops away. Or if you want to be in the heart of the city, which is also awesome, where you can just walk out your door and have a coffee, go to a restaurant, go to, the theater, that's great, but you're going to pay a little bit more for it. So you just have to really think about what do you value the most, and what are those 2 things?
Right. So where your clients are mostly the developer clients and the pre-construction companies, Debbie's clients are the realtors and the consumer. So Debbie, what's the consumer looking for? And let's talk a little bit about who is the consumer, and what are the demands? Are they an investor? Are they an end user?
So you get a combination of both in just about every marketplace, but we're finding that there really is, a weighing of the investors in a lot of the pre-construction condo developments, and the end users still in a lot of the pre-construction low-rise developments. But really, they're looking at all kinds of things, but mostly A, I still believe that affordability is one of the biggest drivers, and B, they're looking at incentives that builders are offering, like wonderful stretch deposits. Like we have sites that have, again, I'm gonna mention the Dillon and many of our other projects that have deposits stretched over 3 years. So you have a 20% deposit that's an average of, let's say, 2.5% or 3% every 6 months. That's under $20,000. Like it's $18,000, $19,000 on the average unit, stretched over 3 years. You know, installments are 6 months, 7 months, and that's one of the big drivers of why pre-con is so hot versus resale, where they're seeing a little bit of softness in the condo resale market. Because at the end of the day, you have to pony up 20% in 60 to 90 days. Whereas in pre-con, you can get together with, you know, somebody else in your family or your parents or yourself and another, you know, investor, and you have 3 years to come up with this deposit. That's an amazing offering. And you just don't find that in resale. Hence, people, especially first-time buyers, are looking at this and saying, hey, I don't have 20%. I don't have, the average unit is $600,000. I don't have $120,000 saved up. I can't even borrow this from beg, borrow, steal, whatever, right? So what do I have to do? I have to look at pre-con, where I have time to save for my deposit. You know, smart developers are stretching deposits literally over 3 years, because condo completions are 3 to 5 years away. The low rise is a little bit different. The completions are usually, you know, 18 months to 24 months. And the deposits sometimes are less than 20%. Like you can still buy a townhouse with a 10 or 15% deposit if you can find it, obviously. But so these are some of the big drivers I feel that, you know, the first-time buyers and investors are looking for. The investors want to buy multiple units where it's possible. I mean, the banks are allowing you to purchase up to 5 units under your name and 5 units under a holding company. Obviously, if you have the financial strength behind that. So we're finding that more and more of the investors are kind of trying to put together these mini little real estate portfolios, because they're what we call sort of mom and pop investors, or people like myself that, you know, maybe wouldn't feel comfortable in the stock market. I'm not a bond person. I really don't understand that, but I understand sticks and bricks. I know that I can put the deposit down, I can buy it, I can close it, I can rent it, or I can get a property management company to rent it. So it's a very easy equation. You do that with one, and then if it's successful, which it usually is, you can multiply that, and 10 years fast forward, your portfolio has gone up 119%, because that's what's happened with condo prices in the last decade. And you've got this nice little nest egg for retirement or to pass along to your kids. And it's an easy way to get into the real estate market.
And also it's a great way to build some equity, because everybody that buys pre-construction, I mean, by the time it closes, they've made themselves 100, 200. I've heard some that have made even double. So I think that's a really key thing to, you know, to think about it, is how we build equity through our investment portfolios. Natasha, there's been a lot, and you're in the city, you work in the city, a lot of your clients are within the city. And over the last 365 days, we've seen a few, not many, but we've seen a few either keep their apartments within Toronto and then buy in recreational or destination communities. But we're starting to see a little bit more now starting to get back into the city. They miss the city, the summer's here, they want that excitement again. How do your clients and how do you coach them into, you know, creating the narrative when it comes to buying, selling, and investing outside of the GTA?
Oh, outside of the GTA. I mean, you're 100% right. A lot of people are purchasing now either as an investment or as in the city as a pied-à-terre, because what they are, like you're looking at like Prince Edward County, so like such a hot area right now. And so I think what you are seeing is that because they still work and live in the city, they want something outside of the city to be able to go back and forth to. So I'm not sure necessarily if I'm coaching them. Most of our clients happen to be city builders.
Right.
But what I will say is, from an investment standpoint, you are seeing both. I think that there is, because people haven't been spending over the last year, they have more opportunity to invest. And so I think that's why what we're seeing is that the condo market is selling out as quickly as it is. But what you know, just to go back to sort of city building and how creative I think our clients are being right now, I think I mentioned to you Lifetime and what they're doing with the Oscar project. That partnership that they just did with Free Motion for their for the amenity space for their workout area. I don't know how familiar you guys are with Free Motion, but like you can literally get on this treadmill and program that you're going to do a jog in Paris, or program that you're going to do a jog, you know, in London. Like it's pretty incredible, the technology that is out there. And so what is happening is there's just more creativity in order to keep, I actually think in order to keep people in the city. I mean, I'm a city girl. I love living in the city. I live in the city. I work in the city. You know, also same thing in New York. So I personally I just love it. And so, but I do appreciate how creative developers are getting right now with their amenity spaces, yes, where they're giving people options to be able to feel like they're in the city, but you know, also this sort of creative way of being out there, because we're not traveling. So, you know, what does that look like over the next, you know, 6 months to a year?
Right. And you know, you mentioned Prince Edward County, and I know, Debbie, I received your email notification from Intuition Realty on townhomes that are starting at $260,000 in Prince Edward County. So we've got units like Oscar. How much are the Oscars going to start at, Natasha? Do we have a price point on them yet?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm not sure, actually. I don't have, I'll find out, actually.
And the city's sitting at $1,300 a foot, so
oh geez,
you know, even if it's a small unit, it's going to be 700,000, 600,000.
700, so maybe 700, and then we've got the units in Prince Edward County at 260, 275. How do you explain that? You know, Debbie, are people going to move out of the exciting lifestyle that they have in the city of Toronto and just for price point going to move out to Prince Edward County?
They won't. When you're an urbanite, I agree with Natasha, you're an urbanite. You love the city. You love the buzz. Toronto is becoming a mini New York. There's, you know, like ourselves, we have property outside the city. We have property, we live in the city. We'll never leave those roots. Have buyers being forced, for lack of affordability, to maybe buy that second home, a cottage, a weekend place. You know, potentially some have even moved out of the city because they can commute into the city now. They're only working 2-3 days a week in the city, or they're just working virtually. But there's a couple of things that have driven that. There have been limited launches in the 416. Unfortunately, during COVID, there's been a lot of launches in the 905, 705 area. So that kind of ring of fire has really spread outwards. Toronto's at $1,400 a foot for condos. Collingwood's at $460 a foot. I mean, if we just look at a microcosm like Collingwood. So Collingwood in the last 8 months has appreciated 45%. 45% in 8 months. That's craziness. If you purchase a semi in August of summer of 22 for $500,000, it's worth $900,000 in Collingwood. So now what's happening is affordability, lack of affordability has reached some of these marketplaces. So people are starting to weigh, hey, would I rather live in Toronto in a smaller place, or would I rather live in Collingwood in a big place? But now I'm getting priced out of Collingwood, for example. So now I'm going to come back to the city, potentially keep that pied-à-terre in the city, or keep the pied-à-terre in Collingwood and return back to the city. So we're seeing a two-way, you know, some exodus, some return. People thought it'd be great to live outside the GTA, and then they realize, hey, COVID is ending, or there's a lot of offices that have gone back to full work hours. I've got to be driving back into the city, so now I need to be in the city. So we are seeing, you know, motion both ways. We can't say it's just an exodus, because it's far from that.
I agree with Debbie. I mean, think about it. You can have it both ways. So the Oscars are starting at the low 500s. Debbie's project at Prince Edward County is around 200. For $700,000, you can have both. So why choose, right? Like, whereas like, so when you think about that, like that gives us a lot of options. It's no different than like New York and Hamptons, right? And we haven't even hit like the high point of either. So you could still have your place. You could have your place at the Oscar, and then you could have your place in Prince Edward County, and then go back and forth and get to actually experience the benefit of both amazing areas.
I have a question here that Intuition has sent me as well, and maybe you can both answer it. And Natasha, since you work with a lot of the builders, those that have developments already under construction, are any of them changing any plans and designs to accommodate current pandemic situations?
They are, for sure. I think, as I mentioned to you with Alessandro is a good example. I just saw one of his floor plans for a new project that we can't announce yet, but it's incredible. What he did was he has this table that kind of comes out of the, so instead of doing a center island, in a smaller unit, he has like a table that basically you can pull in or out. So you can use it as workspace, or you can use it as a table, or you can use it as, you know, just an area to be something beautiful on. Like, it's just, what I'm noticing is like designers are getting super, super creative with how they're utilizing space. Because more and more people will work from home. I think we work with a really large tech company, a global company that is going to be announcing that there will be a hybrid model of how their employees will work. And so that some will work from home, some will work from the office, and they get to choose. And so I think we're going to see more and more of that, which means your home space needs to be, you know, conducive to that. And so I am finding that a lot of developers right now are, as they're working with their designers, there is that mandate to ensure that the space really works for people, which wasn't always the case. If you remember 3, 4, or 5 years ago, it was just like, here's your space, you know, kind of figure it out. Now I think developers are really ensuring that they're working with the designers and really taking that end user into consideration.
We're also seeing a big change in amenities. Keep in mind, an average building is 3 to 5 years to complete. Furniture gets privacy, and they have a little bit of a feeling of safety. One of the biggest things that we're seeing is, you know, the whole proliferation of what we call the Amazon culture and the craziness of everybody ordering everything online. So we used to have, you know, well, the concierge used to accept packages and store it under his desk. Now we have massive amenity rooms. Some of them are refrigerated. You have to have a code to get in. You know, the delivery person enters from a separate door so that they're not affected by, you know, the public or anything. It's become a very much an online culture. And when that's being, you know, we're seeing that watered down to everything from the furniture and the placement of the furniture in the condos right to the amenity areas.
I love it. You know, when we think about, okay, we live in the city, but we want to buy a cottage, it sounds like developers and pre-construction kings are creating not only units or brick and mortar, but they're creating little mini communities within the cities. Like, each condo development has its own community. And I think the Van Dyke project is going to be a very good testament to that, Natasha.
I love that project. I'm heading to their presentation center on Monday. I'm so excited about that because they're so passionate about truly creating a sense of community and really building a neighborhood. And I want to see more and more of that. I love that they're doing it. I would love to see more of that even in the city. Because when you think about New York, you see a lot of green space, right? Like,
yes,
certainly concrete jungle, but you see the odd parquet. And so there, it feels neighborhoody almost anywhere you go. And so that is something I would love to see more of here. One of the things I value so much about so many of our builders is they care about art. So what you are seeing is like beautiful art initiatives and projects, and they're really investing in the communities that they build in. But from an urban planning perspective, I'd love to see a little bit more green.
I love it. Yeah, I think that's really important, and I want to see more of that too. I think the pandemic has done that to us. We're done, but I want you to comment on this last question. Toronto's rental market, when will we see it bounce back, and how is that affecting pre-construction and development right now? Anybody want to comment on that?
And the rental market is, sorry, Richard?
I say it's already bouncing back. We've been really busy with our rentals. They're gone.
I agree. And Toronto's over $3 a foot. It's come back. I mean, we had a high of close to $4, but we're averaging over $3 a foot, or about $3.09 a foot right now. And this is just a matter of time. Once Airbnb is up and running, which is all COVID related, those units are going to get absorbed, and we're going to be back to a huge rental shortage. Just like we have a huge pre-construction condo and low rise availability shortage. The same thing is going to happen with rentals.
Natasha,
I
any
agree.
comment?
I mean, I totally agree with that. I think that I think we bounce back, but we will certainly bounce back even better and faster. I started this conversation saying our market's hot across the board, and it is. And so just think at this stage, that's why from an investor standpoint, when it comes to pre-con, it makes sense to buy because we haven't even hit the plateau when it comes to what they could rent these units for. I think there was a little bit of a blip there, but it didn't last very long, that's for sure.
I agree, 100%. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. Everyone, Natasha Koifman, the founder and president of NKPR. Please follow her, and she's got some exciting news she's going to be announcing again. She's been giving little teasers out on the N list. So please, if you have a chance to visit her website and her Instagram page to register for that, we're going to be announcing a lot more of that in our newsletters. And Debbie Kosick, dear friend, powerhouse broker, and the owner and CEO of Intuition Realty in the GTA. Ladies, thank you so much for being here and providing your insight on buyer demands and their changes of expectations in real estate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Virginia. Thank you, Richard.
So next on, and I'm very, very, very lucky to have my younger brother, Saul Colts, with us. So Saul is, he's been wonderful for us in the real estate industry. He's been a speaker at our bar camps, and he's been there for many, many years. He is, I mean, what can I say? He's got great glasses, and he's the man in red glasses. So Saul, welcome. Thanks again for coming.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me again. I always appreciate it.
So we're going to talk about merchandise. We've got, we've had people who for years and years, here's a pen, here's a notebook, here's this, here's that. Any great new ideas in merchandising that we can give to our clients, or, any sort of things, what do we get if we go to a Saul Colt conference? What kind of giveaways are you going to give us?
Well, so my brand is a little different than real estate agent. I've got, tons of things. I give out whoopee cushions. I give out all sorts of things. With my whoopee cushions, they say loud marketing that doesn't stink. I think, one of the things that I've always done, and I think real estate agents should do as well, is have different tiers of, swag, merchandise, whatever we want to call it. You've got your kind of giveaway that you'd give to anybody you just meet on the corner of a street, and they say they may be interested in buying a home in the next, 3 years. That's where you give them the pen, the pad, and stuff like that. Then there's the classification of people that are, maybe a hot prospect or a referral or something like this. That you get something better. And then if somebody actually buys from you or a repeat customer, then they get sort of the high value thing. But I say high value with kind of air quotes. I'm not going to make it with my hands, because everything that you give should have a high perceived value. And I think that's one of the mistakes a lot of people make. The fridge magnets, the calendars, the stuff like that. There's no perceived value there, so people throw it out right away. I've seen everything from bottles of wine with a custom label and stuff like that. And that's kind of cool. It's, it's at least going in the right direction. But the goal of everything when you do with merchandise is to get something. You've got two goals with merchandise. You either want something that is going to sit on someone's, counter, desk, something that they're going to look at every day. So they see you, they see your brand. That should also be something cool enough that they want to talk about and share with other people. And on top of that, you want other people to look at that and go, oh, wow, that's really cool. Tell me the story behind it. So, when you talk about, some sort of ideas, it is really inexpensive to buy one of those Google Home sort of things that sit on a counter, kitchen island, something like that. And you can get those branded with your logo, your name, your URL, everything. They're like $50 or so. So yes, that's a little bit more expensive than a notebook. That's a little bit more expensive thing. But when you think of the tiers of people, if you have somebody that is a high value customer, or someone who's got a big social media presence or something like that, even just somebody who entertains a lot in their home, they've got that Google Home little, screen on their kitchen island. Every person that comes in, they see your brand, your logo, things like that. That's really the direction I think people have to be going in. When I think of real estate agents and some of the gifts and promo items I've gotten in the bag, I've gotten gift baskets, I've gotten wine. These are things that are consumables. You should actually try to get away from the consumables, because once it's gone, it's forgotten about and nobody can talk about it.
You know what
about? So
you
go
know
ahead.
You know what I did once that was probably the best giveaway I've ever given away, and I think you're going to love this. You know how on Wednesdays or Thursdays during the spring we have garbage, the lawn refuse bags?
Mm-hmm.
So I dropped off 5 bags per household in 1,000 households, and they were branded with my name, blah, blah, blah. I can't tell you how many people, would wave across the street, thank you for the, and there you had all of these signs every spring, summer, fall, your name was out there. So anybody
That's
here,
brilliant.
Yeah, anybody here, go ahead and use it.
So imagine if you took that one step further and did that, smaller quantity, but actually got your names printed on recycling bins. So maybe if you're on 2 houses for every street, you don't actually have to be on every lawn, everything, and it's like the recycling bin could say, I bought this house from Richard Silver, or something along those lines. Other ideas that I was thinking of, and these aren't that expensive, but for a couple $100, you could get a really great photographer to come and take a picture of the front of the house, and you frame it, you put it in, maybe your name or something tastefully done in the matting or something is there. That would be a gift that they would probably put at their front door, in their foyer. People come to the house, oh wow, that's really beautiful. How'd you get it? It's about starting those conversations that you really want people to get involved in. So, and it also has to be something that somebody wants to keep. So if you give somebody a branded welcome mat, they're probably going to thank you for it. And the minute you leave, they're going to throw it out or do something, because it's not something like it's too commercial. It's all about finding that line and sort of like understanding, kind of staying within the realm of good taste.
Yeah, one of the things that we don't do enough of is surveying our clients to find out how the transaction went, what happened afterwards, what was the process. And when I did that a couple of years ago, I found out that the biggest issue was after the agreement of purchase and sale and before the closing, everybody thought we disappeared. And so what I started doing is, some of you may know it, there's Move Snap, anything that sort of can take people from the day of the agreement of purchase and sale to the move and then after. And I'm just wondering, have you seen any great apps that are out there that we would like to use possibly?
Apps that you can get great merchandise from,
well,
stuff like that?
For clients, to make them feel as if we're in their lives forever rather than just for the deal. That's one of the biggest issues for us.
Okay, so I'm going to say this, and everybody can pile in the chat and tell me I'm wrong and I'm antiquated and all that stuff. I'm a big fan of keeping relationships sort of old school and not automate them. It's like there is nothing that drives me crazier than getting a automated email from a very good friend, and they're trying to sell me something just because I'm on their list, and they hit send. I know you guys, probably everybody on this call does this, not what I just said, what I'm about to say, because being a real estate agent is about managing 1 million relationships and managing a calendar and being pulled in 100 directions. But man, there's nothing I hate more, and this is all my personal opinion, so don't take this as fact. There's nothing I hate more when I'm on the call with somebody and somebody I have a good relationship with, and they say, okay, well, let's set up another time to chat. Here's a link to my calendar. I'm like, no, we're on the call right now. Let's just talk about it, and you know, let's put it in our calendar, or one person be responsible. So I'm a big fan in not scaling relationships and not scaling the automation. But as far as like apps and things like that, yeah, I'm not the one to recommend something, but I would tell you, I really rely on just an old school calendar. I put, you know, calendar reminders in for, you know, 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 8 weeks, just to check in on people, see how they're doing, see if I can help you. I drop emails and stuff like that. I do automate some things because it's impossible to do this. But again, just like I've sort of set up tiers of how much I would spend on somebody in a promotional thing, I do set up tiers as well of, like, I don't call them this, but let's, for the sake of the conversation, kind of high value, medium value, and low value. And the high value people always get high touch. They always get a phone call thing. The medium value people get an email, and the low value people might get a tweet or something, you know, or DM just saying, you know, checking in, how you doing, what's going on, anything I can help you with. So anybody who's high value, you know, like I've sent, you know, I've spent as much as $500 on a client for a gift. But one thing I will say is the stuff that I do, I make everything personalized, and I personalize it both ways. I personalize it with my face all over it. You can see the face behind me. I'm wearing my hat. It's got my red glasses. I do, you know, my face is on everything. I've got 100 different kinds of stickers. I've got whoopee cushions. I've got anything. I've got paper dolls I send out of me naked, and you can tape the clothes on, whatever you want me wearing that day. But I also make it try to be as personal for them as possible. So if you think about somebody you've sold a house to, or you're in the search for a home, you probably know them reasonably well just from the fact that you've spent time with them. You know their likes, you know their dislikes. So if you know this person is looking for a home with the greatest kitchen in the world, how about, you know, customizing a gift around there? So maybe you get them a block of knives, and that block can be heat embossed with your logo on the side. That is not something someone's going to throw out. You know, you could actually get your name on spatulas. You could get your name. So if blocks are too expensive, what if it's, you know, a set of spatulas, it's a set of this, a set of that. If it's a car person, because you know that their wish list for this house is it has to have a 5-car garage, maybe you get them a bunch of towels to wash their car with, because if someone's got 4 cars or 6 cars, they're not treating these things as you know, just everyday common things. They probably wash them themselves. Maybe you get them a bunch of towels with your logo on them, so they're washing their car and stuff like that. There's so many ways to make someone feel special that it's not just, oh, let me go in the trunk of my car and get it from the box that I give everybody.
Yeah,
so again, it's about that perceived value. It's not about how much you spend. It's about sort of figuring out what it is that they like. And going back to the, you know, the kitchen and the cooking and stuff like that, you know, maybe you just buy somebody a gift of recipe books, but you spend, you know, $20 to get, you know, a new cover put on them, or they're in a box to hold them, and the box is from you. Like it's really about making that person feel like the most special person in the world, because you've actually shepherded them through the biggest decision they're going to ever make. You are always going to be tied to that purchase and that feeling and that experience. And as long as it's not a negative experience, people are going to love you forever. So it's not about winning their love. It's just kind of about, you know, dropping in every now and then and reminding them that you were the person that generated that happiness for them.
Yeah, you know, getting back to kitchens, I looked at something yesterday. I was shown something yesterday that I thought was brilliant, which is you take your iPhone and you take a picture of the information for the numbers on the stove or the fridge or whatever, and it automatically downloads the directions for how you change the water filter, how you do this. And I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful gift for a client.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's funny you say that, and I'm going to contradict everything I've said so far by saying it has to be memorable. It has to be something they see. Going off of your lawn bags, which I do think is brilliant. And when I was brainstorming, I didn't think anything like that. So you know, good for you. That's really
I'm not just a pretty face, you know, so, you know.
I know that. But what if every 4 months you sent somebody the furnace filters for their furnace filters, and they're like $7 each or $8 each. So again, high value people. So maybe they spend $1 million or $2 million or $3 million on a home. You just tell them, hey, I got your furnace filters for the next 2 years, and every 4 months you automate it. Somebody looks after that, and boom, they will never forget about you, because you're actually providing not only the filters but a service to remind them that protect their investment and all that stuff.
And we're seeing more of it. I have one of these HP Smart printers, which automatically orders the ink.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to even worry about it. It knows when it's running low, and it automatically orders the ink for you. You don't even have to think about it. It's wonderful. Well, thank you, Saul. You always have so many great ideas. Listen, if you decide to do pajamas with your face and the red glasses, will you send me a pair?
Yes, I do. I have made pillowcases with my face on it that said "I sleep with Saul," that I did give out for a while. So and that's the thing. I'm always changing my stuff. So it's like sort of something gets a little old after 5 months or 6 months, you swap it out. So don't, when you think of merchandising, you think of sort of the stuff, don't take that set it and forget it mentality. Always keep stuff fresh. There's always, more ideas or greater ideas out there. But, it's really, the fun of it is figuring out, kind of what connects with those people and make it special.
I have a question for both of you. And I'm not sure how important this is, but maybe you can both shed light. So we have this whole social era where, Instagram and photos, and I've never branded myself other than when I used to love shoes. Remember, Richard? But I look at you guys, and Richard, the first thing people want to see about you when you enter the screen is what color glasses you're wearing. So you're always consistent. You've got your red frames on. How important is it for us to become or fuse into our brand?
Do you want to go first, or I could go?
Go. You're the master.
I think it is so important. Anytime that your whole business is about you, it is about being memorable. So I've always worn red glasses because that is the smallest thing that everyone remembers. And, I also have a huge sneaker collection. I've got some pretty rare sneakers. Yeah. So people always talk about the glasses and the sneakers, and in that way, they're not talking about my weight or other things, but it is something instantly memorable. So you could be the bow tie guy, you could be whatever. It actually doesn't matter what that thing is, as long as there's something that ties to you. Because, when you think of real estate agents, it is a referral business. It is, you want people talking about you. So you want people to remember something unique, and it, it's like the old expression, people won't remember what you say, they'll remember how you feel. That's absolutely true. But they'll also remember if you're always wearing a Hawaiian shirt, if you're the Hawaiian shirt guy. And I know that sounds really silly and crass or whatever. I've taken this whole put my face on everything to the extreme, and I'll tell you, some people don't buy into it, and some people think it's nauseating. But I got news for you, those people probably weren't going to work with me anyways. Yeah. So I'm making it very clear who I am, what the experience is going to be like working with me, and I only need to attract 5% of the population to be enormously wealthy. A lot of times people try to be everything to everybody. Whereas if you can actually carve out a really interesting niche, it's no different than being the penthouse guy or the condo guy or the first home buyer specialist or whatever, or the neighborhood expert. It's the same as having like a little thing. Like if you're really into sports, then share a little bit about yourself, and then you'll be, people who are really into sports will be drawn to it. Like I've seen, so I'm like a closeted car guy. I love, fancy cars and stuff like that. So I actually was just playing around looking, I love classic cars. I've been trying to find one that I could, sort of take a chance on. And I actually found a real estate site in, I think it was North Carolina or something, that his whole thing is he's the agent to go to for car collectors because he specializes in finding those crazy 9-car garage homes. So he's selling you the garage with a home attached, where everyone else is selling you a home with the garage attached. So that's his specialty. So people are drawn to him no matter what. So if you can figure out what that thing is, it makes you stand out. It makes it easier for people to refer you. Because, you know, why would anyone refer you if they're just like, oh, this guy's a good real estate agent, or this guy's the best real estate agent for this neighborhood, or between $6 and $8 million homes, or this or that. So the brand, the glasses, the, you know, having a mohawk or whatever that thing is, it just really helps differentiate you from being just a good agent.
Not only that, Saul, and all the time I've known you, it's still the same brand. And that's what's, I can depend on Saul to be the same brand.
I'm relentlessly, stubbornly tied to my brand. You know, like I've reinvented myself a few times in little minor ways. I used to wear cowboy shirts all the time and things like that, but I haven't changed my personality. I haven't changed what I share, what I find funny, you know, beard, no beard, something like that. But the brand itself has always been, I'm the guy you go to if you want marketing that's a little on the edgier side. Right. And by being very clear with that, people aren't going to be shocked when they come to me and I say, hey, let's do a campaign around whatever, you know, you may find just a tiny, tiny bit offensive, because that tiny, tiny bit offensive is what people are going to remember. So I'm foolishly tied to this brand, good or bad.
Thank you so much, Saul. We're so happy you decided to come back. But we're going to get you live one day, right, Richard?
Yeah, we will. Again.
Awesome. Thank you, Saul. Thank you for being here. Everyone, visit Saul on Instagram and check out his amazing, very authentic and eclectic website at the New Integration Company, correct?
Yes, the Idea Integration Company.
The Idea Integration Company. Thanks so much, Saul. Thanks for being here.
Thanks,
okay,
Saul.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
So I have a big honor, and these people don't know it. I've got Alessandro, I have Janet Rosenberg, and I have Siamak Hariri. And what they don't know is that I have been creeping them for many, 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 many years. Now, creeping them just means, you know, I've been following their work, et cetera, et cetera. Janet, I've followed for years. Siamak, I was involved with Casey House that you did, 7 St. Thomas, and Alessandro with 55 Scholar, yeah. And and then also, which is a point I want to get information from you on, I was one of the people with Seven Dale who spoke on behalf. I lived on Castle Frank Crescent and I spoke on behalf of the there we go. So before we even get into Seven Dale, because Seven Dale's a very, very interesting city. Do you want to just talk about the process that we went through, or that you went through, to get it approved in the neighborhood? Who wants to take that on? Siamak?
Oh, it was nothing but joy and
Oh my God, I was part of.
I think that one of the people said that where'd this architect graduate from, Seneca or something? It was like it was an awful process, but at the end of the day, you know, how do you do something that doesn't speak down to that wonderful context?
Yeah.
And respects the detail, respects the lusciousness of materiality, and has the kind of personality of some of those gorgeous homes.
For those of you who don't,
is contemporary, is warm. So,
for those of you who don't know, Seven Dale exists between 2 co-op properties at the very south end of Rosedale on Dale Avenue, which is very close to where I used to live at Castle Frank. And it is between these 2 but the neighborhood went crazy. And everybody, it was a real not in my backyard kind of a process, because they didn't want a building there. And CMAC, I think you did what, 3 or 4 designs for the building before it finally went to what used to be called the OMB. Oh, I think
Yes, and I think he's frozen.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, if I can just add, I think what's really interesting is Toronto is just going through major intensification, and it's just the reality of the city. And Dale Avenue just sit, you know, on the subway line, and you know, it is a heritage neighborhood, but you know, all neighborhoods have to realize that there is change living in Toronto. I mean, that's how we support this big infrastructure of culture that we love. And this attitude of anything new is bad, it has to leave. I mean, when you have a client who sort of picks the best architect in Canada, like CMAC, who studied the height of every single house around there and all the detailing, I mean, these were not random designs out of nothing. They were really carefully studied and thought about and integrated, and even in terms of the grade, so that the back part of the condo you don't even see. And I think that probably the greatest success of Dale is that it shows you that you can have infill and you can have density and you can still work and mesh within the neighborhood so that it doesn't even look like there's new construction that's there. And I would say that, I mean, that's sort of the brilliance of working with CMAC, because he's hard to work with, he's tireless, but it's part of, you know, sort of the team with Alexander and us that sort of then takes the lead through CMAC, you know, pushes back and forth, and then comes up with a vision that we all sort of agree with, including heritage in the backyard that was integrated into the backyard. And so, you know, working with our friends, we become friends working on these projects because we share visions, and that's what becomes very special about these relationships. But it's also what becomes really special about the buildings that we actually create together, that we're on the same page.
And that's so great, Janet. I wanted, you know, Richard really wanted to introduce you because he lives down there. He used to live on Castle Frank and knows so much about what was happening with Sevendale. So I said, fine, you can introduce them, but I do have all my questions, but you just answered the first question, you know, the beauty of working as a trio. Alessandro, can you maybe comment on that as well? Again, all 3 of you have different expertise areas, but what was it like collaborating with each other on this project?
No, it's a great question because, you know, when we take on a project like this, there's such sensitivities, maybe even the word responsibilities to the neighborhood and to those who are going to buy there. And there was never a form of trying to disrespect that, for sure. And so when we started looking at architecture and seeing what CMX, then we started looking at the landscaping, how it's all integrated. There was a sense of intimacy about that. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't over the top. It wasn't garish. It didn't sort of stand out on its own. It just felt like something that is of place. And Rosedale is a very specific place, very different than, you know, Forest Hill, very different than, you know, the Bridle Path. It is its own unique place. And we understand how sensitive that could be, because you think like big bad developers are going to come in and destroy it. But there was none of that on here. In fact, it was a tremendous amount of respect. And you see that just even from the renderings. And so from our perspective, we we were the last to be brought on board, and CMAC and Janet had already been well into it. And so they've kind of gone through suffering way more than I have in many respects, and I feel for them. But our job was really to come in and try to marry all 3 pieces together and not do an interior, certainly from the lobby perspective or the amenity perspective, that felt over the top. As you notice, there isn't some fancy spiral staircase where you expect like someone to come down in their gown in the lobby space. It just does not exist. You know, there's this connection back to the southern end of it visually, so that you can, you know, there's almost like a calmness. I mean, look at the way you drive into it, and beautiful materials and these gorgeous landscaping. It's always soft and understated and very, very beautifully positioned. And we wanted the lobby to feel the same. And there's an integration of, we brought a little bit of Janet's landscaping infused into it so you can see it, a bit of CMX materials into the lobby so you can appreciate that. So there's this connection, and it's like, and so it breathes as one. And even though we're all 3 different consultants, you know, you realize just how united we were in our vision for the project.
Right. And CMAC, when you were choosing your team, how did you ensure that each vision was carefully fused together? Was that your direction? And, you know, how did you take the input from each of them?
Well, I mean, the thing that's really special here is the builder wanted to create an address that will be unlike anything thing he's ever seen. There's like, how do you create all the actually like London, like Paris, and really see and so I think it's easy. Janet's an easy grab because we've worked together on so many projects. She knows how to finish my sentences, and I know, and we've collaborated for years. And Alessandro, the same thing. How many projects have we done together, Alessandro? And so it was easy to understand how we could work together and how we could create something that had, that really meant it. And I said that in another talk. Everyone says it, but Seven Dale means it. And I think proof is in the pudding. Like everyone says, oh, this is going to be such a luxury thing. Well, you try it. And the detailing there is really, really good. And it's hard. And it's going to demonstrate care, which you only get at the highest levels of luxury. Care is a really interesting word at this level. And I think this team worked together to really, really demonstrate care when you pay attention to the little things that people really resonate with when you're dealing with luxury. And I think that's what separates it.
Right. And I think that's, anyone else want to comment on CMAX?
Well, the only thing I'd like to say is it really came from the top. I mean, we had a great client who really wanted that right from the beginning. So to have a support from a client who also is part of a vision, maybe not to the level of detail that we did, the three of us did, that was really important. He never told us to stop. He always told us to go forward. And I would say that, and that was incredibly supportive. I mean, even some of these enormous heritage trees in the backyard where CMAC had to adjust his building so that we could save them because we felt that they were important because they'd always been there and they had historical significance. At probably a great expense to him in terms of how the building is going to lay itself out, or as it's been laid out. He supported that. And, I have to go back to this, there were 3 heritage buildings that were there, but heritage doesn't mean it was good. I mean, I think that we're looking at new heritage buildings by CMAC and REALTY and a bunch of other really talented architects. And we sort of get stuck on the fact that it's old, so it's great and it's wonderful. And I think that, with this modernism that's happening and change of lifestyle, when it's done really well, as this building is, I think that it's a whole new layer to the richness of Toronto and to the architectural story that we've always had.
Yeah, I think I want to add just one thing. I think it was really also the uniqueness of this site. There will never be another one like it. And so I think we have to say, if there really will never be another one like it, we can't speak down to it as a team. And I think we always understood that. The builders said, hey, guys, really, there won't be another one. So make sure this is as good as it gets. And I think he's stuck to the guns. I think we've all felt that. We've always felt that we were standing on the shoulders of a client that really wanted something great. And that feels good.
I mean, the other thing that I would add is it gave great opportunity to take, Toronto's ravine systems are just falling apart. They've just been so neglected, and there's no native plant material there anymore because Darwin maples have just sort of suckered themselves all the way through. It also gave an opportunity to really revitalize the ravine system, a big piece of the ravine system, and set a precedent for other areas in the city to be able to do the same thing with native plant material, which of course also changes the whole ecology of, birds and animals that you get in it. So, and I would say that was part of the integration. Part of the integration story was to keep some of the heritage landscape that was done by Duddington Grove, but also to take the building and wrap it, in this forest that exists already, and to take that palette and integrate it into, a whole range of new trees and shrubs that will revitalize the whole community.
You know, you mentioned the word modernization, Janet, and you know, one thing that I can see with the three of you, and I'm not sure if this is going to happen in future projects, but the actual collaboration between the three of you, we've never seen before, especially with such a high-end and delicate process as Sevendale. Do you see this as being the modern approach to future projects, the collaboration of three unique visionaries? Because I think that's what's really special about Sevendale, is we've got three different approaches here that is led by CMAC. What's your opinion on that, Alessandro, being a very renowned designer? What can you speak of on that? Oh, can you hear?
Can't hear? Okay.
He's going to come back. Janet, do you want to comment on that?
Well, I'm sorry.
The future of modernization, you know, when you have three visionaries, all unique and different, and I believe the three of you are what makes Sevendale so unique, but we've never seen three visionaries become part of such a delicate process and such a unique project as this.
Well, you know, it's a dance. I mean, it's very much a dance. You know, CMAC does something, we comment, we do something, he says something. You know, there's a dance. And I mean, I think that that's where the respect of working with your colleagues becomes so important. And I think that that's actually what makes it so great. I always say architects look at it from a building point of view. We always look at it from a landscape point of view, and certainly the interior from an interior point of view. Now, I would also say that CMAC will say that's not true, because he happens to love trees and vegetation. And so there was that weaving in that became important to us. But I would say that one of the big conversations we had was, what was Dale Avenue going to look like? Was it going to look like a whole bunch of separate doors? So it was town, so that, you know, there was an intimacy as you walk down the street in terms of the volume of the building. And another big conversation we had was, you know, what the existing wall? Do we rebuild the existing wall? Do we put a more contemporary wall there? And you know, these are all very big decisions that get studied and drilled down, and lots of comments until you sort of make those decisions. So, but you know, it's so important to do buildings like this, because, you know, I drive through the city now and I just see, you know, there's like this whole new box, you know, white box that everybody's doing, you know, and you have to believe that, you know, you can really do great architecture. And I always say, it's not the money of the designer that costs money. You know, you pay the same amount of money, you know, no matter who the designer is. It's just about, you know, being bold and having vision and wanting a different level of excellence that's original and was about you and your family and fits into the neighborhood.
So for those of you who haven't seen it, it's sevendale.com, the number 7dale.com. Go take a look at it. It's unlike a lot of the condominiums that you've seen and will see in, because it's low rise and it's very elegant and it's beautifully done. Cost per square foot these days, Siamak, what do you think? What do you think the developer's putting it out at?
You know, I don't really have the current numbers, but I would like to say something about the very high end of luxury, Richard.
Yeah.
Which I think truly discerning taste is like a Bruno Cucinelli, you know, like it doesn't scream at you.
Yeah.
And it's hard to convey. It's very subtle. People who understand the difference know what they're paying for. And we serve a lot of those clients. They're very, very, very tough about wise spending. Very tough about wise spending. They don't want to see money wasted. It's hard earned, but they understand that things done well, things built well, things that come together well, things that are crafted, like a good Cucinelli sweater. You understand what I'm saying? It's hard to understand, but you see it and you understand it. And so I think this is a project which I'm very excited about. Not that often that you get a chance to do something well in the world of condominiums. And I'm sorry, I think I can say that. And I think I can say that with some level of confidence. And the degree to which we put attention on the quality of, for example, even the bronze work, the windows, the fact that we're going to Europe for the brick. I mean, the fact that we're actually using a lot of stone. Landscape is beyond the beyond, and Alessandro will speak to the finishes of the interiors. So there's a lot of care here that I think has not been seen, and will be proven once it's built, that this is something that has raised the standard and the conversation of what quality means. And that's a good thing for Toronto, because I think it's about time that the city kind of grew up, and that we actually said, you know, we are in the same league as the cities that believe in themselves, that are willing to give that kind of quality to the level of construction that you see in some of the houses lately. And
I love that.
you know, that's really the point.
That's actually really well said, because, you know, when you talk about the word luxury, right, people associate it to flashy things, you know, and flashy materials and golds and God knows whatever else. There is an understatement here where, especially the south views, it really is about the fenestration and the connection back to nature, because as we said earlier, there is no other site like this. And I think they're absolutely right. Well, if there is no other site like this, you have a responsibility to the site. So in other words, you got to give back. So those who buy there, the majority of their interiors is about that view, specifically even on the south side. Now, those who live on the north side, it's about that neighborhood. There's a real connection to the neighborhood through punched windows, but there's still beautiful, simplified, not a lot of interruption, so that you connect to exterior spaces. We're doing many homes right now where prior residences where they're just tired of all of this fuss on the exterior of their homes, where they now connect to the exteriors and they feel kind of like a cocoon inside and almost claustrophobic. Whereas this one really was about expanding out to the open spaces. And in terms of materiality, you know, there's sort of the thing that we talk about, which is the honesty of materiality, meaning that, you know, when we're using slabs of stone, we're paying attention to its veining and its materials and its characteristics that comes from the earth. And when you put it down, they become that. And there isn't any tricks to that. So it requires a discerning buyer to understand that and to be able to appreciate the level of detail that's gone into this. And I think that's the kind of attraction that we're trying to. Thank God that we only need 26 of them. We don't need 200 of them, right? Because I don't think 200 think like that on this site and this location. So it's for the select few, and for those, I think the spaces and how we've created them, both from the exterior to the interior, resonates. It speaks of one project.
My take on it as a resident of Rosedale was the fact that there were a lot of people who were aging out of their houses. They wanted to stay in the neighborhood. They didn't want to leave the neighborhood, but they wanted to have a simpler life, more a lifestyle change. And yet there was nothing, they couldn't go, sell their big home. There was nothing to move into. There's maybe some luxury apartments maybe at the top of another building, but this was a full luxury building to be built. You said 26 units, and it would be a great place for somebody to not necessarily downsize to. We call it right sizing these days, but it makes life, it's something that we need to have in the city now.
And I don't even like the word condominium in our sentences, or even the word like penthouse in our sentences. These should almost be stripped off of our conversation, because it's not. These are truly homes. They're homes. They're homes that have been blessed to have the site and the location that it's on. And it's actually, when you reverse it, the psychology of all the complaints on the site, I understand it. I get the protection stuff. But you've just given 26 people the ability to live on this site in a really, really blessed way. It's a gift. It's a gift.
Yeah. Alessandro, what are the one-of-a-kind design elements for Sevendale that you're really excited for the buyers to experience? I'm going to think that this Sevendale is about really creating a consumer experience. So what do you want them to experience? What are those finishes?
We actually partnered with an Italian manufacturer when it dealt with kitchens and bathrooms and closet systems, right? Because these are things that people use every day. I can't control what people furnish, how they furnish their homes. And I welcome different characters. It's supposed to be that way. Residential at this level, at this price bracket, you really get to infuse your own style. But we try to create at least a base where you can manipulate it as you wish within your own characteristics. And so our kitchens are really, really beautifully done. Not only do they function incredibly well because we did in Chinsa, we went to a European manufacturer, they understand their hardware systems, and that's really what it's about. From a perspective of like the facade, we've got beautiful materials like stone counters and backsplashes, and we even covered the hood fan with stone. It's beautiful, transparent elements in there, wine units, all that is almost expected at this level. But then to be able to function it every day is equally important. And sometimes you don't pay attention to that because it just looks good in a brochure. But we went to the nth degree to understand how do these things function, because we knew that those buyers would just rip us apart if we don't get it right. And we're up for that challenge. And even in the closet systems, we didn't do these cheap closet systems that you see in condominiums today, right? We actually took the time to program them, and the buyer can go in and program even to more extent on their own. But the base, it's not even a base. I'm embarrassed to use that word because the base is not even a standard. It's an upgrade beyond. It is just, it functions, and the homes will function. All the while, materials are simple. Wood is wood. There's no tricks to it. Beautiful herringbone flooring that has a bit of a texture, almost like a raking effect to it. So you feel the hardwood flooring. Again, the stones are, magnificent in their state. You look into the master bathrooms and such, you're going to see beautiful stonework. You're going to appreciate what Mother Nature did to these mountains in order to yield what it's going to yield. And then the views. We're hoping that most people don't do it with drapery and such, because you should appreciate those views. You really should. They're spectacular.
So can I ask you guys just to talk a little bit about who the developer is? Because some people on the site may not know who the developer is.
He's crazy, but we love him.
He used to be my neighbor.
Oh, no.
He's amazing. He's amazing. Actually incredible.
Janet, how do you plan to inspire people through your amazing landscaping architecture?
I think that there's a lot already there that we really spent a lot of time trying to preserve. So it's not like we're doing this new landscape that sort of looks like a truck pulled up and you put in all these new little things. We've got some very rich new landscaping. And certainly, when we talk about, we have a ravine behind. I mean, when you talk about, there's nobody who will ever see inside your unit. So you don't need drapes. You don't need any coverings. But the landscaping is really sort of taking its lead from the fact that there's a ravine there and there's native plant material, and also from Rosedale and the quality of plants that you find there, whether it's Japanese yew hedge or boxwood, Japanese maple, small flowering magnolia. So there's always two sides to a house. There's always the front side, which everybody sees, and then there's always the private side that becomes very special because it belongs to the people who live there. And so we have unbelievable scale. I mean, when the house is finished, I mean, it will always look like it's there because of the integration and saving of some of these really spectacular specimens that we have, plus the fact that through the Conservation Authority, this whole replanting and revitalization of the ravine slope that we then bring into the backyard. And so there is no grass. I mean, you just have these wonderful patios that sort of come out in the middle of this, sort of forest and, these magnificent views. And it's about the hierarchy of height as well. Big, huge, major heritage trees, and then smaller ones that flower in the spring, and then of course, great ground cover. So the front was always to be about knitting together the streetscape and making it feel as if nothing had really changed. And the back has this sort of wonderful layer of ravine that just sort of creeps up and sort of engulfs the building. And of course, with a client like this, it's large size plant material, the best of the best, close spacing so that it, looks really full and you don't have to wait for it to grow, which people who buy in a place like this always say, I'm getting older, I don't want to wait for it to grow. So it will be like instant landscaping when we're finished. But I also want to talk about the heritage pieces in the back from Dunnington Grub, because that was like a big issue with some of the fights that we had. Although it's in the back and nobody will see it, I mean, Dunnington Grub did University Avenue in Toronto, so he was a famous landscape architect. And editing down what he did and what he didn't do, and sort of this little remnant that at first was like, what do we do with it? But beautifully got stitched into the backyard. I think also really becomes a very nice piece to it. The thought of the history there.
I think there's a really wonderful book there about the making of Sevendale Avenue. I really do.
It
There's
sounds like there's a bit of history, like historical significance mixed in, fused with nature. And then we've got this whole modernization component that when you fuse all three together, it's going to be pretty spectacular. CMAC, what final words do you want to give us about this project that some of the realtors can learn?
Well, I think that as part of the story that Richard and you have spoken about, I just like you to imagine it. So there's 26 families, 26 individuals, 26 families, and you're a community. It's like a small group that then become friends, that become people that have each other's back, that know each other. It's pretty cool. It's a scale that that is very unique. And I think that that's another aspect of this story that I'm pretty excited about, is that you kind of belong to this group. That's the Sevendale group. I don't know if that makes any sense, but in this world where, you know, everybody's got their own little world, it's nice to have a set of people that you're living with, that have you, that know you, that you can lean on, that you can feel like you have a bit of a community. And I think that's the other part of this story that I think I'm looking forward to seeing how that's all gonna effloresce as well.
Yeah, I'm moving in across the street in Villa Bloor, and there's probably going to be about 600 families living in that building.
I think that's going to be part of the success of Sevendale, is the actual story of how it's come together. And this past year, we've all survived on stories. We've been listening to so many stories, but this one will be very special. And I think having the three visionaries as yourself creating, you know, from landscaping to interior design, architecture, we can't wait to see this finished project soon.
Listen, it's a dream.
Your story.
It's a dream, really, to be asked to do something special, and I think all three of us feel that. It's not doesn't come by you every day that you get a person that says, "Listen, do something special, do something good. Let's show them." And I think that's pretty cool. So thank you.
Last question for all three of you is, how do you say no to Hunter Milborn?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I have to tell you, those guys are actually an incredible team. I know we were talking about joking here earlier, but you just go to do a drive-by and tell me what you're seeing on site. The commitment to deliver this is amazing. And these guys are just so committed, and they're so involved in every single detail. Janet talked about spacing between, you know, like trees. Like most developments, they'll just put it there, let it grow. It's not their problem. But he's making it his problem, you know, and he really cares. And I think that's something that we should sort of like, you know, give a shout out to, definitely to the owners and the team, like the Hunters and the Forrests and the family. So good for them.
Well, it's nice that it's under construction because they don't call us much now.
They call us such and CMX.
We have good people, very good people.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet Rosenberg, Siamak Hariri, and Alessandro Munk. Alessandro, you're Italian.
Say it, Alessandro Munge. Say it.
Alessandro Munge, anch'io sono italiana.
Brava, allora perché non l'hai detto questo? Dai.
We're looking forward. Please, everyone follow Sevendale on Instagram and share it with your most exclusive clients that are looking for a story.
Thanks, everybody.
Goodbye now.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye, my friends.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Melissa?
Oh, hi, everybody. Up next, we have Stephanie Knightis. I did see her. She's already, I think everybody in her panel is here. She's the VP of Johnson & Daniel. Lovely, lovely person. I can't wait to hear what your panel has to say. It's about broker wars. So we have Kristen Bosley, Chris Slydom, Kristen Trimbinski, and Meg Little. So where are you guys? If you can just—
I'm here.
Okay,
think
wonderful.
I did a little polling and I saw all of my fellow panelists here today.
Nice.
What a great day.
Yes, so I'll let you take it away. Virginia is just giving spotlight to all your panel, and I'll let you do the introductions.
Super. Thanks, Melissa. Hello, everyone at the Buzz today. Hi, Virginia and Richard. Nice to be here. Really nice to be participating today in such an esteemed group of people. I'm really happy to have met some new people today, including Meg Little from Nest Real Estate in Chatham, Ontario, Kristen Trembinski from Sault Ste. Marie, Exit Realty, Kristen Bosley, who is, I think you're in downtown Toronto today, Bosley Real Estate.
All over, we're all over, Stephanie.
You're all over, I know. But you're physically in Toronto today, which is the cool thing about what we're doing on the Buzz. And Chris, I'm not sure, are you in Mississuaga or are you in Toronto today?
I'm in Toronto today, downtown.
You're downtown. So what a great group. Thanks. Really honored to be with all of you. I want to welcome you all. And like I said, we're stretching across the province, which is amazing. And I want to thank Virginia for asking me to be part of this. What's really interesting and what's happened in the last year, I think we can all say we have never seen, and I think we'll probably never see again. And I think thanks to so many of you, like the brokers and the leaders in this industry, we've been able to thrive. You know, our economy is in a bit of a, rise because of real estate. I just wanted to pick some of your brains today, and we're on a journey of learning. And I just want to ask each of you first, like, I'll start with you, Kristen. What are you learning about yourself so that you can bring back to your agents in your leadership role?
Which Kristen, Stephanie?
Kristen Bosley. Yeah, Chris, and Meg. Okay,
there we go. Oh man, what haven't I learned about myself this year? Really. So just a little backstory. I'm the fourth generation in my company, and we finished the full succession from third to fourth generation in the middle of a global pandemic, and while trying to move our head office. So honestly, I learned that I thrive under pressure. I learned the importance of mental health and physical health and wellness. And I learned the importance of, I think that there was a point in time, a long, long time ago, where, Darwinism came into effect and we were all taught to compete with one another. And honestly, what we can achieve together is so much more impactful than what we can do individually. So those were the things that really came out for me this year.
That's amazing. Chris Slightum, do you want to pick up on that?
Sure. First, Stephanie, I just want to say thanks very much for inviting me. It's an honor to be here today and to share and learn. It's quite an amazing group you put together. So, but I would agree with Kristen on those notes, and I would just add in resilience. I think what I believe we've learned is how, part of me is how as a community, how resilient we can be under a situation that prior to it happening, I think you'd hard to press to believe that A, it would ever happen in this day and age, and B, that we would be able to navigate through the way that we have. And so resilience is a word that I would I've taken away with this, and it's given me extra confidence, let's say, that if we can get through what we've just done as a community, as an industry, as a society in the last 12 months, I think it shows that we have an ability to tackle bigger things and handle more than maybe we ever imagined we could. And so I'm excited about the weeks and months and years ahead that we can take some of that knowledge of our strength and our ability to navigate and put it to good use.
That's a really good word, actually, resilience. Virginia and I remember having a conversation about that on the Queen Bee last year, and how we all have it in us, but you have to be able to turn it on, right? Meg, did you want to talk a little bit about that, about what you've sort of learned and what you're bringing back to your leadership now?
Absolutely. Again, thanks for having me.
Welcome.
I remember when I first heard about everything that was going on with COVID, I was on a beach and I was super nervous because we had just signed a lease for a new building, double the space. We were growing quickly and I thought, oh my goodness, what have I gotten myself into? But then here we are. And I think, like he said, resiliency is huge, but also adaptability, just being able to adapt to the different circumstances, the different feelings behind everything. I know some people have different thoughts on the current pandemic. And I think that being able to adapt and cater to the needs of the different clients and agents and everybody, I think that's been a huge takeaway for me this year.
That's great. Adaptability, another, I'm going to say buzzword, right? And Kristen, you're in Sault Ste. Marie today.
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for having me, Stephanie. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Some of the words that I had sort of jotted down have been said. Definitely flexibility, adaptability, being able to manage the extremes. So when we look back to a year ago, if someone had said to us, or a year and a few days ago, if someone had said to us, there's going to be a global pandemic and the way that we do business is going to be completely different, and your agents can't show houses really anymore, and everything's going to be done virtually, we never would have believed that. We had started out on our best year that we've had to date. And then pretty much a switch flipped, and a huge amount of flexibility and adaptability had to be put into place in terms of systems, policies, everything that we had to put in place with the staff, with the clients, with the agents. But relationships, culture, and communication throughout this whole year has been huge. Culture is a big part of our company as a whole, of my brokerage in Sault Ste. Marie, and also of my region, which encompasses pretty much from the Manitoba border to Barrie. I've got lots of geography.
That's a lot. That's a big range.
So there was a lot of differences, obviously, between the marketplaces here to our southern partners, but the relationship building and communication with the agents, with the franchisees was huge. It was so important throughout this time. Our president of Canada spoke earlier today, and she said, the telephone's the best app that we have. So picking up the phone, making sure that everyone was doing okay, checking in that way, because we were so inundated with technology that just, hearing a friendly voice was a huge part. And then also understanding personalities. We do a lot of personality profiling in our training. We use the DISC formula, and just knowing how all the agents, all the franchisees were dealing with things. When we were told that we had to stay home, some people took that really literally and obviously stayed at home and just stopped doing business. It was sort of a reason to just stop. And it's, when the switch flipped back in May, it was almost like it was busy, then stop, and then try to, relationship build, keep everybody motivated, make sure everybody's okay. And then the switch flipped again, and then it was just full speed ahead. So understanding how the different personality types were going to deal with that transition back into a marketplace here in Sault Ste. Marie that's busier than we've ever seen. And then from a broker perspective as well, the important thing is, like Kristen said, finding some balance, health and wellness. My coach always says, Kristen, get on your mat in the morning. And I've really made that a part of my practice through the day. It's just meditation and doing my affirmations, journaling, all that stuff that's so important for our mental health.
That's what you were saying about communicating, I think, is a great segue into sort of the next thing I wanted to talk about, in the conversations that we're having with our agents. I know, Chris, you have, I think, over 1,000 agents. Kristen, I think you have a few hundred. Meg, I'm not sure how many you have.
We're quite a bit smaller. We're
Right.
just around 18. So
your scale is different, but
yeah.
But Meg, you know, what kind of conversations are you having and how are you having them? And what are some of the sort of maybe topics that you're having with conversations with?
Like Kristen said, we rely heavily on, like, we're all about our culture and we're very much like a family. I mean, we're a much smaller group, so it's easier to do that. But we relied heavily in the beginning on Zoom, but then everyone kind of got tired of that. We tried to do things like Thirsty Thursdays to make it, you know, fun still, have our little drink session or coffee, whatever someone chose. But what we do have is we have a group text that it's everyone in our office has iPhones. So it's kind of been like this mandatory joke thing we have going on where you have to have an iPhone to work with us. No, but for now, it hasn't changed yet, but we do a lot of texting and just to communicate as friends, colleagues, and to support one another through the whole time. So that's what we've relied mostly on.
And have you been having a lot of like group conversations, group meetings? Is that something that you rely heavily on with a tight group like that? You can do that, right?
Yes, we do. Outside of COVID, we get together all the time. We have all kinds of team building events that are more like barbecues because it's small. We can do that. There's not 100 or 1,000 of us gathering in a backyard. So
right.
Yeah.
And Chris, I know Royal LePage, we share that heritage. They've been doing a lot of that from a sort of a brand perspective in COVID, but what have you been doing and what kind of conversations are you having with your agents and how?
Yeah, so great question. And I think that was a critical question we had right away in March last year is what are we going to do? We obviously have a large group of professionals spread across the GTA. And as soon as we got the sense that we were going to go into lockdown, we quickly mobilized the Zoom platform, use of the Zoom platform. And we were actually in the first, I guess, 8 or 9 weeks, or what became 8 or 9 weeks. We thought it was 2, remember, when we started this.
Flatten the curve, right?
Yeah. We were having company-wide Zoom meetings 3 days a week, and we really the theme was engagement. Number one, to stay personally engaged, to encourage everybody to stay engaged in their own knowledge about what's going on in the market, and then education. We brought a lot of very recognized speakers in regularly to keep we use the time to kind of grow and learn, and then and really focusing on the third thing was how can we help, and that was a theme that we Royal LePage is helping you is what we do, and that's kind of the theme that we really focused in on. It wasn't about how are we going to help people buy or sell houses. It was how are we going to help our communities and how are we going to help each other, and we're come together. Much larger group, obviously, but it's amazing and what you can accomplish and what we learned to accomplish when we were put into this situation. And I think from our feedback from our team, the regularity of the events was very helpful, because those were some pretty dark days at that moment in time, and we stuck it out. And today we're still we've pulled it when, I guess, as of June last year, when the market really picked up, we pulled it back to 2 events a week. And we just have stuck at it like that and used the power of this incredible platform that we're all on here today to get information out. And we recorded every single event so that, people can go back and watch them, so you don't have to hop on, at that time every day. And it's the feedback we've had, and I think the experience we've had would suggest it was a nice opportunity for us to get together by using this technology.
I agree with that. I mean, who knew that 150 of us could get together and feel like we're all having a very intimate conversation, Kristen Bosley, did you want to comment about that, about just the conversations and really what's going on with your agents and how are you communicating with them?
Yeah, so honestly, our conversations have been similar to the size of our company between Meg and Chris, very in between. So we have about 350 agents at this time all across Ontario. So I do want to start by saying that I have such a phenomenal leadership team who really worked hard to maintain that connection in their individual branches, which honestly is, it's tough to find broker managers who are engaged like that and who are willing to put their own stuff kind of on the back burner to focus on what they need to focus on for everybody else. So that was really incredible. We obviously adapted to Zoom and remote work instantly. We were very fortunate to be set up with that, and we were already using the platform for some of our training. We really focused on business development, similar to Chris. But I think where the difference really came in was, I made a very concrete decision in March that it did not matter how I was feeling, that as a leader, it was my job to provide certainty to my team. And so our dialogues were, I would say, a little bit deeper in nature. So we had Zoom meetings very similar to Chris, about 3 times a week. We had well over, 60% participation, and we still do, which I think is honestly incredible. I can't actually get over the engagement. But really, the format was 1/3 business, 1/3 kind of education and training and discussion around what's happening in the market. But then the last third was, let's share. What are your wins? What are your stucks? What have you learned this week? How are you doing emotionally? Are you making sure that you're putting on your oxygen first before your family and your clients so you can continue caring for people? We actually went so far as to implement mental health services for all of our agents and our staff. I think that the one thing that this has done for society as a whole is really bring awareness to the importance of mental health and well-being. So it's something that we spend a lot of time focusing on, because I think that we can all admit that this business requires you to be on your game. And if you are struggling, it's going to be very hard to produce.
I think you put a pin in something that's really important, and that, certainly is something that I've learned about this industry is, I've always known it, but how community focused that we all already knew that we were, but how that really almost took precedent in the past little while, and moving forward, how that becomes even more essential, right? So in Chris and Kristen, you both touched on that, just that sense of engagement, not only with our agents, but with the greater community, right? So our industry, like with the buzz, and no surprise, it's thriving with the hundreds of people that show up and the great conversations, but then what we're doing in our communities to help those around us. Kristen, did you want to touch on that a bit in the conversations, since you brought it up so elegantly earlier?
Yeah, so it is actually phenomenal. I have to admit, I'm not very technologically savvy. So when sort of the switch flipped and it was like, okay, let's put our systems in place. Unlike Kristen, we do have a small team within our brokerage. We've got 40 agents. Amongst our region right now, we have 70. So obviously we were communicating with franchisees via Zoom already, but with our individual agents, we were very close knit. Like the bricks and mortar was very important to our people, like being physically in the office around other producing people. So that was a challenge for sure in terms of getting everybody engaged. Once they all sort of understood and saw that we were all in this together, we did up our meetings to two meetings a week. Plus we had, training a few times a week. Our corporate office was phenomenal in terms of the training that they implemented. And a lot of it was mindset, gratitude, health and wellness, different aspects like budgeting, because let's be honest, there was a pretty scary time for a lot of people in terms of finances and budgeting and how am I going to, provide for my family. So a lot of our conversations, especially throughout the months of like March to May, were very focused on like the individual agents and ensuring that they were okay. And then now it's somewhat shifted to, you know, training on a completely different marketplace, because Sault Ste. Marie was kind of like steady Eddie for many years. Since I got into the business 15 years ago, you know, our average home price stayed pretty similar to really over the last 10 to 12 weeks, our market has drastically increased, you know, up to 35% for some places. So it's having conversations with all of the individual salespeople and brokers to say, hey, touch base with your past clients, make sure that you're doing your 6-week action plan, make sure that you're staying on top of and doing what you need to do each day to build your business. So it's very much been sort of a mix between a lot of personal attention. Our company is very empathy driven, very family oriented, but also making sure that we're implementing, you know, how do we go from being slowed down to jumping right back into this busy competitive marketplace. So
I think that was one of the things that you know, like we talked about, we're talking about it, it was difficult, it was hard, but I think what we've all touched on is just really the incredible silver lining that came out of a shared experience, right? Let's talk a little bit about moving forward and some of the things that, you know, we've learned from, and we're going to keep going. And I can't remember who said it earlier today. No one's going to have a new normal. It's just, we're moving forward. We're just keep going, right? We've adapted, we've been resilient, we've sort of conquered all these incredible things, and you know, probably made record earnings in a lot of our companies. What are we going to keep around? What are we going to keep doing? Are there apps that we used from a technology perspective? Is there a new habit that's formed in your office? Is there a conversation that you want to keep going? Just maybe touch on one of those things. Maybe Chris, you can start.
Well, we'll definitely continue to use Zoom. I think we'll broadcast our events. I mean, I personally enjoy. I wish we were all together, right? I wish we were all maybe on a stage together and sitting down and having conversations. I think we're, as humans, I believe we're you know, wired to be social creatures, and so I believe that we will continue to, although we will want to have events, hopefully sooner than later, where people can attend in person. I think we'll definitely continue to use the technology that we've all become more comfortable with. It's something that I was not a fan of broadcasting, if you want to use that term, meetings prior to COVID. I'm the first to admit, and now that we've had such, you know, so much experience, and to Kristen's point, a great consistent attendance and the ability to bring. We've had Tom Ferry speak to our, you know, group 3 times or 4 times now in the last 8 months or 10 months, and we wouldn't have done that likely prior. So that'll definitely stay. I think it's forced us to get better with connectivity as well in general. I think the value and the understanding of staying connected, not just to our teams, but to our clients, and helping our teams understand and our agents understand how important it is to stay connected to everybody in your sphere, and not just for the purpose of buying and selling real estate, but just for the purpose of being there as a member of the community and helping. And I think that's going to stick with us and serve us all, you know, very, very well as like you said, the new normal, whatever that might be, you know, is in our future.
I think that's a great segue, Meg, to what you and I possibly share, which is we sometimes have something in our niche market, or we're maybe a smaller group in a bigger pond. But what insights do you have on that?
Well, I agree with what he said about Zoom and everything. I think that's going to continue on. we're finding that we're meeting a lot of, we have a lot of out of town clients coming here. I mean, we're probably sitting in our office right now at about 50% of our buyers are from the GTA. And it could be even London is moving our way now because it's just, we're way more affordable, even though our house prices are up about 40% right now.
Wow.
In the last couple of months. It's insane.
Amazing.
But what we're finding is that we're able to meet clients via Zoom or Skype. We're FaceTiming them for showings, and they're only coming down upon necessity now, which I think is a very valuable use of time for everybody. I also think that you're getting more presence, more people actually coming, and whether it's the agents or whoever is able to attend the meetings now that, you know, they can do it from wherever. And of course, with COVID, a lot of people still had kids at home, right? So that changed things as well. So it really offered that flexibility, you know, in that sense.
So, I mean, time saving, right?
Huge.
Like,
Huge.
how much time did we all gain from maybe not commuting, from not sort of doing 10 showings where we would do 4, because the digital collateral for listings have gotten so much better for our agents,
right,
that, you know, clients are saying, no, I don't need to see those. I need to see just these ones. So
yeah. Like
I think time is huge, right?
We got a Matterport for our office when all this happened. And so we were doing 3D scans on all of our listings, which we found really helped. I mean, it's not always the ideal way to look, but at least it, you know, it narrowed down properties for so many people. So we weren't, like you said, going out and showing 10 houses. We were only showing 4 or 3 or whatever. And it was a lot easier that way. So there's a lot of good that has come from this. It's just been an adjustment.
And continue to adjust, right?
Absolutely.
Kristen Bosley.
I really loved the term digital collateral. That was awesome. Yeah, I mean, the digital offerings for our agents have just exploded, and it's amazing to see. And I couldn't agree more with you, Stephanie, that has certainly gone that much further to making the agent's role much more efficient than it was even before. Although I will say I had one of my agents standing at my door the other day reminding me of what it was like when they had the tear sheets in the MLS books. So I'm not sure how much more efficient we can become, but those tools are amazing. Zoom's not going anywhere. We're going to continue using Zoom. We've been using it for a long time. The one great thing that we have started using internally is Microsoft Teams. That's not going to go anywhere. Our staff teams have just honestly become such amazing cohesive groups as a result of this. They're working so well together. So I hope and look forward to that continuing, and part of, when we talk about the future, that that stay-at-home model is certainly going to have to be part of it from a staffing perspective. But interestingly enough, for our company, everybody on here has commented on culture. It is a massive part of our culture to be present at the physical office location. And I have a hard time keeping people out of the office. I have to have people on a schedule. I have to have people separated, making sure they're following protocols. We have massive demand for that. And I thought for a long time that was going to change. And we're here a year later, and not only has it not changed, it's actually grown substantially. So, our kind of whatever this new world is going to look like, besides adapting to the new techniques and tools that we have to promote more efficiencies, I think at the bottom line is we like to socialize. Humans like to be social beings. We thrive off people's energy, and I don't see that changing. I really don't.
I think that's a really good point. I mean, so many of our agents and our teams and our partnerships, they thrive on these very social constructs, right? They thrive off each other's energy. They collaborate when they're together. Literally a week before we got shut down, LePage Canada had a massive awards party in downtown Toronto. And I don't know if you were there or not, Chris, there was like 1,200 people. And we had talked about, like fist pumping on stage, and Phil was sort of, and like literally a week later, we were like, you know, at home and doing everything that we could to keep our head above water, quite frankly. I don't think that will end. I agree with what you're saying, Kristen. I do believe we want to be with each other and collaborate and support and help and talk and share in real life, in real time. And I agree with you. I think that's something that we'll get back to eventually, safely, obviously. Kristen, you're such a vast area that you deal with your brokers and your agents. Do you see any major changes or things that you'll hold on to moving forward?
I mean, obviously, as we've said, I mean, the silver lining for us was there's been lots of them, but one of the major things is just getting accustomed and familiar with all of the technology, because moving forward, we are going to continue to utilize it. I mean, as Meg said, she's got a lot of out-of-town purchasers coming her way. We have a huge influx of out-of-town purchasers coming our way. So it's almost like this past year has been it's been a stepping stone to what to prepare ourselves for the future, because we are doing so many virtual showings. We've implemented videography in all of our listings. We were a little bit behind the times, I would say, until this past year, but we've very much have stepped up and kept up with the technology that has really assisted us through this. In terms of people coming into the business, I think that's also a huge opportunity for us as brokers. We've been hosting regular career nights once a month, and the influx of agents that are coming into our brokerage here in Sault Ste. Marie and our brokerages elsewhere, in Midhurst and Stayner, we're growing. And so we've utilized this time with technology, and obviously the courses are all done via, it's pretty easy for people to hop onto the Humber site and get registered, and they don't have to physically go to Toronto like we used to have to for the exams. So that's a huge opportunity for us moving forward too, is just the growth of the industry as a whole, and as brokers being able to have the opportunity to grow our offices. So there's back to what Chris said as well about being able to bring in Tom Ferry, the amount of times that he has, the idea of it being so much more cost effective to bring some of these trainers that we may not have been able to host in person is important. But also speaking to the bricks and mortar, like Kristen said, of the physical office space, we've taken a big opportunity as well to do an expansion on our office here in Sault Ste. Marie, because it's been a challenge to keep the agents out of the office. They want to come back. They want to have that connection. They love being in the office, and so the idea of that not moving forward just doesn't seem like a possibility for us.
Yeah, it doesn't resonate.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
So.
I think you touched on something really interesting, and I know certainly from my perspective, so I run 2 brands in a very competitive marketplace, and some of the new agents that I'm having conversations with, are coming from all kinds of different walks of life, right? Some are in a second or third career choice. Some got into the business, because of family or friends. But they're all coming with some advice or some experience that we can learn from as well. So I think that what we're going to see is sort of maybe a new generation of realtors who, other than age, I'm not talking from an age perspective, but just that have a different set of experiences coming into the business. I think we sort of nurture those strengths. That's what we do as leaders, right? We nurture the strengths that we see in people. And that actually excites me about who I see sort of getting into the industry. And some of my colleagues, Lori Penchish and Sam Hassan here in Oakville, and Young in Toronto, we have these conversations about like we don't ever really know who's going to kind of hit it out of the park when we hire them, right? But we always see something in them. And it's usually back to what you said earlier, Chris, sort of that resilience or that grit, right? So, you know, hard to catch it on a Zoom call, right? It's you sort of get to know people better, obviously, when you're in front of them. Yeah. I'm going to sort of, I think we're almost out of time, but I did want to give each one of you a chance to just, again, leading our industry one agent at a time. That's sort of the topic of this, and we've dove into a few great conversations, but any parting words to your fellow leaders in the industry and colleagues that are listening here today? Meg, maybe we can start with you.
Sure. I'd say just remember this is all about relationships, and that hasn't changed. So it's really that simple. That's all I have to say, because that's it. It's really that simple.
It's awesome. So happy you could join us from Chatham, Ontario. Bravo.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Kristen Bosley.
Oh gosh. Well, thanks for having me. It was a true privilege. I think leadership, you know, applies to agents too. I think that agents often forget that they are in a leadership role. And to Meg's point, it's all about relationships. It's all about the quality of service that you provide. And, you know, it does not matter what technology tools we have at our fingertips. If you are not providing service and leading people where they need to go, it's going to become very challenging. So focus on those relationships and taking care of yourself so you can lead them in the right direction.
Very well said. Chris?
Yeah, I agree with Megan and Kristen as well. It is, I mean, we always say it's a people business. You know, what do you do? Well, we sell houses, but it really is a people business. And I think that is, you know, an important focus to remember at the forefront. A big thing is education, I think. And I think you have to really
thanks for bringing that up. Huge, right?
More and more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we all run into these situations. But I think we have to, you know, focus on and encourage everybody to really invest your time in education. And I applaud Virginia for putting this event as a perfect example. I mean, this is like the value, you know, is just massive. And for everybody who takes the time out of their busy schedules to actually commit to educate themselves, I think there is such a massive opportunity for us as an industry to get so much better collectively, to provide a service that is, you know, helping amazing people with their real estate dreams that'll change their lives. I mean, this is like the single largest asset anybody's ever going to own. And I really, really encourage and would love to see a much higher level of education, a much, much greater focus on education in all aspects, from market knowledge to economics to, you know, the housing product itself. And we can do amazing things. And I'm super excited about the opportunity that the industry has, and you know, looking forward into the future, I think we've got an amazing opportunity. And if we can really encourage everyone to focus on getting really, really good at what they do, their value proposition will become second to none. And so I think I would just leave with that. And I want to just say thank you to you again for hosting, and to Virginia. This is a brilliant idea, and congratulations.
Chris, you know, I'm so pleased you brought education up. For anyone who knows me in the industry, I feel so passionately about, you know, we call it a real estate practice for a reason, right? Because we constantly have to be practicing at getting better at what we're doing. And I don't know, Richard, if you remember, meeting me in my early days. And you and I having a chat. And I remember you telling me, I remember going to your little home office in Cabbagetown in downtown Toronto. And you're like, I was like a little runt, and you were like, Stephanie, just keep learning. And you know, I've taken those words to heart. In a big way. And
it's amazing.
It's become really my mantra. Just keep learning, right?
Exactly. Even at my age, I'm still learning. Stephanie, thank you very much. The Chris, and Chris.
I did want to give Kristen just a moment to have parting words. Kristen Trembinski, all the way from Sault Ste. Marie today.
Just to quickly sum it up, I think what everyone was saying at the end here is that you know, we're seeing a big shift in the real estate industry from an ego focus, you know, in the past being a very ego driven industry, over to an empathy driven industry, which is so nice to see. You know, when we take time to focus on the individuals, the group as a whole just does so much better. So
I love that.
That's a great way to end a brilliant session. Thank you to my colleagues from across Ontario and across the brands. It's really about being a better industry. And to Virginia, an amazing woman with incredible leadership and a vision beyond. Thank you for putting this all together with your team, and really do appreciate the invitation to participate.
Thank you. If I can just say 1 minute, you know, I know Stephanie because she's one of our brokers here in Oakville, and in the last 365 days, I know how hard she's worked. We've got like Tech Wednesdays or Tech Tuesdays. She's got like sessions going on every single week. We get the emails. We know how important it is for brokers to really step up to the plate. And for those that haven't, you're going to be left behind. And if you need some advice, call any one of these 5. I know Chris Slytham from Royal LePage Signature runs like the biggest Royal LePage company in Canada. You know, Kristen, I remember when you guys were in Oakville with Bosley Real Estate. You know, Kristen Trembinski from, I mean, I'm just meeting so many amazing people that are doing so many great things at your level. Nest Realty, independent boutique brokerage. We love what you guys are all doing, and we're just really happy to have you part of the buzz. We have 1,500 attendees registered for this event. It's hard for people to commit to another Zoom. The great thing is it's recorded. People get the free recording. And for example, in January, we've already had over 1,000 people view the YouTube recording. So people are watching you guys at the leisure that when they make the time for it at home. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. And I'm just going to encourage all of my colleagues on the panel, drop your email in the chat so everyone knows how to find you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've gone from low rise, we're going up to high rise, guys. We are very lucky to have our next session. We have Ben Myers and Cameron Stevens they're the co-hosts of Toronto Under Construction podcast. We have Bader El-Khattab, Vice President of Center Court, Winston Chan, my brother from another mother, who I've known for years. Alison O'Neill, Winston, for those of you who don't know, is from Mr. Tridell. And Alison O'Neill, who's the Executive Vice President of Brand Experience from Addy Developments. So let's talk high rise. What's happening in the city? Nothing's going on. I mean, it's really quiet. That was your lead. Ben, take over.
The boys from Toronto Under Construction are going to be leading this conversation.
Yeah, so Ben,
everybody.
And my name's Steve Cameron from Cameron Stevens Mortgage Capital. It's a pleasure to be here. And as you know, Ben and I host the Toronto Under Construction podcast, a podcast about everything Toronto real estate, as Ben would say. He does it better in his radio announcer voice. So you know, we're excited to be here and chat all things high-rise development, construction, land assembly, entitlements, politics, whatever you want to get into. We're here to facilitate that. Right? Is that right, Ben?
Well, that's right. That's right. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, so we're just going to jump right into it. the resale market has gone kind of bananas for the high-rise market, but we've had some recent successes. So I think that's the perfect spot to start off with Bader and Center Court. You sold out 8 Wellesley when there's a lot of talk about the decline in the rental market downtown. Tell us a little bit about that project. Why do you think it was successful? Was it pent-up demand? Was it just an investor falling with Center Court? Give us the explanation there.
Yeah, sure thing. A little feedback there. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me on the panel. Obviously, appreciate the opportunity to share, our thoughts. And speaking specifically about 8 Wellesley, wow, boy, we are super proud. We knew we were going to start sales in that project in early 2021. We knew we had a couple of call it hurdles with COVID, lockdown, and just sentiment in the marketplace. So we were obviously trying to build up a lot of brand awareness. And I think a location like Yonge and Wellesley, it certainly makes the hype building a lot easier, because it's a great location just to begin with, right? Immediate access to the subway, and we do have a strong following in the brokerage and realtor community, so that certainly does help. But I think the key there is a function of a couple of things. One, giving brokers and agents the time, right, to learn about the project, to understand exactly what they're selling, right? Coming off the last call, I heard something about education. You need to educate everyone on exactly what it is, because not everybody can sell every project. So there's going to be some rock stars who can sell this project and some folks who can't sell the other. But I think identifying those people, making sure they have an opportunity to learn about the project, they have time to communicate that to their buyers and curate their list of prospective purchasers. All that is the groundwork for success. So I think the combination of that with, again, some great pricing, great marketing, and just, call it a once in a decade location, really resulted in a tremendous outcome. We sold over $500 million of real estate in 7 days. We're completely sold out, not a unit left. And, we're ready for the next one. We'll be launching prime condos in the coming weeks. So, we're so passionate with the downtown, and our buyers believe, without a doubt, forget 2025 when this condo is going to be delivered. 2021, summer, fall, 2022, the city is going to be back. I encourage people to come down to Trinity Bellwoods Park and see how busy it is. People are clamoring to get back into units. I think we've turned a corner.
It's a great answer. And one of the things we talked about, and in terms of the new sales launch, and I think that on average, you guys sold for, I think it was just over $1,400 a foot.
Yeah, we were at $1,460 a foot, give or take.
So you have $1,460 a foot, but one of the the hot topics in the market is that new product is selling at $1,460, but resale is selling at $1,000, maybe $1,100 a foot. Maybe I'll throw it over to you, Winston. What are your comments on the discrepancy between the resale prices and the new inventory, or the pre-sale, pre-con?
Well, I think it's a show of the confidence of the purchaser. Investors are quite sophisticated. They would not give you a value that they do not believe that particular value is worth. So they actually price the future condo as $1,400. So simply, it's a statement of saying that they're confident about the market. And face it, compare us internationally, our price is relatively inexpensive. If you talk to our US colleague, you just automatically take 25% off. So I think that it's something that we really need to adjust to. And then we also needed to be prepared to be a world-class city like New York, like San Francisco, like Tokyo, or like London. Yes, we are not there yet too, but I think we have all the ingredients to be one. Take a look at the condo market as a whole, or I should say pre-construction. If you compare the number of construction cranes around North America, if you would say Seattle, they have 42 cranes. New York City, 26 cranes. For us, we're operating at least 120 to 130 construction crane, one site alone. The front in Spadina, the well that we are building vigorously, that we have upward of 10 construction crane. A company have more construction cranes than New York City. So I think that is something that we as realtors, or we as a real estate industry, especially in Ontario, should be very proud. And I think in terms of the global market here too, we collectively be able to speak 140 different languages. You count any global city around the world, that this type of global inspiration and international aspiration may not be able to find too many examples across North America. So I'm sure that all of us remember a few years ago when we commenting about how do we be able to sell $600 a foot downtown. You know, I think some realtor actually posted a very interesting post lately, and then it was a timeline captured by Facebook. And then there was the conversation commenting about, oh, you know, how would be able to sell $600 a foot. 6-7 years later, we are talking about double the price. So again, my comment is definitely we need to prepare for success. Definitely we need to prepare us to be a real world-class global metropolitan city.
That's awesome. Good answer. Good answer. Well, as some of you know me as, you know, my consulting firm, but I also do work with, you know, Baker Real Estate as a special market advisor, and we're doing a lot of, you know, market studies in the 905 and recommended unit sizes. And there definitely has been a Torontoization of the suburbs. So I guess I'll turn it over to Allison. You know, the 905 had more sales than the 416 last year. The condo market is moving farther and farther out. You know, just kind of give us your general thoughts on the 905, on Burlington, and, you know, what's selling out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's telling is that the 905 did do so many deals last year. Pricing increased quite substantially as well. So if you look at, you know, Halton region, it went from about 14% increase last year in 2020 during a pandemic, which is fantastic. Definitely we've seen the Torontoization of condos out here in Burlington. So we are looking at smaller unit mixes than the market really was used to up until a couple of years back. We're looking at introducing studios. The small 2-bedroom product is really hot, but sales are great. North Oakville has been super hot, along with Milton, and we're seeing great success here in Burlington. We're actually getting ready to launch a next project, which is at Thomas Alton and Appleby line, called Realm, and we're going to be into the $900 a foot range, which, you know, Winston, to your point, back in the day, yeah, you know, nobody thought 600 a foot was high for Burlington when I started here 2.5 years ago. So it's definitely on the rise.
Yeah, when I started to work for Tridel 26 years ago, I remember we were $100 to $200 a foot back then. I wish I bought it all, and then I would not be speaking here.
So Allison, let me ask you something about, you know, you're seeing the Torontoization of the product type in the Burlington market. Are the sales sticky, and are you seeing a lot, you know, there's been this like mass exodus out of Toronto the last few months, people's fleeing for the burbs for more space, but obviously your sales are up as well. Do you attribute that to COVID, or is it just, you know, the Southern Ontario is growing, it's affordable, GO train system was working, or is it a bit of a mix of both?
A mix of both. I think mostly it's just affordability. So we really see in the 905 that if you're under $650,000 from an end price perspective, that you can get really good absorptions. I think COVID is definitely, we've seen all the articles about the deurbanization that COVID has caused, and whether that's because of affordability or, you know, wanting to, you know, move back in with family and have friends around and shelter in place kind of thing. If you don't need to be downtown right now, why would you? You know, downtown comes with a price premium, but that premium is a lifestyle premium, which comes from, you know, restaurants, being close to event venues, being close to work and not having to commute. And when those things aren't at play, paying that premium doesn't necessarily make sense. So I think people are more willing to look a little bit further afoot.
Nice. Well, I want to turn it back to you, Bader. I do work for rentals.ca, and we recently ran some numbers on some downtown condo buildings. And one of your completed buildings the average rent went down 34% year over year, which I, in my wildest dreams would never have imagined that would happen in any single year in any downtown project. And obviously, like you said, you sold out 8 Wellesley. Investors seem to be interested. What's the feedback from investors about the rental market? Are they expecting a really quick bounce back once the vaccinations are done, or are they, just simply looking at capital appreciation? How are they viewing the rental market right now?
Yeah, it's a good question, and to be candid, I'm probably not the best person to speak about this because we don't do any rental, but obviously we keep our eye on it. So what I'll say about that is twofold. I think when you see that significant reduction in rents, I think it has to do with exactly what Allison spoke about, right? It's a trend of, if I don't need to be down here for the next couple of months, my lease is expiring, do I relocate? I think a lot of people have made that decision. I think what you've seen actually over the last couple of months is rents have now bottomed out, and they're now starting to trickle back up slowly but surely. And what that trajectory looks like is a question mark. But I think, again, with summer and spring ahead of us, with the return to the office around the corner, I would be hard pressed to believe that there won't be a lot of folks coming back into the market. The same, call it bottoming out that we saw in the condo market, resale side in September, October, relative to where we are today, which is, like a complete 180. I expect personally that we'll see something similar on the rental side. And in terms of our buyers, like the buyers at 8 Wellesley, for instance, and I think forget the buyers at 8 Wellesley, anybody buying real estate, I think people believe it's a long-term investment. There's going to be blips, always going to be blips, right? There's going to be COVID, there's going to be COVID 2.0, who knows when. The reality is the friction costs here are high, right? Between LTT and commissions and everything else. So people who actually buy real estate say to themselves, I'm in this for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. The fact that my rent has gone down for 12 months is only a fraction of the time I own this asset. So I think it's that long-term view that's going to make you successful in rents. No one underwrote, 10% rent increases in the previous couple of years either, right, Ben? So, you have to take both sides of it when it comes. But most importantly, I think people believe in the long-term appreciation of the asset. It's really the combination of those two things that will lead to a successful investment over time. And I'm like, every buyer that I speak with, whether at 8 Wellesley, people who are calling us now about prime, everybody believes that one, Canada's well positioned to bounce back. We're expecting the roaring 20s all over again is the sentiment I'm hearing. And what better place to place capital or to have exposure to than Toronto, right? We've been leading the growth for forever, as far as I'm concerned. So we should be benefiting, call it from more of an outsized proportion of that growth in the coming months and years.
So it's a good segue, and I totally agree with you. I think like the whole idea that cities are dead is absolutely insanity, and I don't think that anyone could sit here, at least on this panel, and back that statement up, although we have heard it here and there in the media. But to shift gears a little bit, because COVID will have some level of long-term impact, and it's going to change the way we do things, the way we look at things. And rents, you're right, they will change. They'll go up, they'll go down, prices as well. But one thing that won't change is, the actual construction of the condo once it's built. So my question, I guess, for everybody here is, as we venture into the post-COVID world, knowing what we know now, what are you doing differently in terms of the amenities in the buildings you're building, in terms of the suite sizes, in terms of providing potentially work from home spaces or communal offices or anything along those lines? Maybe it's childcare, maybe it's just larger units across the board. I'll start maybe with Winston, but then open it up to all three of you.
Yeah, basically it's what you just described, everything, all of the above you just described. I think COVID, I think of all the negative, I focus on a bit of the positive. It's just definitely accelerated the creativity. and the technology in the condo industry. And first and foremost, virtual, right? Say, I think we had one of the fastest adaptation in terms of virtual. Like we basically seamlessly transform our sales office from, you know, in-person visit to completely virtual. And I think that's something that I think kudos to all the colleagues and all the Realtor here and the conferences here too. That it's definitely something that it's further accelerate in terms of the selling part of it. And interestingly, in the pre-construction, it actually doesn't change at all. Before COVID, I won't show you actual build suite anyways. I'm actually show you a rendering. So as a matter of fact, presenting it through virtual is a little bit more effective in terms of traveling time and in terms of you know, personal appointment and all that too. And I think that part is definitely accelerated. In terms of the design of the building too, once again, challenge the developer to think before we focus on green. Green is good, technology is good, and I think this is a kind of totally accelerated the whole process. And Tridel, we do have what we refer to Tridel Connect, our smart home technology. Now, obviously, I wanted to take credit, but I couldn't. We didn't anticipate COVID, but when we designed the Tridel Connect, we actually anticipate a lot of a challenge before, and we transform the challenge into feature. So such as license plate recognition technology. Now, this feature, honestly, we actually do for convenience. It's not designed for COVID, but interestingly, it would also adapt it to the future COVID world as well too, because you do not want it to speak to a concierge or have certain open the gate for you and then all that too, all of a sudden become a feature for COVID initiative. Automatic parcel notification and delivery system that when you order the parcel from Amazon, you get a barcode emailed to your phone, and then you go to your mail room, just scan the barcode, you pick up the Amazon. Again, I want to take credit that I anticipated COVID and then designed this too. All of a sudden, it's perfectly matched with the future needs. And then moving forward in terms of the elevator technology too, the smart elevator know where you would be and then anticipated where you would be, and then we use a cell phone to kind of control it too. The whole touchless situation from entering into the lobby, into your suites, and you no longer use key, and then all this feature list go on and on and on too. And I think this type of accelerated technology adaptation, you know, the waving technology was there before and totally accelerated the application of the wave system that you don't really need to touch the door's open, motion sensing, voice control, all this too. Those are technology that we have before and we did not invented it, but I think it's further accelerated to this adaptation to it too. Say 10 York as an example, we actually sell the building like 5-6 years before, and then we anticipated that would be future needs of the technology. We have all this. It's not futuristic. All the technology that I was telling you, you can actually see it in 10 York as we speak. So long answer to your question, I do think that you're going to see a lot more creativity. You see a lot more innovation, and in terms of size to design of the building too, we would have more space. We create more space. Before people look at for 1 bedroom, perhaps they look at for 1+10, and then you can utilize that particular area into a work from home area. The list go on and on. So I think that's the positive side of the COVID, and then totally accelerate it and then stimulate our creativities in terms of innovation, technology, and the design of the building.
Good answer. Alison, do you want to step in? I know we had one question in the comments, and it was about balconies and terraces and how important they might be to newer builds. So maybe you could incorporate that in your answer.
Yeah, sure. So I think, like Winton, we have our own proprietary smart tech system called ADI Home Plus. So it offers a lot of the same features that Winston was talking about. I think the big thing is that really there's a change in habits. If I'm any example, definitely online shopping is on the rise. Food delivery is on the rise. So how can we incorporate that in terms of automated parcel storage? Maybe we do a lay-by-lane for food delivery. Looking at things like physical fitness, like the way that we work out now is a lot different than it was 12 months ago. So can we incorporate, outdoor fitness equipment? What does that look like? And then working from home obviously is a huge one, I think, in terms of suite design. As Winston mentioned, like going to a 1-bedroom Munden or even a small 2-bedroom to allow that flexibility for people to be able to work from home and not be interrupted, but also in terms of co-working spaces and the amenity. And in terms of outdoor, I know my backyard was like a savior for me. I think balconies are important. I think more so probably if you're not in a neighborhood that has, parks and access to open space, I think it becomes very important to have that outdoor amenity.
Yeah, maybe I'll just, I think Alison covered all the biggies. The one thing I'd say is just the amenities. I think people now, more so than ever, want to make sure that amenities that are being provided fit the lifestyle. And I think COVID in particular has maybe showcased obviously two things, work from home and kind of the requirement for a really great fitness facility just for mental health reasons, right? Like especially when it's cold outside and you can't go for a run or be in a park. So one of the things that I think we've been doing for a long time now, and we did it at 8 Wellesley, or we're going to do it again at Prime, and it's really a function of consumer demand, is just a fantastic co-working space. Like, in case of Prime, we're doing 4,000 square feet of co-working. We're doing 6,500 square feet of fitness. Like that rivals, at least in downtown, almost every fitness club I can imagine, except for maybe 1 or 2 really, really expensive ones. But 2 points there, right? Like it's convenient, it's downstairs. Not only that, but it's value in that renter or owner's pocket. It's an amenity that they would use otherwise. They would pay for it outside the building. It's there, and they can control it, whether it's through access, capacity. The property manager can actually make sure that is programmed in a way that is going to be comfortable for residents on a go-forward basis. So I think it's a function of what you're providing, but also the programming of it. Like, how can the condo control the experience, and can they do a better job than perhaps a third-party provider that's open completely to the public? I think that's a big conversation that we've been having internally, and it really does limit what you may provide or want to provide, I should say.
Interesting. Well, Winston, I wanted to ask you a question. Obviously, a huge portion of the buyers in our market are investors, but Tridel has done a good job at attracting, end users to larger suites, and I imagine you probably have some at the Dew Pond. What are you guys doing to attract those buyers? Do you think that's an emerging market moving forward? Do you think there's going to be a lot of people moving down from larger homes into condominiums? Maybe just provide your insight on that buyer, the non-investor buyer in the marketplace.
Yeah, definitely. We also, it's a big player in that particular field. Tridel being one of the largest condo builder in Canada for the past 85 years, and we built 85,000 homes. So we do have a lot of, upsize market as well too. Not a lot of people talk about, downsizing or smart sizing. So existing Tridel homeowner may be looking for big homes too. We see an uptick there too. There is an observation that I observed personally. It's called smart sizing. Like you living in a certain neighborhood, you live in annex, at $2-3 million home, and you want to smart size in a condo. Guess where they would like to smart size into? Annex. If your home is in the Etobicoke, the Kingsway area, want to smart size into a condo, guess where with this will be, at our Edenbridge condo. So we definitely see that particular market happening, and interestingly, that bring in even additional activities to that too. By that I meant is, say if a empty nester smart sizing into a home, say in Etobicoke, the home was 3.5 million, a big Kingsway home, smart size into our typical condo 1.5 million. All of a sudden they unlock the equity of $2 million. Guess what happened to $2 million? Now, obviously, I wish the $2 million go to Tridel, but sometimes it's go to Allison and go to Vada to purchase, other investment home, and not just for themselves, but for being the bank of mom and dad, and then helping their children to get into the market. So with all the realtor here in the audience, and I think when you deal with developer like us, you know, and the panel here too, like thank the court and everybody, that you're not just selling a pre-construction. You can incorporate exactly your own marketing plan. You perhaps you get a listing in Kingsway. I'm sure that you're very successful getting your listing too. Talk about this concept, the smart sizing. Definitely we see that, and they smart size in the condo too. When they unlock the equity, that will bring you the additional sales into you know, investment suite, or perhaps with the children and all that too. It's not a theory, we actually see that happen. And in terms of the home size condo too, definitely there's a market there. And because and one of the attributes of the smart size, why I call it is be very honest. If you go home tonight, you live in a 3,500 beautiful executive home somewhere, be very honest, what is the actual space you actually use? Yes, your kitchen, definitely. You prepare your food and you work from home, you may use your library or second bedroom, and then you may watch a little TV in your family room and perhaps your bedroom. Add up all the space you actually use. You're actually really living in 1,000 square feet home, although your home is 3,500. When we sell you a condo, we simply move all the space that you use into the sky. We build a mansion in the sky for you. So it is a really smart move. You actually utilize the same space too. You can replicate all the outdoor activities through the amenities that, you know, Bada was talking about, Allison is talking about. You can have the same experience without maintaining it. So I definitely see this trend going. And for sure, COVID, we see that. COVID did not stop this trend at all.
Okay, so sell your house, move into a condo, says Winston. Some good advice right there. We have a couple minutes left. If there was one piece of advice that, if you could say one thing, you know, there's a big group here of realtors on the street speaking to your potential buyers. You know, what's one thing or one message you would pass along to them, and sort of maybe some parting words as we wrap this up? I think we only had 40 minutes, so I was a bit conscious of the time. But maybe Allison, if you know, one thing you could ask or say of this world, what would it be?
I think I would probably, I'm not sure how many of you are resale versus, you know, pre-con agents, but I would definitely say if you're focused on resale now, I think Winston already mentioned it earlier, you can get into the pre-con game as well. Obviously, you know, commissions are really good, but finding a place where you can double end a listing is a great opportunity for agents. I think in terms of volume, pre-con offers that with a new launch. And I guess I can plug like Winston did and come to see us at Realm, which again, we're launching next month. Yeah, I think that would be.
Perfect. Bader, why don't you give us, you know, is there something you really want to, you know, tell the agents out there that they should know about buying pre-con, or, you know, obviously you already got your plug in, so, you know, give a little advice to the crowd here.
Yeah, look, absolutely. You know, maybe what I'll say is a few things. One is if this is your first time doing pre-con, you're considering it, get educated. It's you know, it's a different animal, right? You're buying on plan. It's, you know, a lot of it has to come down candidly to the reputation of the builder or the developer. That's a big thing, and you know, we have a great panel here people who have just tremendous results. But I'd say, you know, understand who you're buying from, understand what it is you're buying, make sure your purchaser is well informed so there's no surprises along the way. That purchase is not over in 30, 60, 90 days, right? It's a several year purchase. So you're gonna be that point person for that buyer over time. And what I'd say is, you know, take the time and effort to get up the curve, because it's worth it. Like, think about how many buildings we've launched in the last several years, or the Allison team's brought to market, or Tridel. There's just so many opportunities for you to build your business and be successful. But it does take a little bit of effort, a little bit of work, and a lot of education. So don't be, you know, don't be shy about picking up the phone and asking questions if it's your first time. You'll get there, and I'm sure you'll be successful we deal with a lot of successful agents, and there's just tremendous supply. I think we sold over 18,000 pre-con homes last year during COVID. This year, you know, Urban Nation's forecasting, Ben, I know you're forecasting probably in the range of what, 20,000 to 24,000 plus, depending on, you know, how things shake out. So like, think of those as 24,000 new opportunities to make a sale. I'm like, wow, what an exciting opportunity to be a part of.
That's awesome. Thanks, Peter. I guess we'll pass the final word to you, Winston. You have 26 years working at Tridel. You've probably seen it all. You probably got some dumb questions along the way. So maybe you can help out some people so they look a lot smarter with their clients.
Well, for the past 26 years, I'm still a glorified salesperson, so that haven't changed. You know, I think the final words I want to leave is for those of the agent here too was very successful in resale, and I hear some comment too. I stick with resale, but do not forget your resale home that you're marketing was a new home before. So you simply extended your marketing a little bit earlier. To Beta's point earlier, that you know, when you spend the time and energy, get the education, you be the future listing agent of new Beacon home that we're selling. So get the education include us as the extension of your sales team. Likewise, we include you as the extension of our sales team too. Come by and reach out to us too. And with all the developer here, we have a combined experience of hundreds of years of experience, and we are there for you. And we wanted you be a part of a successful journey. And you utilize the smart sizing concept, and not just getting a listing, but selling a pre-con home as well too. And when they unlock the equity, purchase another few pre-con for investment, or as the Bank of Mom and Dad for the children. So that's my final word.
Nice. Well, what do you think, Steve? You wanna give a final word as well from a lender perspective?
Yeah, sure. You know, it's been a great discussion, and you know, Ben and I host the podcast, and usually spend over an hour with one developer, and it usually isn't enough time. So it's hard to cram in all this great content into a short window. But I guess, you know, just to give you some perspective from where I sit, is we finance the land acquisition, the pre-development and construction of condominiums, of actually low-rise, mid-rise, and high-rise condominiums. We have about 180 deals on the books, and over just under $2 billion of assets that we manage. And you know, there's a couple things that we hear all the time. You know, there's like this negative connotation with developers, that they're these, you know, big bad greedy developers that make tons of money and don't really care about anything else. And it's interesting, we actually hosted a guy from Cambridge yesterday on the podcast, and he had a comment. His comment was, you know, the biggest irony in the world is that everybody loves the cities that they live in, but they hate the people that build the cities. And it kind of hit me, you know, like we're you know, and if you listen to some of the podcasts and some of the people we have on, you know, this is a business where there's a tremendous amount of risk, that you're taking, and there's a tremendous amount of capital that you need to come up with, and B, it's also at risk. And nothing is guaranteed. The entitlement process, from buying a piece of unzoned land, taking it through the process to being zoned for a medium or high density condo, is a very difficult thing to do. And more times than not, people who buy land to zone it for high rise fail. So, you know, there's more money lost, and there's more, you know, I don't want to say sad stories, but you know, there's more things that go wrong than go right. And it's very rare for someone to buy a site and entitle it just the way they planned it in, you know, their head 2 years prior. There's always issues that come up, be it from the city, be it from Metrolinx, be it from the neighbor, or, you know, I can go down the list. It's a very high risk. Obviously, you know, there are high rewards, but one final comment that I will make that people seem to forget or are always interested in is that, yes, you know, developers at the end of the day, some may appear to have done very well and made a lot of money, but the banking system in Canada, and I'm a Canadian banker, even though we're a private lender, we're still in the bank, we're still regulated by the same bodies, is, you know, we are a very conservative system where you need to have pre-sales, and you need to have a lot of profit shown in your pro forma, or you won't get construction financing. So it's actually mandated by the government, if you think about it, that you have to make a certain percentage of profit in order to actually get financing to build a building. And if you think about it from that as your starting point and work backwards, you know, when these clients are like, why is this condo at $1,400 a foot now? Well, the taxes are up and the construction costs are up and land is up, and the banking system is forcing developers to have at least 12 to 15% profit. So it's a tough business. The developers, these three up here and everyone else, they don't get enough credit for the hard work they do. There's a huge team and a huge, you know, the 8 Wellesley site that was just launched, that's been in the works for a number of years. It wasn't, you know, it didn't happen overnight, and you got to give credit where it's due. So congrats to you guys for that launch, and in the middle of COVID, that takes a lot of guts. You know, it could have gone the other way. There could have been no sales, and then you're back to the drawing board, another 3 years of interest costs carrying your land. So lots of risk. Yes, there's some reward, but
well said. Well said, Steve. Well, we have 30 seconds here, so I just want to again thank Winston of Tridel, Allison from Addy Developments, Bader from Centercore. These are 3 of the top developers in the entire GTA. They have a very strong track record, and I would certainly, if you're looking to get into pre-construction for the very first time and sell those units, to check out their previous projects. That's one of the best ways to understand what they build and what it looked like, and then if you want to put your clients into pre-construction. So again, thank you everyone for coming, and I guess I'm passing it back to you, Richard. So thanks again, panel.
Thanks, guys, and don't make sure that everybody listens in to Ben and Steve's podcast every week. All right. Next, we're going to move on. Before we do, can I just do a little housekeeping? Now, we've been doing Zoom for well over a year. Remember that when you are on camera, you are on camera. I've been watching people eat. I've been watching people, Pat, for some reason, Pat Roberto, you're upside down. Terry, you had 3 cameras open. We were watching you 3 times. You got up, you had popcorn, blah, blah, blah. I know so much about your lives, but remember, guys, when you are on Zoom and you are talking to people, be there, be focused, all right? That's a little side. So now we have Gaz Saeed from agency, and Amun Attar from agency, and Mr. Reagan. What happened to the farm, and how come you're not still in the shower as you were this morning?
Richard, I teleported to my office in South Mississuaga, and just based on your housekeeping comment, we all want to know whether you are wearing pants, because you are on camera, but we can only see you from your microphone up.
Are you ready? No, I don't want. This is not going to be an X-rated event. So, do you want to start and take over, Matt? That would be great.
I think I'll pass it over to Eamon there and Gaz.
So tell us what you do, guys.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Eamon is on mute, yeah.
Yeah, so just gonna put her off of mute, and there we go. Eamon, you can go ahead to take it from here.
So hi guys, yes, I am Eamon Attar, and Gaz Sayed is my business partner and my life partner. We started agency about 8 years ago. We are focused on residential real estate. We are the only company across Canada that focuses on recruiting specifically for real estate, and only residential. We don't really focus on commercial or builders as much. Our niche has been residential real estate, and it kind of unfolded naturally on its own. Matthew Regan has been one of our longest standing clients as well as our supporter. We his team, and he's also. What I would like to do today is sort of discuss what are the career options and path for a real estate agent. There's hundreds and thousands of people that get licensed every day in Canada. Maybe not every day, but every month at least. And where do they go? I mean, not everybody ends up producing in the multi-million-dollar range. What are the career options for a person who's gotten their real estate license, and where do we go from here? So I'm gonna pass it over to Gaz.
So Eamon, I'm going to play this out for you so that you're able to, explain to the audience what we do and how we do, and how would a realtor benefit from all of this, right? So let's say I'm an independent realtor. What is my career path from here? I mean, am I a realtor for life? What exactly, how can I navigate through all of this?
And that's a common question that we get. I mean, we interview thousands of candidates every year. And one of the first questions that we ask is, are they happy selling? Because not everybody is built for selling. It takes a certain character and personality to be good at sales. And there's some people that they enjoy the sales, but they're enjoying only one component of the sales. They don't necessarily like the prospecting. They only like the showings. They don't necessarily like the negotiation. So we've done a lot of research and conversations with brokerages and teams as well as individual agents to see, okay, where should everybody go? We do believe that there's a place for everyone, but pushing it and forcing yourself to become a realtor and to do all of it all by yourself isn't necessarily the most successful path. So we would do a conversation needs assessment to say, okay, guys, you know, what aspect of your real estate day-to-day transactions and career are you not happy with? Do you not like the prospecting?
So let's say I'm making about, I don't know, about 100K, and that's usually easy in the GTA, right? And that's where my ceiling is. What do I do from there? I mean, how do I get ahead? What are my options then?
Well, there's several options, but if you want to continue in sales, one of our biggest recommendations is joining a team, because right now there's a huge split in the industry. You'll see that there's a lot of mega teams forming and teams, and Matthew can attest to that. And then there's also a lot of independent agents that are doing, you know, 50 to 70, 80 transactions a year on their own. And they're building their own mini teams where they have an assistant or maybe one agent to help them. So the direction really is to say, do you want to join a team or build a team or merge with some other solo agent? Because staying solo all by yourself is really a tough thing to do today. It's hard to be an agent that does all their own transactions and their own copywriting and their own social media. It's really difficult. There's just too much demand on one individual.
Okay. So let's say I don't want to go the team route, and I've explored that to a degree. What are my other options then at that stage?
There's a lot of administrative positions as well. There's a lot of agents that convert into recruiters. I mean, we've hired recruiters that used to be licensed realtors for ourselves and for our clients. We've also hired a lot of realtors into broker manager positions. So it's not difficult to transition to another career if you don't want to sell. And some of those positions do allow you to sell.
Sorry, you mentioned broker manager. So what does that look like? I mean, how do I qualify to become a broker manager? You know, I'm an agent that makes about 100K, right? What are the qualifications to become a broker manager in any particular brokerage then?
So a broker manager is a nurturing personality. This is somebody who probably has some managerial experience outside of real estate, maybe in hotel or banking or any other industry. They kind of got into real estate, they've tried it out. Sales and prospecting and door knocking is not for them. They have a lot of repeat and referrals. That's why they're making the 100K. To transition you over to a broker manager position, this is where you understand that broker management is recruiting. It's also managing other agents, coaching and directing, as well as dealing with RICO complaints. So there has to be an aspect of liking that management. And it's not necessarily an easier job than selling real estate. No job is necessarily easy. You just have to sort of figure out, based on your personality and your DNA, where do you fit best so that you can love what you do every day for the rest of your life.
Okay, so then how much experience or what kind of GCI would I be looking at to transfer into a broker manager type role?
You do have to at least make $100,000 consistently on your own to qualify to becoming a broker manager, because you have to be able to lead other agents to at least achieving $100,000 as a minimum. If an agent is not producing $100,000, $150,000 really in the GTA, it's hard to survive as a realtor.
Okay, you mentioned something about recruiting. How much of that does that take up in my span of the day as a broker manager? I mean, is that like prospecting, kind of like how I do as a realtor?
So if you want to be a Matthew's. So Richard has asked a question. In order to know how you fit into a team, it's going to depend on the team dynamics, their location, their expectations. So when we're working with Matthew Regan, there's 2 tiers that we work with. One is more of a junior licensed field assistant. So to join, the team with Matthew, somebody has to A, have a certain personality and culture fit, and B, they have to be able to follow the processes and systems that Matthew's created. You're more than welcome to answer that, Matthew. I don't want to speak for you as well.
I absolutely love Richard's question, because I think if I was an agent either in the process of getting my license or an individual agent, maybe I've been in it for a few years, or I'm on an existing team, but my spider senses are telling me that maybe I should be looking elsewhere. I think one of the values your company provides to that person is, like, to Richard's question, like, this is, it's like, if you break it down and simplify it, dating websites are on fire. Well, what is a dating website at its core? It's a matchmaker. You fill out a questionnaire, it puts it into an algorithm, and it tries to put you together. Well, you guys make it human. You get to know the person, and you're able to know, not in a bad way. I think it's actually very in an intimate way. You know what other teams, how they operate. You know that what one candidate might work somewhere may not work in another place. And I think what's so cool is you play matchmaker, and you save not only the individual agent, but you save the broker owner or the team leader. You just save so much time and headache. And I think that's just such an amazing thing that we've got in the industry, albeit, as you said it in your opening statement, I don't get paid to say this. I've never met another company in the real estate industry that plays matchmaker like you guys do.
I guess my question is more even involved than that. I mean, do you use disc profiles? Do you give me some sort of a test to find out whether I'm going to love Matthew, hate Matthew, whether we're going to chime or not? What kind of technology, or do you use technology whatsoever, or questionnaires?
Well, one of the first things that we do is we actually do behavioral questions. So we get to know the individual. We nurture the relationship. We don't necessarily meet somebody and place somebody all within 1 week. There's a lot of back and forth to get to know you, ask questions, try out, say, okay, is this the type of team that you're looking for? Is this the type of environment? We do disc personality assessments. I don't weigh it very heavily because, I mean, they're very simple, they're very generic, but individuals are a lot more complex. Your history, what kind of jobs have you had in the past? Where are you at in your life? I've met some amazing realtors, but the work-life balance with COVID and kids, as much as they were amazing at sales, they just don't want to be in sales at this time in their life. So we get to know the individual to say, okay, tell me where you are today, and we keep touching base every 3 to 6 months to see where they need to be. And when the right opportunity that we have, sometimes we come to them and say, we have the right opportunity. We don't necessarily wait for them to come to us saying they're ready. So we just keep knocking on each other's doors and talking, building that relationship. We've nurtured relationships for 4 years before making a hire and finding them the ideal place.
And how do you get paid?
We get paid by the realtors. So the broker owners who are looking for the hire, or the teams who are looking to make a hire, they are the individuals that would pay us. And we have a fixed rate for depending on the types of positions that they're hiring. We obviously usually engage a contract before we start headhunting for them. But our database is over 8,000 people across Canada. So there's a lot of relationships. There's a lot of conversations. We're a team of 4, and 3 of us used to be realtors.
Yeah. Cool.
Any other questions, Richard?
Oh, no. Sorry, Matt. Take it over. Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's quite all right. We prefer it to be an open concept Q&A. Matt, you were about to say something?
No, I think this is great. I mean, it's I think the service that you provide is on both sides of the coin, because you're ultimately, you win when you create a win-win situation for an admin person, could be a broker manager or a licensed agent. you create a win for them, and then you create the win on the other side for the person that's actually doing the hiring, the placing. I think it's very unique. It's a very niche thing that you do for this industry. It's I wish I knew about it a long time ago.
So to add to that, I mean, it's connecting people. It's being the matchmaker, as you said. It's also changing lives. Someone who's drowning in paperwork, who has a ton of administration to do, but they're great at sales. We connect two lives together, two souls together to be able to make it happen, right? Deeming what is the best cultural fit for the organization or the realtor. Even I had one other question for you. In terms of a recruiter, we've seen an uptick with regards to recruitment within brokerages, and that's always been a pain point for brokerages. I need agents. I need more agents. Even teams, they're asking for agents, right? Buyer agents or listing agents, and the best of them as well. I mean, what is the solution there?
Well, for brokerages, there's obviously the new thing that we've seen this year is there's a huge demand for brokerages hiring recruiters. So what they're looking for are, individuals who love sales but don't want to be on the field. They don't like running around, but they love connecting with other agents. They understand the personalities, but they want them sitting behind a desk and making those connections. Obviously, a brokerage is a business of realtors. That's what they do. And so it does end up being a numbers game. You have to make sure that you maintain the number of agents in your office. And teams also, the bigger the team gets, the more they qualify for bigger awards and bigger numbers. And it leverages the systems that they built. So they have overhead of administrators and marketers and office space. Having more agents under that umbrella balances everything out and gives the agents what they need and gives the team leaders and the broker owners what they need.
Okay, so what type of profile would a recruiter look like for a brokerage?
What type of profile would a recruiter look like for a brokerage?
Mm-hmm.
If they're a sales agent who want to transfer into recruitment, they would have to be really good on the phones. They would have to be someone who is not afraid to pick up the phone and prospect. These are individuals who actually don't like being on the road, don't like doing the 24/7 phone calls. They don't like being on call 24/7 for offers and going out and showing clients. So there are people who are more comfortable behind a desk, sitting and grinding the phones and creating marketing campaigns and meeting agents and creating all of that systems internally. So it's a person. So for instance, I was a realtor. I worked real estate for 2 years. I did well. I made $50,000 in my first 3 months. It wasn't bad, but then I coasted because I really didn't like being on the road. I hated driving home at midnight from Mississuaga. I had 2 young kids at the time. It just didn't fit me. It's not that I couldn't sell. I could sell, but I didn't like being on the road and driving. I hate driving, which is why I love this job. I get to work from home and I get to work behind a desk and I get to work wearing a headset and no one can hear anything in the background. It works for somebody who enjoys sales but doesn't want to be on the field. They're more inside sales. So that's the ideal position for them. And it's more rewarding than being an ISA because an ISA is it's a lot harder and the burnout is a lot higher.
So for the individual realtor who's considering a career path, I mean, what happens to my sales, whether I be a broker manager, a recruiter, or not joining a team, but a broker manager more specifically, or a recruiter? What happens to my license at that point?
There are a lot of offices that will allow you to continue to sell to family and friends if you're licensed. So you're not out prospecting, you're not out marketing and building an entire database for yourself, but you are still allowed to service your family and friends. Could be 3 to 5 deals a year. There's no conflict of interest there. If a broker manager or a recruiter wants to continue to maintain their brand and to pump their marketing campaigns and farm, then they're conflicting with the agents that are in their office. Then they're competing against them, and that's not approved of in the industry. And it's actually very rare to find a broker owner that would allow that from their broker manager.
Okay, thank you for that, Matthew. With regards to the field assistant role that you have, how does that work essentially when you're assigning a realtor to another top producer?
I I learned a while ago that when I want to surround myself with really great people, talented people, like-minded people. So if you place that kind of at the top, what I've learned is there's two types of really great people that hold a real estate license. There's somebody that is amazing at selling. They can pull a deal out of the woodwork, and they just have an innate ability to excel at that end of the business. But then they might lack the servicing side, servicing the client, being there, being on time, organized, etc. Then on the flip side, you've got that person that's really good at the servicing side. They hustle. They're so well spoken. You say jump and they go how high, but they're not quite there yet at their career on the selling. So this licensed field assistant, we kind of looked at it and we said, hey, you know what? There is a need in the real estate world for somebody who wants to hone their skills on the selling side, but wants to play off of their current skill set on the servicing side. So what we've done is we've said, hey, look, we've got these top producing agents that are killing it on deals, but there aren't enough hours in the day to get their business to the next level. I call it the glass ceiling. We've all heard of this. So I say, you know what? Give me a sledgehammer. I'm going to bash through that glass ceiling that helps that agent that excels at the selling. I'm going to position them alongside a partner that's amazing on the servicing side. Now, all of a sudden, you have a Batman and Robin duo. They play off each other's strengths. And they go to the next level. The licensed field assistant is learning like what it takes to excel at sales, and that accelerator on the sales side. You know, I think they're probably a little bit envious that this person's kicking butt on the servicing side. But again, it's Batman and Robin, and you're breaking through the glass ceiling together.
Thank you for that. Iman, final question for you. What type of positions do you recruit for in the realm of real estate?
Everything. In a brokerage, we recruit everything from front desk to deal administrator, marketing manager, operations manager, broker manager, accounting clerks, anything that fits into a brokerage, we would hire for. In a team, obviously, we've done everything from an assistant, licensed or unlicensed. We've also done marketing coordinators, marketing managers, even operations managers for teams, and sales managers for teams. Now, Matthew's team actually is one of those unique teams where we've had the ability over the past 5 years to fill in a variety of positions. And we've also seen growth and movement within his team. So Matthew, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, you know, Rosa used to be a realtor at one point and then became an office manager at your office and has grown to the broker of your office, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And you've seen other team members who were licensed, used to sell, and now are sales manager or they're marketing and sales. So people don't just get stuck into the position of being an independent realtor for life. You have created a system and a place that has proven the case study that realtors can be realtors, but transform into other positions in the real estate environment.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, it goes the other way too. We've had people that were hired at 50 grand a year on admin, making transition to sales and make 250 grand a year. And Jim Collins wrote the book, Good to Great, and he says, the best way to grow your company is to hire within. So if I wake up one day and say, I need an agent serving this area, before I go outside, I'm going to look inside my company. And if I don't have anybody there, then I'm calling someone like you because you take the headache away. You make it very human in often an inhuman process. Like, oh, it's just another resume. Well, no, actually, that's a human being.
Right.
So geographically speaking, Eamon, are there any limitations for your recruitment?
We service all across Canada, and we're even open to servicing all of the US market as well. We're positioned in such a way that we've built a process and a system that works. We are in expansion mode right now. We've hired one recruiter, hiring a second recruiter this month as well. So it's only getting bigger and busier for us, and we just need to keep up. Were there any other questions? I saw something pop up, but I couldn't keep it. I couldn't read it.
No, I think we're good. That's great. It's great to have a business that we can count on across Canada and to help that. Because I know for me as a team leader, that's always been a big situation. And you don't want to go out and hire somebody that you know is going to be wrong for you. So it's always good to have that extra person who says, you know, this person's going to be a fit or not be a fit. Thank you.
Richard, one of the most important things that we do is because we spend so much time with each candidate, we have a history. We actually have a database where we maintain all of our information with our candidates. So there's a history and conversation. It's not just post and pray and find someone. So when someone comes to us, we know the candidates for quite a bit of time before they get placed.
Great. That's very, very helpful. So thank you all. Thanks, Matt. We're going to miss you in the farm and the shower. And Eamon and Shaz, very nice. Thanks again for all your help.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And if I could just make a note, you know, it's a testament to basically all of us. Matt Reagan is, where did you finish last year, Matt? Number 5 for Royal LePage in Canada?
Yeah, yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And or maybe number 1. I'm not sure, but I'm rooting for you. But I know that you are very particular about your team, and they are your extension. It's called the Reagan team, or Reagan Real Estate Inc. And you are part of the team. It's not the Matt Reagan team. So everybody you hire has to be an extension of Reagan Real Estate Inc. And I know for a fact that many top teams like yourselves and top 100 individuals use the real estate services of Agent C. And I've even referred you guys a few people this past year so far, now that I'm learning more about you. And also for those that log on to our website, you'll read a lot of amazing blogs by Eamon and Gaz on recruiting and first-time realtors and just different things that you should be knowledgeable about when it comes to the recruiting process. So thank you so much, Agent C, Eamon and Gaz, and Matt Reagan, again, for being here for the second time today.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And everyone, by the way, Agency are our silver sponsors of the Buzz Conference this week. So thank you again, Agency.
Thanks, guys. So now we're in trouble. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're in big trouble. We've got Sandra and I have known each other for so many years, not as long as I've known Mr. Lebo. I've known him for many, many, many years, and Mr. Madigan. But, you know, I have to tell you, in 41 years, I've only been sued by the Competition Bureau, but that was pretty stressful. So, you know, tell us, how do we avoid being sued?
Brian has to unmute. Brian, unmute yourself.
Oh.
Yes.
There it is.
If I can just make a comment, when I started announcing the 3 of you on Instagram and on Facebook, I was getting a lot of messages. Virginia, you should just get Sandra Jackson to do that session all by herself.
No, and she hates public speaking. Trust me. Yeah, no, this is not my shtick, but that's okay. I'm here.
Welcome, welcome.
There's a lot for me and Brian, Sam.
I'd like to welcome everyone today. Thank you for tuning in. If we could possibly ask the moderator if you have a breakout room that we could migrate to at the end of this in case people have questions, because we have an awful lot of stuff to cover in 35 minutes and we know that there are going to be questions. But if you could arrange that, that would be super.
I'm going to ask Melissa and we'll get right back to you.
Okay, super. This session is about what to do and, more importantly, what not to do to avoid getting sued. This is to keep commissions in your pocket and keep your backside out of court. And a lot of agents are in court. Barry Lebo, I'm sure everyone knows, so we'll give you a quick introduction. He's an appraiser, he's a realtor, he gives courses on various subjects to real estate brokerages and various real estate boards. Brian Madigan is a lawyer, he's also a realtor and gives courses to various brokerages and realtors individually on real estate law. This is the stuff that AREAA didn't teach you. Myself, Sandra Jackson, I'm a realtor. I'm also a legal geek. I study real estate law for a hobby. Trust me, I have no wish to practice it. I also give Pearls of Wisdom seminars to real estate boards and brokerages. And it's the little tidbits of information that I've gathered up over the years, again, to put more commission in your pocket and to keep you out of trouble. Now, just to let you know about our style of talking, Barry, Brian, and I are also very good friends. And we brainstorm a lot on different cases and that. So we have a style of talking of, we just jump in. So some people may
jump in now?
that.
Should we jump in right now?
Calm down. But this is what we do. We brainstorm, we come up with ideas, and we add it to it because it adds to the information base. So first of all, we're going to start off with a case of duty of care. And Barry's going to start us off.
Well, I was selected 3 cases that I've testified in. Just so you know what's going on, last year I was involved, besides being a very active realtor, I had 26 cases against realtors last year, which I think is a record for me for 1 year. In January, by the end, the first 3 weeks in January, I had 6 new cases on my desk. I am getting called by lawyers almost weekly. It's unbelievable. I don't even know if I'm going to be selling real estate this year. That's how much work is coming in for litigation.
Barry, can you tell them exactly what you do when you say you get calls from lawyers on cases?
I write expert reports. When a lawyer calls, it's not a matter of just going to court and showing up. You have to sit there and take all the documents. One case I'm working on right now, I have over 100 documents. Every email that the agents did back and forth, from every exhibit, little notes they wrote, diaries, it's all part of the exhibits. I have to dissect all that. Sometimes it takes 2-3 days just to go through it and make your notes. My reports run, Brian's reports the same, anywhere from a small report, 60, 70 pages. Sometimes it's more than that. And it takes us a good, intensely, a week to do from start to finish without the phone ringing and interruptions. It's a very extensive process to do a report. It also, I wouldn't even sneeze for $5,000. It's a minimum fee to start a report. So it's an expensive process. It's an intensive process, and it's an obsessive process, because I'm sure Brian will agree with this. You roll over at 3 in the morning and go, aha, and all of a sudden something on a report you're working on, and you get out of bed and you start typing again, you start working. So, you know, these reports are very extensive and consuming. It really does. So leaving it alone, this is a record. I've had lawyers tell me they've had more walkaways already. It's like 2017 all over again. Deposits not being given, people not closing because they couldn't get financing. And what's going to happen is just an agent could have done everything right, but if you touch the file, you're going to get sued. Doesn't mean you're going to go down the road. I may get the file and turn around and say to the lawyer, hey, you know what this agent did? I would have done exactly what this agent's done. In one case, and I'll mention it was a LePage agent, I wrote back, I said, this agent did not do a reasonable job. They did an exceptional job, and they shouldn't be in this lawsuit. They were an exceptional agent. They went above and beyond. And I'll use the name here because it was an Ottawa agent with LePage, did a crazy job. And they got sued, and they were great, but we got them off the lawsuit. So the first case I want to talk about is one that was in 2011. It was heard not that long ago, and it was Powell versus Lodgeco, and that's on Indian Road in Toronto. So the case was very simple. The buyers came in. They've already been in multiples before. They're back in a multiple. They're in the car with the agent. There's an argument later who said what, and this is why I believe every agent should diarize everything. The agent said, you don't need that clause for a home inspection or a financing. We got to go in clean or you're not going to get. There's 3 offers tonight. The agent in court said, no, the buyer said, we want to buy this house, take it out. So it's he said, she said. Now, of course, we got Form 127, which you should always have used some kind of form before you take out a clause. So never take a clause out without getting something in writing from your client that you've told them the pitfalls, the pros and the cons, and then take the clause out. So the Powells buy this property, and they get, before they put the offer in, they're given the first page or two pages of about a 30-page home inspection by a major home inspecting firm. and only 2 pages. The agent erred in not telling these people that you have no liability because this home inspection was ordered by the seller. It is got nothing, you can't sue the home inspector, nor did the agent tell them there's only 2 pages out of 27, 37, how many pages it was. And what happened was they closed the deal, and it turned out the house was riddled with mold. The house needed $141,000 in remediation. There was a tenant in the basement, had to vacate. They lost the income. And the judge found that basically the agent had to pay 25% of the claim, which is, when I say the agent had to pay, we paid, because it's error. In a way, as a realtor, when we're doing these cases, Brian and I, we're suing ourselves because we're suing the errors and omissions company that we're putting our money in. By the way, they're doing about $10 million a year in payouts in errors and omissions in the province of Ontario. $10 million a year. And a little more, I think in some years there's peaks, but on average it's $10 million. So in this particular case, the agent was found to err. The judge basically said in their decision, you did not protect your people, your buyers. You had a buyer's BRA, you had a relationship with these people, and you didn't protect them. That's that case. So with that, I'll let Brian jump in with one of his cases.
Well, I mean, I don't want to mention any of the specific cases that I have at the moment, simply because they're before the courts, so to speak. There's no resolution to them. But certainly one of the important aspects is for us to be aware of the fact that there are all kinds of judgments that aren't specifically related to real estate. It's not real estate alone, but it has a tremendous impact. And the most important case, I would say, would be Basson and Reno just a few years ago in November of 2014. And what the Supreme Court of Canada decided was that there is a duty of good faith and honest performance in a contract. That meant that, and that changed the law, which had been in existence for hundreds of years. Now, what do you have? You have everybody who went to through real estate college. Up till that point, they would be unaware of that change. Then, of course, there's the question of what's the extent of the communication about this case? Well, certainly what I would say today is you'll find this case on the websites of all the 500 lawyer law firms across the country. But it certainly took probably about 2 years for that to take place. So the interesting thing is what we're looking at all the time is two clauses, which we'd like to have. It may very well be today you can't use them, or you're not going to win the bidding war. But number one, financing. And number two, home inspection. So home inspection and financing, and of course you see the wording. What does the wording say? Well, if it's not satisfactory to the buyer in the buyer's sole and absolute and unfettered discretion, then they can terminate the contract. No, that's no longer the case. The Supreme Court of Canada said that was the old law. If you want to talk about that, you can talk about that in 2013 and prior. 2014, we're changing the law. That is no longer the case going forward. So the result of that is, of course, what do we have? We have any number of different real estate agents. They will put in an offer on a Thursday. They will then say, okay, we won, that's great. And we've got till Tuesday to firm up the conditions. And we'll go out and look for another house. And if we find one that's better, we'll walk away from this one. And the important aspect of it is basically, the Supreme Court of Canada uses very extensive and intriguing language. But when you boil it down, really comes down to nothing more than, I'm sorry, you can't weasel out of the deal. You've got a deal here and you're stuck with it. I'm sorry you bought the first one on Thursday and you now have a better one that you like later on, but you can't terminate it. And going forward from that, I mean, certainly there's a couple of things. that were important. And it takes 7 years to get to the Supreme Court of Canada. And there was a case just 2 weeks before Christmas where they looked at this again, and they said, and they extended it and made it even broader and said, you know what, in the course of a contract, there is an obligation to inform the other party of what's going on and be honest. And the second part is, in that particular case, they also said an omission. So what you failed to say is you failed to speak up. You should have spoken up, and that is, you're responsible for that as well. Just a couple of weeks ago, the 5th of February, the third case came out from the Supreme Court of Canada on this point, and this will resolve it. This is going to now be the law for the next 50 years. Nobody's changing it. And it's not going to the Supreme Court of Canada again. Nobody will ever get leave to appeal. So this is the final case, and it says, you know what, if you've got a contract and you have an appropriate discretion that you can exercise, that's fine. You can bear in mind your own best interest and do that, acting in your own best interests. So that kind of shapes it, that you can't weasel out of a deal. You can't get out of it if you find something else. You're not going to be in a position that if you don't apply for financing, that you can then say, oh, I didn't get the financing. No, you didn't get the financing because you didn't apply for it. You changed your mind. And so buyer's remorse is not going to work. None of those things. And I think that it's important that that's the background with which we're really operating now going forward. And it's one of those, certainly one of those things that's very fundamental to the law. And it's a matter of being cognizant of that going forward.
Ryan, I'm going to interject on that. Go back to the home inspection clause. From what I've understood about my reading of that, I put a very simple clause in that it has to be within, there has to be major stuff. I mean, if it's loose door handles or something ridiculous, you know, there is a quantification of that, isn't it? Up to, you can put in not to exceed, repairs not to exceed, you know, anything less than $1,000, you've got a deal. It's that simple.
Sure. Well, one thing that I have found that sort of works in this sort of kind of a market is if you have a buyer and the buyer wants the home inspection clause in, and they say, you know what, honestly, it's just, I need to have somebody just have a look at it. I'm sure the house is fine, but honest to God, I'm paying $1 million, or I'm paying $2 million, or I'm paying $3 million, and I'd just like somebody to have a look at it. And you can put in, from the buyer's perspective, that they'll eat the first $25,000 worth of repairs, in which case a seller can feel quite comfortable and say, oh yeah, there's, you know, there's certainly not $25,000 worth of repairs that could ever be done around here. It's just, that's just not possible.
Quantify it, quantify it.
Yeah, exactly. Too many agents feel that if they have additional offer, that they really have a contract. It's not really sold because we have these outs. One thing they don't understand about the law is you've bought the house, you've bought it, and you've bought it, save and accept for protecting yourself on these areas, but you have bought it. And that's why the deposit is going to be handed over if you try and play around with any of that. Wiggle room isn't going to be there anymore like it was 20 or 30 or even back in 2014. It's not there. You must perform it. It must be something that is reasonable that makes you not want to buy that house. Roof, furnace, foundation issues. But if you know that the front door handle is loose when you went in and saw it, that's not an out. If there's a broken screen, that's not an out. It's repairable, it's reasonable. But you've taken their house off the market for 5 days. And judges are very strict about this.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting of how much money people have walked away from. I sold an entire city block downtown years ago, and my client had $1 million deposit. And they walked, the seller ended up with $1 million deposit.
Yep.
I got paid, by the way. I got my commission.
Yeah, we always get paid.
I got paid. It was in the contract. But I've seen people walk away. I had one in the last 2 years where the guy walked away from $200,000 deposit. He forfeited. And that was, it's not, I'm sure there's people here with bigger numbers than that. Let's go back to another case that's, I think, very relevant. And I think you've got to understand something. Many years ago, our late friend, Merv Burgard, sent me a case from Australia because it's common law. And the Hooker Company, great name for a real estate company, is the largest firm in private firm in selling real estate in Australia. And it's a very famous case, the Hooker case. And here I am talking about it 20 years later. And I'm going to talk about a case that ties in a way. Because what happens is the Bowman versus Martineau being a real estate agent. And I can say this because it's a publicized case. Whatever your name is watching this right now, why would you want your name involved in a litigation matter? Because there's two things. Number one, the RICO, on your RICO complaint thing, it's going to be there. Somebody's going to see it. They can see your name that had a complaint and you were given an admonishment of some kind or a fine. And two, why do you want your name in a lawsuit that you lost and got trampled on? So your reputation, it's not just about the money you can lose in a lawsuit, it's your reputation. So the Martineau, Bowman, now you got to understand, I'm up in Muskoka, I'm in Bala, I'm in Bracebridge, I should say, I'm in the court, and the agent's sitting in court, and I'm really ripping her apart for everything she's done. And this is not comfortable. It's not comfortable for me as the expert, but I'm detached from the results. And it's very uncomfortable to hear somebody, your whole life, your whole career is being lambasted in court. What the agent did here was very simple. The agent basically had a liar for a seller. We believe the agent knew that the seller was lying. And the buyer walked in and basically the house, after they moved in, started doing renovation, the house was condemned. You couldn't live in the house. The mold was through the entire, the guy went to do a little bit of renovation, opened the wall. The entire house was encased in mold. Water had been a problem. There was no question that in my mind that the agent knew. And it was really a hell of a case. It's a precedent case. And the judge awarded on a house that was about $180,000, about $350,000, double the price of the sale of the house, because I argued about the stigma factor. That was appealed, but in the appeal, and this is why this case became very common, you could only get, what the judge said was this agent took away, by not disclosing, the agent took away the right of the buyer to walk away from the deal because they were ignorant of the fact, latent defects, they weren't given these facts, therefore they couldn't make a proper judgment. They were misled. The fact that they were semi-literate also didn't help. And what happened here, the agent lost, I think the agent was responsible for 50%, which again was, I'm suing our own money. But why would you want your name out there? So just, this was not, we had a little meeting ourselves about what we were going to talk about. There's something I missed in our preamble. I have a seminar called How Not to Get Sued, which I'm doing for boards right now. And one of the things, I think Brian and I have discussed this many times, agents, Brian and I get these things from the lawyers. It's the documents. We start reading what they call the discoveries. Before this court, you go to discovery. They see if the lawyers have a case. They ask for everything, and they ask for all your exhibits. Here's what we find about the bad agents, the sleazy agents, the sloppy agents. I don't have any more emails. Oh, I don't have anything. I threw my files out. Oh, I shredded that. I got rid of that. Then we find the agents who were sued and actually are successful. Oh, I diarized everything. I have every note. I have every detail. It's unbelievable. If you don't keep a diary, I lost everything on my iPhone. Everything disappeared, all my notes. I diarize every detail of my life on a day timer. And if it's more comprehensive than that, I start a notes in WordPerfect. You've got to diarize, folks. It's the only way, because lawsuits, Brian, jump in. How long can you do something wrong that they can come after you in court?
Well, virtually almost forever. Depending.
I take forever right now. Forever's good.
But one of the things to be aware of is, of course, that, oh yes, there's a 2-year limitation period. But let's say we have something that's a latent defect, and someone doesn't discover that there was mold in the house, and a claim that similar to your Bowman case. And so they don't discover that for 8 years. Oh, now what do we have? We have a period of 2 years for them to sue. And they do that in court, but nobody knows about it. And now they have another year after that to serve the documents. So all of a sudden, 11 years after the fact, you could suddenly be involved in a lawsuit. So it isn't really, oh, just throw the stuff out at a certain point in time.
Let me throw this at you, Brian. We're not, this is 2021. I mean, we scan everything. What's the big deal of keeping the files?
It's so
well, that's why these realtors on these groups, and they ask, how long do I have to keep things? And it's like, if I'm dragged into a lawsuit, I'm going to want notes even from 15, 18 years ago. It's pixels. Scan it and stick it on a stick. But it can't help you by throwing this stuff out. But it's certainly
here's the other thing, by the way. You got to be very, very careful in your wording on an email or a text because it's going to come up in court, folks.
That's what I tell them, right as if a judge is reading it.
Damaging comments from, I've got one right now where the agents they said they didn't know that the property as a $2 million purchase. They didn't know it was on remediated land when they sold it in 2017. In 2016, we've got their notes between them and the environmental engineers talking about it, asking all the questions. The agents were, what? We got him dead. We've got him. Be careful what you have.
No, that's what I say in my Pearls of Wisdom seminar is you do every single deal as if a judge is reading it. Because one of these days he will or she will, but you won't be able to pick which one. It's going to be one that you did the sloppiest job on because it seemed so easy and it was so, and a lot of agents do worse jobs on cheap properties. The lawsuit time is the same, whether you're getting sued on a $112,000 ratter, or Barry's got 3 words for those properties, but that was just
Richard and I are the old school, we know.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, a lawsuit is a lawsuit, and as I explain it to agents, it's like jumping into a swamp of sewage and doing the breaststroke, and you have to keep swimming. It's horrible. You keep going, and it's never ending, and you can't turn the clock back and say, I should have handled that differently. There's no turning back.
By the way, Brian, let's play with this for a minute. An agent gets sued. They're innocent. They're going to get off. I mean, down the road. So today somebody gets sued. They're called into a lawsuit. How much time is it going to take before it all goes away? And how many hours, all the demands they have to make and everything before they're exonerated and lifted from the lawsuit? 2 years?
No, it's going to be probably 2 years in, another 2 years for discoveries and motions before you reach trial. Then there's a trial, and then there's an appeal. Now, which may follow after that. So many of the cases that I have right now, are 2004, 2006, 2007. And it's sort of like, where are they? Well, I don't know. It's going to the Court of Appeal, but still unresolved, still with, with issues. And so it's not off a person's plate. So
how many hours could an agent put in when they're innocent?
Often
they're innocent.
Well over 100 hours.
Okay, folks. So let me ask you a question. If you get sued, why would you want to go through that? And not only that, now we got Zoom, thank God. In the old, up until COVID hit, you had to get in a car and drive down to some big tower in one of the, either in Toronto or London or Ottawa, wherever you are. And you had to go to the lawyer's office. Just paying the parking fees was not worth. But what I'm trying to get at is, I've been sued when we were because we touched a file. I've been sued a few times, not in my appraisal years, and we got off every time. But the amount of time I spent and having to get dragged in and then get off it eventually, and I went, that was a lot of money of money lost because time is money. Every hour you work is an hour of money that you can make.
And if you get sued, your income is dropping because of your stress level.
I agree with that too. That's a big factor. You start to, the sky is falling. You get so panicky. I mean, it's not like RICO. What's RICO going to say? Here, go take a course and you're slapping the wrist, you're back in business.
Well,
I'm not going to get into that. That's not.
be
The
aware
one
of
thing
that.
I advise people, if they're suing, do not make a complaint at RICO. Do not make a complaint at RICO against the agent. That's the big mistake. Because RICO, if they only slap them on the wrist, the first thing they do when they get to court is, well, RICO didn't think it was a big deal. Because they don't
Yeah,
do
because
much.
the judge reads it.
Yeah.
People don't understand that judges wait for the RICO decisions. They read them. So therefore it sways it a little bit. Just go straight to court.
RICO, I mean, I had a woman's commit out and out fraud of $200,000. She's selling real estate now. She's still selling real estate. So come on. I mean, never, I tell my clients, do not go to RICO. Under any, now, RICO's not their fault. Their legislation binds them. RICO's pushing for new regulations to get teeth so we can start throwing people out of this business or suspending them longer or fining them heavier. That is about overdue. But we've had a free pass. Look at what's our emissions, folks? How much? What's our deductible?
400. Oh, deductible 2,500.
5,000.
No, that's for lawyers.
No. So let me ask you this: you make $25,000, you get nailed for a couple of thousand. It's the price of doing business for a lot of people. They don't care; they go on because there's certain. I've had files with third time with the same agent, which I don't want to go to their office. I know the brokers, and I don't want to ever do a seminar in their office because I would never kill the golden calf that's feeding me business. I don't want to educate them.
Continue.
Yeah, that's what you realtors out there listening to this need to understand. These two men get paid handsomely for you to keep screwing up your deals.
Yeah.
So and the court system lives on it, and it just keeps going on and on and on. So the only person that benefits by you doing it properly is you. There's more commission in your pocket, and you're not standing in court.
You know why there's so many lawsuits? Do you know why? Because the education system failed. The rules and regulations failed. When I was an AREAA instructor back around 80, 81, we taught them how to write an offer. We taught them how to do role playing. They took it all away from us. They stopped. I hated teaching for them after 8 years. I walked. And most of us did in that period. We left. And they got people in who could read books to a group of people. Horrible education. Horrible. The industry really grinds them out. And I'm going to say this to you, a large percentage of the people that I am involved with that are being sued, English is not their first language. And how do you go to discovery and you're a real estate agent and you need a translator and you're supposed to be working in real estate in the province of Ontario to speak French or English or don't work in the business? This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Where is the test of comprehension of what you're doing in the contracts we're working with? They're in English, or you can have French, but it's not in, whatever. It's really, really bad. We've really just, AREA's made a fortune out of fees and dues. All the boards have, Korea, all of them. They grind them out. It's dues, fees, fabulous. It's a machine, but they don't educate.
If I was a homeowner and had to hire someone, I would actually be afraid when we know how much realtors don't know. And I'm sorry, but so many of them are focusing on their Instagram reach, their Facebook sponsored ads and everything else. And it's like, take some courses to get further ahead in your knowledge of this, to stop being sued. But we are servicing people for hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars. It's their biggest asset. And the amount of information and the amount of knowledge that these realtors do not have, it's shameful.
Well, Brian, your courses, your CAE course.
AEA.
Yeah. I have never seen a course. I've taken it. I'm going to take it again when I get the chance, when you teach it again, because you're the only person I've ever met that's ever dissected an offer. Dissected it. I mean, how many people have ever sat down? I was just joking with a lawyer today. In all my career, I've never finished reading an entire mortgage document or lease all the way through. I can't keep awake that long. How many agents have ever sat down and read an APS fully and understood every clause?
Well, one thing that I would just do so this is a little trick. So this is a trick because I'm acting for the plaintiff suing a real estate agent. The real estate agent is about to give testimony. all right, under oath at their trial. Now they should be, since it all took place 5 years ago, they should have spent 5 years studying up on things. So I alert the lawyer that's suing, be sure to cross-examine them about the listing agreement or the buyer representation agreement, depending on which side we happen to be on, and ask them whether they explained sub-agency. And say, oh, gee, did you explain sub-agency? And the person will say, no. And then you'll say, well, out loud, just for the court, can you explain sub-agency? Remembering, of course, that sub-agency has absolutely nothing at all to do with our lawsuit. So first of all, they can't explain sub-agency. And you say, well, gee, you can't explain sub-agency. Okay, so some could, but most can't. They are off and say, well, you know, I don't think I've ever done it. Okay, well, I thought you explained it. And it says, just look here. Down in on the first page of the listing agreement or on the first page of the buyer representation agreement, it says, not only did you explain all kinds of agency arrangements, including the bloody words sub-agency, it says that you did that, but you also gave them some paperwork to allow them to read that and understand it themselves. So you can't explain it, you're not sure about it, it's in there. Now, what exactly did you give to them? Well, I can tell you and absolutely guarantee you that every time it's come up and every time somebody has said something, they've said, working with a realtor. And it's sort of like, okay, do you want to just take a little break for a moment? We'll bring you a copy of Working with a Realtor. You have a look and you see where it's explained sub-agency. And of course it doesn't. And so all of a sudden, what that allows the lawyer to do in cross-examination is deal with the issue of, well, you're not really very familiar with the rules, number one. Number two, you're not very familiar with this couple of page listing agreement. So how focused can you be on this? The other little trick is licensed and registered. AREAA will use the words interchangeably, and they'll use licensed frequently, again and again and again, because in some jurisdictions, not Ontario, but in some jurisdictions, we're actually licensed, which is a little bit of an upgrade, I suppose. Now we flip over to Ontario. There's never a mistake when it comes to RICO. You can look at every bloody RICO document from start to finish. They never make the error. They never say a licensed sales representative, nothing. They always say registered, registered, registered. So the person would say, now I understand that you're telling us that you're licensed real estate agent. Is that correct? And the person would say, oh, yes. Would you mind showing us some document that you've got to prove that? And of course, they pull out their wallet. They pull out something they've got from RICO. And what does it say? It says registered. So then, just to get this straight, you're not very familiar with explaining agency. You don't even know whether you're licensed or registered, and you've been in the business for 22 years. Oh, okay, well, let's just continue. Now we'll move over to the case. So there's a couple of things that can really alert people and in the correct format, do things.
Can I interject on you for a second?
Yeah, absolutely.
Barry,
the thing I find is...
Barry, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to cut it because we've got one more session and then we've got the Mayor of Mississuaga, Mayor Bonnie Crombie, who's gonna be doing the closing remarks right after Jonathan Hakoens. But this has been such an informative session. I think this needs an hour session or an actual Buzz Spotlight series, which is an hour and a half. I think you guys need a full hour and a half to really delve deep into this conversation because it is very, very intense. And I'm getting some comments that, you know, and a lot of agents don't know a lot of this stuff. So I know there's a lot more that you guys have coming in. Richard,
yeah, we actually had 5 more cases we were going to discuss.
Yeah.
Brian and I next week or the week after, very quickly, are going to do a 15-minute Zoom on, which will be on a few different places. We'll be posting on Facebook over why to take out in the with working for a buyer, why we should take out the title insurance clause in every case.
Yeah. Well, listen, why don't you three organize like a longer session, and we'll facilitate that information to the Buzz database, and we'll drive everybody over to your session for a 1.5 hour if you guys have that kind of time. I think that would be amazing. We'll do a Buzz spotlight on this. This needs to be continued, but I got to get Jonathan Hacohen on the stage.
Cool. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian, Barry Lebo, and Sandra Jackson, the legends of real estate.
Who's not feeling well today. She showed
well,
up.
you guys are amazing. Experience, and this is the theme of the event, is when experience and innovation meet. And you guys are part of that experience component that really has taken us to where we are today. So we appreciate you guys. We'll talk in the next week, Barry. We'll arrange something. Thanks, Sandra. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next,
Take care.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Jonathan Hacohen. Where are you, Jonathan?
Hello, hello.
Hey, first of all,
Yes, sir.
happy Passover.
Happy Passover.
In 2 days, for the rest of you, Jonathan and I will be eating a lot of matzah, and if you've never ate matzah, you're lucky. It does very interesting things to your stomach.
But if you are considered aged or infirmed, so like my stomach is not always the best, I can eat the egg matzah. Egg matzah is delicious. So
Okay.
little tip.
So it's over to you. The legal pitfalls of this crazy real estate market. Tell us.
Yes, we have a fun presentation ahead. I think I'll need co-host status. And I'm going to put the presentation up for everybody to see. And if people want to chime in, I guess, with questions, they can, as far as in the chat. And then I'll try to get to them as best as I can after the talk. If anybody wants to jump in pauses, please go ahead, interject, and let's have some fun with it.
Thanks.
Great.
I gave you co-host.
There we go.
Perfect.
Jonathan, who's the guy in the picture?
So right now, are you seeing the full screen or are you seeing the partial screen?
We're seeing partial, half and half.
I gotta do the switcheroo. Hold on.
There we go.
There we go.
Great.
Full screen now?
Yep.
Excellent. So that's me apparently. I'm doing this Benjamin Button thing where I'm reversing the aging process.
Well, then also wearing a sports jacket.
That's true. Well, it's a little hot today. It's plus 20, first day in Toronto, 20 degrees. So it's t-shirt weather. Also got to sport the merch. So got to keep fun times going. So hello everybody. If you haven't met me before, I'm Jonathan. You can find me on Instagram, Chosen Lawyer. We're able to reach out to me. And during this presentation, don't worry about taking notes, being too concerned. You can message me afterwards, and I'm happy to send a PDF of this over to you, so you'll get the notes and good little checklist for you as reminders in preparing for this awesome real estate season and market. Cormans, we're all around. We're in Toronto, Markham, Vaughan, head office Mississuaga. But right now, just generally with lawyers, most of us are meeting majority, if not all our clients over Zoom. So basically, we're closing all appointments virtually in Ontario, so it makes people's lives really easy. And that's where we're planning to go, continuing through even when we get back to normal times, whatever that's going to look like. And stay connected with us on social media, and let's get started. Writing this presentation, I was telling my staff that I felt like Mozart writing a symphony. I haven't written a really I would say interesting, different kind of feel. And right now we're deep into it. So it's kind of cool to be thinking about this. And it just brought back a lot of memories over the years. I'm practicing for over 20 years now. And I feel like that song, Here We Go Again. So I can't tell you how many times we've been through this over the years and going to continue to be through it. And people are saying, what are we going to do with this crazy market? Well, let's start off with the positives. So right now, market is absolutely on fire, no question. Is it the craziest market we've ever seen? I can't really speak to answer that. I'm not going to start jotting off stats at you. What I will tell you is that every crazy market, it feels like the craziest market. It feels like it's out of control. It's never going to stop. But think about this. Think about this time last year where we were all at. We're sitting there in March of 2020. We didn't know what was going on, and we would have loved this. We would have loved that business is there, business is booming, people are buying, people are selling. And at that point, we didn't know, and we didn't know where it was going to head. And fortunately, you know, we saw the spring, the fall, the winter, everything heated up, and now we're just absolutely on fire. So keep in mind through all this is a positive presentation. It's not a negative one, but I'm trying to cautiously warn people and to keep in mind to keep their heads. It was a great segue from the previous presentation where, you know, you think about things that you don't want to get sued, you don't want to get into issues. So think about ahead what happened in the past, so you understand what's going to be happening right now into the future, so that we can enjoy this market as it explodes. So I compare the real estate market very often to the stock market. You know, everything's in demand in the stock market. I got to get in, prices are going to go crazy. I got to jump in. But the question is, you know, will prices rise indefinitely? Is this just going to be a curve up forever? And go back and look historically, especially for some of the younger bucks that are out there. Go look at the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Go look at real estate in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, North America, and you're going to see some very common trends. If you've ever studied economics, you know what goes up must go down. And you'll see these curves up, do. And we've seen this time and time again. And, you know, especially you look back in 87 as things were peaking, and then how things dipped down to 1991. I remember 1991, it wasn't that long ago, and you couldn't give away properties, you know, it was funny. Downtown Toronto condos were not anywhere close to the prices they were, and it was not that easy to move them. Places were sitting easily 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. You didn't have to go in multiple offers. You didn't have all this pressure. You could go in and put the offers you wanted and had it back and forth. Much different times. And then, you know, I always bring back the example of 2007. And think about 2007, 2008, what was going on in the US market. And, you know, the US economy was tanking and properties were being sold at very low prices all around the US. And people were saying, you know, what do we do here in Canada? So there was this little blip, November, December 2007, January to March 2008, where literally we had no activity. Nothing was going on. People were not going to buy new construction. Builders had to give all sorts of incentives to move their product, simply because people were afraid, because they're saying, I'm going to wait. The big drop is coming. Well, the drop never came in 2008. We started going up. And since then, what have we seen? Up, steady, up again. So this has been continuous. So the question is, when will the bubble burst? That is the major question. I get this every single day. And for some reason, as a lawyer, people think, okay, can you answer this? So I'm going to give you the disclaimer and let you know that even though I do have a business degree, I'm not going to give you business advice. And this is not an economic business seminar. There's no crystal ball. There's no way to predict what's going to go on. But we're going to understand what has happened in the past to understand our future. And that way, we're going to look legally at things to look at so that we can get ready for the market and best understand how to prepare for it. So, well, we can't predict what's going to happen. We can certainly be ready for it as it comes. So the big warning I'm going to give is Big Brother. We know who that is. Ontario government, Canadian government, municipal at times. They're looking and they're getting all sorts of pressures, and we got to correct this market. It's overheating. Its prices are out of control and people can't get in and it's not fair. And what are we going to do? We've all heard this before. So what happens? All of a sudden, we get lovely new taxes. We get foreign buyer tax. We get mortgage curbs. We get stress tests. All sorts of stuff out there. We all know that having dealt with politics of any kind, it is all political at the end of the day. It's what's going to keep the public happy. What's a good perception out there? And the problem is that when Big Brother comes in, or Big Sister, how you want to look at it, comes into our market and decides, you know what, we're going to be a chef in the kitchen here. We're going to fix a little bit. All of a sudden, it could change it overnight, all of a sudden. So we don't know what's coming. There's been all sorts of rampant speculation of what's going to happen with capital gains, primary residences, and where the government's going to go in their interference. Are they going to try to help with mortgages or curb mortgages? We're going to just have to stay tuned. I know the budget was just announced today and more is going to come down the pipe. But just always remember then that any interference at any point could change it at a moment's notice. And that's something to advise clients. We have a lot of realtors here and mortgage brokers. You have to be able to know, to talk to clients saying, listen, yeah, absolutely. You want to buy real estate, you want to get into the market, try to get the best deal you can, but beware, by the time you put in an offer to the time you close, market conditions can drastically change. If you jump into a heated market, we don't know what things will look like even in your closing date. So things to think about. So on that note, people are asking, so what is currently happening? What are the legal issues? What legally is affecting this hot market, and what are the things to keep an eye on? So these are, again, areas to look at and think about what is happening and how to avoid having these kind of issues. Let's start off with condos. Condos. I am literally getting all day inundated with condo requests, both resale and new construction. So let's start off with resale condos. There's been some days, literally, I'm getting a request, maybe 7 status certificates to review in a day, and being told, okay, we have to go in firm. The listing agent has given us a status certificate ahead of time. Can you get this done for me in half an hour, an hour? When can you have it for me? One time for somebody, I was driving on a Saturday at 11 a.m. I pulled my car off to the side of the road, and on my phone, I reviewed their status certificate. Not something I generally do, not something I want to do, but good client, good realtor I work with, so we do that. But let's be realistic with it. Not everybody can review a status certificate on an hour's notice, and it takes time to review it. When we charge for status certificate review, because it does take us at least an hour, we have to go through all the documents, we have to make our notes, we have to write back the comments to the client, and then we have to give time to even speak to the client when they want to jump on the phone and discuss the review. When you're just saying, you know what, can you just quickly take a look at it and tell me if it's okay? It's like me gonna go on a road trip with my car and telling my mechanic, okay, my car's in the parking lot. Can you just look through the window and just tell me if the car looks all right? No, that's not how it works. They have to get it up on the hoist. They got to check it out properly. We got to do the same thing with resale condominiums. So bottom line is, what is happening? Well, there's 30 plus offers coming in on units. You're reading this in the papers all the time. Sometimes there's not even a status certificate that's available, and you're being told, okay, you can go in with no conditions, no financing. Are these purchasers able to go ahead and do this? Is this a really smart thing to do, to go in with no conditions, no status review? So from the status point of view, there's a lot of issues that can come up that people don't realize. Even something that some lenders have blacklisted some of the condo buildings because there have been issues that have come up with them. So when they see that address, they're saying, yeah, I'm not lending on that property. If you don't know that ahead of time, that could affect the lending as well. Lawsuits, Kitech, we've heard of those, special assessments. There have been issues with parking, locker to verify. So these type of issues, just to name a few, that can come up on a status certificate if we got a chance to review it and confirm, and not putting in a condition, not being able to review it, we could have issues come closing. And everybody's gung-ho and happy when we're putting in the offer, but when closing comes and an issue is there, purchasers are not really happy. And when they're not happy, they want to start playing the blame game. So if you're going to tell them not to go ahead with something and do it to protect themselves, I always say get that in writing. Get those instructions in writing. Put an email down to the purchaser. Hey, it was really great to meet with you. I confirmed that you told me you want to go ahead with this offer. I told you to speak to a lawyer. I told you you should be reviewing your status certificate. This is not a really good move for you. That's very risky. You're still instructing me to go ahead despite my advice. See what you've done there? If you go to court in the future and the purchaser tells the judge, well, you know what? They never told me how dangerous this was to go in without a status review. And you say, well, I told them verbally. It becomes now he said, she said, and you don't want to get caught in that. So please, if you're going to do something and you're being instructed to do something that you're not comfortable with and you think is not a good idea, tell the purchaser to go ahead and speak, please, with a professional. A lawyer is very important, and tell them that you instructed them to do the due diligence. And if they don't want to proceed in that way, fine, but you gave that advice and they instructed you to go ahead despite that. So that email could save you in the future. Please put in writing. I know it's uncomfortable to tell people things like this in writing, but it'll save you at the end of the day if it ever comes to it. New construction purchases. So a lot of these topics, we can do a whole seminar on them. So I'm just going to talk about them literally a minute each. But note, very important, one item to take away. You have a cooling off period with new condominium units. You do not have that same cooling off period with houses. So if you're an agent and you're advising somebody on purchasing a new property, and you're going into that builder's office, the sales office, make sure if it's a new construction house that there's a lawyer review clause in there. Otherwise, there's not going to be a condition. And if the purchaser changes their mind, they can't get out of the deal the same way as they would with a new condominium unit, which has the 10-day grace period. What am I seeing with new construction out there? When things are on fire, people are lining up. They're buying these projects before they even hit the public sometimes because there's VIP access. There's agents that have special access to the units before the public even gets it. So things are sold ahead of time. And when it comes to the lawyer review, I'm reviewing the agreement. I'm sending the sales office and the builder's lawyer a whole summary of items that I want to eliminate cap or eliminate as far as costs on closing. And in a hot market, they're not going to agree to most of them because they're saying, hey, my project is selling, so screw you. If you're not going to buy this unit, then by all means, I'm going to sell it to the 20 other people that want this unit. So just be very cautious on it when advising purchasers on this when they're jumping gung-ho and lining up for new condominium units. Looking back on history, I can't tell you how many times I can think about over the years where people bought new construction thinking I'm a genius and this is going to last forever. And by the time my thing closes in 3 to 5 years, it'll be worth so much money and I can do a whole bunch of stuff here. I can flip it. I'll easily get a mortgage. And as we get into this and into the slides, you're going to see not necessarily the case. So the hot market today and what you paid doesn't automatically mean the price is going to escalate that way in 3 to 5 years. Assignments, I can give you a seminar for a week on this topic. Anybody who's ever touched an assignment deal knows it's filled with landmines. And I've noticed in hot markets, we don't necessarily see as many assignments. It seems that when there's less inventory and people are waiting around and can't find something to buy, they jump a little bit more into assignments for whatever reason. So I'm not seeing as many assignments as I did. Plus, builders generally are very difficult to deal with as far as them not really loving assignments. It's a giant pain for them. And it changes the whole HST complexion. CRA is watching on this. So bottom line is, and especially in a hot market, be smart with the assignments. Don't get pressured that it has to be a firm deal immediately. If you're acting for an assignor or assignee, make sure you put a lawyer review clause in there. If you don't, then you're deemed to have given the advice to the assignor or assignee, the purchaser seller. And guess what will happen? You could be on the hook then for liability when it comes to all sorts of tax issues and that assignments are famous for. So hot market, assignments, recipe for disaster. So what other items are we seeing right now in this hot market legally? Appraisals. People haven't talked about it yet, but they were sure talking about it about 3 years ago, where all of a sudden people are paying all these crazy amounts, 200,000 over asking, 300,000 over asking. Well, guess what? You got to pay the piper at the end of the day. You could just throw around this monopoly money when you want, but you're actually going to have to pay that money on closing. And the lenders don't necessarily agree with the price that a purchaser agreed to pay. So if something was listed for 800,000 and it sold for 1.2 million, the bank could come back and say, yeah, you know what? I'm really good with the 800 price, not with the 1.2 price. So I'm going to lend you based on the value of 800. When that comes down, people ain't going to be able to close, or they're going to have to go to private lenders. And we know from lender fee, broker fees, the interest rate, it can get very, very expensive. So be very, very careful as far as what you're paying for a property and what your clients are paying for property, because make sure with them, hey, high prices, low appraisals, this is going to be a disaster and you may not have the money to close. And in a hot market, it's one thing, especially when the market cools, if it does at all. So when people buy new construction and you go back to buy the property in 3 years, as we talked about it, those appraisals may not come in so well. The market's going to show when everybody's listing those properties for sale what they're actually worth, and that's what they're going to appraise at. So be very careful. From the financing side of things, make sure you can get your mortgages. I always tell my clients, my purchaser clients, before even go to look at the properties, have a good mortgage rep in place. Make sure you have money. Make sure you can close. Make sure it's all the finances are going to work out, that you're going to have the money to close and you're going to be able to carry the property. Do your calculations ahead of time. Then you can feel more comfortable of maybe going in without a financing condition. And a lot of purchases right now are going in without this financing condition. So make sure the money is there. Make sure you're going to get your financing. Home inspections that people forget about. Well, guess what? Is your buyer, if you don't get that home inspection and you don't satisfy yourself with the condition of the property, you're pretty much guaranteed to take the property as the condition you saw it when you bought it. So unless the seller actually purposely covered something up fraudulently and you can reveal that the seller had knowledge or should have had knowledge because they covered this up and otherwise I should have seen it. If it's out in the open, it's just simply because you didn't get an inspection on it, you can get quite a money pit when you close. So what some sellers do is, okay, I got a home inspection ahead of time. Here's my home inspection. Go ahead and review it. If you're not the person who ordered that home inspection and you weren't there during the home inspection and could talk to the home inspector, it may not have the same value for you as when the seller ordered it. So just be very careful, please, about going in without home inspections. The one everybody loves, and this has already been touched upon in the previous talk, remorse. And I will say that I'm glad to see that remorse has not kicked in yet for a lot of people. I haven't seen yet, but it will come. It comes when the buyers are putting an offer on Friday at midnight and they got to get this property come hell or high water. And then they wake up Saturday morning and they say, what did I do? Oh no. Or how many times do I get a phone call? I just put an offer in on a condo and I got the status condition, but I just saw a new one got listed and I really want that one instead. It's way better. It's even cheaper. You know, this whole buyer's remorse. And what I tell people is, if you can get out of any deal, then contracts are worth nothing. And if you were the buyer trying to get out of the deal, imagine you were the seller. Would you let them out of the deal? And sellers having remorse as well. Very often it's because they feel like they could have got more money for the property. So I'm just going to back out. Buyers should understand. Well, the buyer may not understand. And buyer can claim damages if the seller refuses to close. But the buyer can also go for specific performance. The buyer could say, hey, seller, I've been looking long enough. I can't find another property like this. You're selling it to me. And the courts are steering it more and more towards specific performance. So bottom line is, when there's remorse, people play the blame game and you don't want to be caught at the end of that. Why is there remorse? Usually because people rushed. They didn't talk to the professionals. They didn't think it through and they just made a quick decision and now they're having remorse. You're the one who has to be able to talk them off the ledge before they make those decisions. So are deals actually closing right now? Yes, majority are. It's not all doom and gloom. And the media loves to jump hold of things and tell people that, oh, the prices are crazy and nobody can get in and people are trying to get out of deals and there's issues. Why? Because it sells papers, because it sells media time. And so majority in the cases, yes, but while most deals close generally, when it starts to become really heated market, now we start to see more issues. And then all of a sudden, 1 in 100 won't close or 2 in 100 won't close. I can't give you the exact numbers, but it's not that many, but it starts to come up more and more and more. And there's a greater risk of it for sure. And we got to recognize it. I can already see when somebody comes to me and they're telling me they're buying or selling a property based on their tone, based on how they bought the property. Is there going to be an issue closing here? You get that spidey sense after doing hundreds and thousands of these. So after all of this, what's the moral of the story? What do we need to do here to deal with a hot market? So try to get our conditions in the best as we can, as we talked about, mortgage, financing, stash certificate. If not, documented writing when the client says, just get me in there. Don't worry about it. Get that in writing, please. Send those emails, get it in writing. Don't just do it verbally, okay? Get your experts in place, really, really key. Lawyer, accountant, mortgage broker, get your professionals in place so that we're able to get through the transaction safely. And otherwise, talk through your options and make informed decisions. So bottom line is, we do this smart, we navigate right, we're trying to avoid issues, and we can enjoy this hot market. I know we have the mayor coming in. It was really cool that I got to be the opening act for her. So thank you very much, Virginia. And thank you to Buzz Conference for having Cormans. And again, if you'd like a PDF of this presentation, I'm happy to email it to you. You can private message me. And we support our frontline workers. So 25% off legal fees for frontline workers. We should all support them. They're doing great work. And thank you for attending.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Your information is always, I mean, we made you go right after Barry and the litigation crew there. I know you were on taking a peek at the information. So thanks for that. We appreciate it.
It was fabulous. Honestly, lots of great information. You always have great speakers, and it was great to hear Barry and the crew. So thank you for having them, and this has been very informative.
Thank you. And thank you to Cormans Law for being our silver sponsor of this event. And we look forward to having you guys part of our future 2021 events as well. Amazing, amazing job. But guess what? Guess who's here now? We have the mayor of Mississuaga, Bonnie Crombie, is popped in to say hello. So I'm going to give her spotlight. Mayor Crombie, how are you today?
Oh my gosh, I am so great. I had my press conference this morning. That's why we had to change our schedules. And then we've had a regional council meeting all day. I just finished.
We tried to get you at our live conference in 2020, but you were very busy. And then this morning, I know you were press conference, and then you had something with the Peel Regional Police, I think, but you have a busy schedule.
Police is tomorrow, but today Peel Regional Council.
Okay.
All day until 20 minutes ago when I rushed home from City Hall to take this call here at home. So
thank you so much. And we want to thank you for everything that you're doing with the City of Mississauga and how you've stepped up the leadership. We watch you on the news. Even though I'm in Oakville, I grew up in Mississauga, and my grandfather is an immigrant from Italy, and he was very good friends with Mayor Hazel. And that time it was Larry, I can't remember Larry's last name, but he was involved in, pardon?
Montevello.
Yes, anyways, well, this is a long time ago, but my grandfather had a street and a park named after him for all of the help that he did. And he was the first one to start a multicultural event for the City of Mississauga. He would be very proud of how far Mississauga has come in your leadership. So tell us, what's happening post-COVID in the City of Mississauga, and what do you see in terms of immigration and new immigration policies in the next year?
Yeah, for sure. And so immigration, of course, is a federal issue and responsibility, but I'll touch on how it could impact us from a housing perspective if I can. And it's great news about your father. I hope to learn more about him. Of course, my
grandfather.
Oh, your grandfather, beg your pardon, multicultural capital of Canada. We are so inclusive a city. And of course, we have the Carasaga Festival here. And do you know, Virginia, that unfortunately, the Italian Pavilion is the one that was shuttered a couple of years ago because we couldn't find the volunteers to operate it anymore. So maybe the folks in Oakville want to recruit a few people.
Well, just so you know, Tina Colalilo is my cousin, and her,
Tina, yes,
her
Tina
father is my grandmother's brother.
Oh, that is interesting. So Tina has her own festival called, well, she's just taken a sabbatical from it, but Ital Fest, right?
Ital Fest, that's right.
That is her. They do a fantastic job. They truly do. They've been getting tens of thousands of people building on it each and every year. Yeah. But unfortunately, we have another festival in the third week of May each year. Right. In Toronto, they had the Caravan, and we have Carasaga. And you visit all the pavilions, all the multicultural pavilions, and enjoy the dance and the music and the food. It's a fantastic event, but unfortunately, the Italian Pavilion, one of the best ones, a bit defunct. Frank and Carmela Liberati used to run it.
Right.
Teresa, I think so. But they kind of their focus now is on Villa Forum, and so they've said enough. All right, let's get to it. Okay, yes. So thank you, Virginia, for inviting me, and thank you to all the organizers of the Buzz Conference. This is an incredible event, of course, where the best and the brightest come together to share ideas on market trends and new innovative approaches in the world of real estate and prop tech. I want to give a special shout out to Buzz's conference diamond sponsors, Royal LePage Canada and the Ontario Real Estate Association. I'm really excited that I could join you today, and we'll talk a little bit about what post-COVID-19 communities will look like in Mississauga if we can. But I want to caution everyone that we still have a lot of work ahead of us until we're fully past this nightmare. I know you're in Oakville, Virginia, and things are a little better there. At least you can have indoor dining and you can get your hair done. I can't get nail or hair or go for indoor dining here in Mississauga. We've been in lockdown longer. Toronto and Peel have been in lockdown longer than any other region in North America, because I was going to say in Canada, but they didn't really lock down people in the US. So it's been tough for us. It's a tough go. And I'll explain a little bit about that, going forward. So right now we are in a race between the variants of concern, and you've heard about those of the South African, the UK, and the Brazilian, and a few of those are very, very severe. And what we're learning about them is they target much younger people. We are seeing much younger people have very severe symptoms, be hospitalized, and very sad to report that a 29-year-old passed away yesterday, right here in Mississuaga, that worked in poor credit. And so these are very, very serious strains. So not to be taken lightly, they're also highly transmissible. Excuse me, the people who contracted COVID in that downtown condominium in Mississuaga was of the South African variant, and they were unknown to each other and had no previous history of travel. They must have crossed each other in common areas or ridden the elevator together. That's how transmissible it is. So we have been seeing a 25% increase in case counts in just the last week. The next couple of weeks are going to be critical, not just here in Mississuaga, not here in Peel, but right across the entire province. But the promising news is that we are getting vaccines out the door quickly. We're working our way through all our older resident population. And today we just announced, this is very good news, 70-year-olds plus can now get the vaccine, and that's the Pfizer or the Moderna, through our hospital partners. So you can register online and get the Pfizer or the Moderna. As you know, that the AstraZeneca is available from primary care providers or in pharmacies in Toronto. Peel region, Halton region were not picked for the pharmacy pilot. However, I am assured that once
I just want to tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I've been talking to Veronica.
We hear a private conversation in the background. Hello? We hear your private conversation. I wonder if you might mute. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we've muted them.
I apologize. Well, you know what? We all do it, right? We all do it. Sometimes it's inadvertently have your sound on, and I'm saying, Natasha, go get me a coffee. And everyone says, how would you like it? You know, I live with my daughter. Anyway, so just to explain, so the AstraZeneca you can get from primary providers or the pharmacies in Toronto. They don't check your postal code. So if you're determined to get be vaccinated quickly, you can call around to the pharmacies in the Toronto area. There are 327 of them that are carrying the vaccine, and yeah, you can book an appointment. No one will say no because you're not in Toronto, that you're from Halton region or Peel region. It doesn't matter, but I am assured that once there's more supply, Mississuaga will get the vaccine and we'll get the pharmacy pilot as well for 60 plus, and that 60 plus no ceiling, because in the beginning it was 60 to 64, but now we've determined that it is safe for everyone, and so they are providing it to anyone who asks 60 plus. So that's very good news. But listen, we have to be vigilant because right now that we're running a big risk of entering a third wave. Now here in Peel and Toronto, we're not out of the second wave. We've been in lockdown, I think, well, 4.5 months. It's just been horrible. So part of the reason I'm so eager to get back to normal is because we have so many exciting things in the pipeline in Mississuaga, and that's what I really want to tell you about. We're building so many incredible, cutting-edge, sustainable new communities, mixed-use communities that are going to be essential to our post-pandemic recovery. Communities that have the right mix of housing, transit, cultural, and recreational amenities for everyone in Mississuaga and everyone really in the GGA. People are going to flock here for the housing we're going to be providing, waterfront properties. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited, and many of them will be affordable as well. So the reality is that over the next decade, Mississuaga will truly emerge as a booming metropolis, a hub of activity, business, culture, and innovation, and will quickly become the envy of the GTA and the model which other cities will seek to replicate. By 2050, our population will swell to over 1 million people, and all these people will need places to live, to work, to invest, especially as Canada opens up our borders to immigration once again. A huge bright spot for the city is that we approved more than $2.5 billion in building construction permits in 2020. That's huge. It's unprecedented for us, the highest ever. And during the pandemic, so building and our permits, our city hall was functioning. We were on steroids, in fact, I'll share with you. We were pumping it out on all cylinders. Planning was in high gear, and I'm really, truly impressed. And I will share with you, don't let let them tell you there is no supply of housing. We have 20,000 units that are approved, and all the builders have to do is pull the permits. So we have a huge pipeline of availability to come that's in the pipeline right now. But just the 2.5 billion underscores that developers understand the direction that Mississauga is heading. And in our downtown, you know, in the Square One and City Hall area, Oxford Properties, along with Bulmers, released their plan for a 130-acre parcel of land surrounding the Square One area. We call it the benchlands of Square One. And it'll be known as the Square One District. And it will feature, are you ready for this? 37 high-rise towers with more than 18,000 residential units, half of which will be rental apartments. So that'll be a mix of condominiums and rental. And there will also be office and retail space, parks, community facilities, as well as a transit hub that'll be served by the new Hurontario LRT, Light Rail Transit. So excited about that. The single most important infrastructure project in our city's history to date, except that fantastic new hospital that was announced yesterday. We'll be rebuilding the Mississauga site, which is right at Queensway and Hurontario. We're rebuilding that hospital. We got the funding yesterday. And we're also adding another patient wing to the Queensway site of our Trillium Health Partners. So much exciting infrastructure being built in Mississauga. I'm excited. But that is to say, in the downtown, I have 25 towers right now, which will be breaking ground in the next 5 years. So these 37 are in addition to that. And I know some of you are very familiar with the projects. The big one is the M City, and that's the Rogers family, not Rogers Communication, but the Rogers family that held onto that land. There are 8 towers that are being developed on the western gateway to our downtown, and they will be a complement to the Marilyn Monroe Towers at the Eastern Gateway. And in fact, we like to say they're going to bookend our downtown. You know how shapely the Marilyn Monroe Towers are, and the M-City Towers, they will twist as well, but they will be square twisting, not a curvy twisting, if you understand my rationale. So it'll be the Fred Astaire to the Ginger Rogers, if you will. So we're pretty excited about it, and they are selling like hotcakes at M-City. I just did a video to launch Tower 4. So all great news. M-City will be a mixed-use community that will transform the area into a dense urban space that will be vibrant, and it will be livable and walkable. And that's the exciting part, is we're trying to make, excuse me, Mississauga more livable and walkable. And the first 2 towers will be, are you ready? 61 stories, woo, which will be the tallest tower, and the tallest tower will reach 81 stories, becoming one of the tallest landmarks in the GTA. And just a little inside gossip, if we will. Excuse me, I'm just gonna have a sip here. I do have somebody speculating on a piece of property and wants to build 100 stories, if you can believe it, in the downtown of Mississauga. Our real estate in the downtown is like $5 million an acre. It's huge. Anyways, to the south, the work we're doing on our waterfront with the Brightwater Partners and with the Lakeview development is like nothing else in Canada. Prime waterfront land. It's a rare opportunity to build 250 acres of waterfront real estate to develop. We are so excited about it, and we're giving the waterfront back to the community. These developments will be sustainable, mixed-use communities that will include world-class cultural amenities, public art, parks, and open spaces that will bring people to the water and the water to the people. The projects will spur economic activity and job-creating opportunities with ambitions to incorporate technology that will equip these communities to flourish in the 21st century. Brightwater has proceeded more quickly, with their 3,000 units have been approved. The site boasts more than 300,000 square feet of commercial space, with retail and a community common corridor running the length of development from Lakeshore Road to the lake. At the base of the site is a campus And we will continue to work with the Brightwater partners to realize the full potential of these buildings. Lakeview, oh, and before I put closure on that one, they also gave back 2 acres to the region of Peel so that we can build affordable housing on those sites. So we're pretty excited about that. They have Danish from Copenhagen architects that are really pushing the edge on design. Kobe, they're called. I met Thomas once when I was in Copenhagen, and the design for the Brightwater is just like nothing you will have seen or experienced. Just fantastic. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. And you know, they are starting their building. They're starting their townhomes. So we're pretty excited about it. To the east, where the power plant was, is the Lakeview project, and it will boast 8,000 units and feature 180,000 square feet of commercial space. And we're also working on many of the strategic priorities that will set the site apart from anything else that we have done in the city. And these include an innovation corridor that the city will run and manage. So they're building on 167 acres, and they've allocated 67 to the city. The innovation corridor will come back to the city to plan and to zone, and it will be home to innovative companies, occupying 1.8 million square feet of employment space and over 9,000 high-paying, highly skilled jobs. So pretty excited about that. It will also feature a cultural district that will include spaces for artists to showcase their work while animating the community, because we expect a lot of public art and open spaces in the Lakeview project. We're going to be creating a tourism destination with views like no other, boasting the longest pier on this side of Lake Ontario as a central focus. And of course, the former councillor who really had a hand in the vision of this property. His name was Jim Tovey. I'm sure some of you will remember him. He was a fantastic guy. Sadly passed away while in office. But we have the Jim Tovey Conservation Area, which is 64 acres of reclaimed wetland using the fill from the former Lakeview generating station. And if I didn't say so, the Brightwater site is also built on reclaimed land. We've revitalized former brownfield. It was the, I don't know, it depends on how old you are, the Texaco oil lands or the Imperial oil lands. It was a former oil refinery. So Mississauga's waterfront will soon contribute to our landscape the way that Chicago's, Stockholm's, and San Francisco's, San Diego's for that matter too, have to their cities, while creating new spaces for innovative partnerships and opportunities for small businesses. The reality is that we don't know when we're all going to be able to travel to our favorite destinations again. So now more than ever, we want to build complete communities with a variety of entertainment and recreational amenities. And that has never been more important than now, right? That's also where improvement to our community centers comes in, as well as our commitment to creating even more spaces where arts and culture can be celebrated. We are building a new community center in Churchill Meadows, which is the western part of the city, for some of you who might not know, off the 9th Line lands. Churchill Meadows Community Center and Sports Park seeks to do that. It's slated to open later this year, in fact. And also the Burnhamthorpe and Carmen Corbison. Burnhamthorpe is, well, off Burnhamthorpe, obviously, just east of, let's call it Tompkin area. And also Carmen Corbison, which is Cawthra, south of QEW. Those community centers will be redeveloped also over the next few years, as will the South Common Community Center. It's slated for a rebuild as well. We're also moving forward with our cultural district plans in 6 communities, all the ones you will recognize: Port Credit, Streetsville, our downtown core, Cooksville, Clarkson, and of course, Malton. We're building partnerships and livening up our main streets, attracting people from across Mississauga and the GTA. We're also redeveloping our central library, which we officially renamed the Hazel McCallion Central Library to honor Hazel's legacy and her 100th birthday in 2021. So while some of our bigger developments help us meet our growth targets and address the need for market rental housing and office spaces, we will need to be creative, flexible, and steadfast in our commitment to help solve the housing affordability crisis that is sweeping the GTHA. affordability, and more specifically, housing prices and the cost of living are key to attracting businesses and building a healthy, prosperous city. I always say we want people to live and work in our city, right? So affordability and affordable housing is incredibly important, as well as to everyone, young families, seniors, and also to new Canadians as well. Before the pandemic, precarious employment was rising, wages weren't keeping pace with the cost of living, and of course, COVID has accelerated this. If we're all to truly prosper as a city, it is important that we don't leave anyone behind. We need to ensure that Mississauga stays within reach and that people can afford, as I said, to live and to continue to work here. But we have a plan, and we were actually one of the only cities to have this kind of plan. Through the city's housing strategy. It's called Making Room for the Middle, and that is the middle class. It's not subsidized housing. That is what the region of Peel provides. We want to ensure a market and a stock of affordable housing for middle class people, people in the service industry, nurses, teachers, etc. We're looking for creative ways to incentivize affordable building, affordable housing, and we're doing it through policies that require the replacement or retention of affordable rental units. If they're lost to condos or other redevelopment, they have to be replaced. That's our policy. Very close by on transit routes too, so we make it quite strict, as well as inclusionary zoning that requires a specific proportion of new construction near major transit routes that'll be affordable to people with low or moderate incomes. Several developers have already committed to incorporating affordable units in their developments, including the Daniels Corporation. We know that they're great partners, and we saw what they did to Regent Park in Toronto, right? Through a part, and as well as they partnered with other levels of government as well. So I'm happy with all the new developments. Most of those developers have stepped up and provided a percentage of units to be affordable, to have an affordable component integrated into their plans. They have accepted the need to provide affordable units in all new developments, which is great. They know that's the only way we can go forward. We're also expanding housing options that will be permitted in neighborhoods. One way is by providing financial supports to homeowners who want to make renovations for a second unit in their home. And we're investigating unique housing forms too, and ownership models such as multiplexes, co-ownership housing, and cooperative housing as well. But we still need help with our federal and our provincial partners. We need changes to legislation and more funding to bring more affordable housing to the market. Safe, affordable housing is the key to unlocking the potential of our city, our people, and our businesses. Housing is the launching pad for life, right? So despite the great challenges of the past year, the future looks very bright here in Mississauga. We're ready to start our reopening and our recovery, and we're all pretty weary of the pandemic. With our partners, we're moving forward on cutting edge projects that will set the bar for other developments, not only here in Mississauga, but for right across the country and beyond. All eyes are in Mississauga, particularly with those waterfront developments. It's a very rare opportunity to have 250 acres of waterfront to develop. So sincerely, I'm very delighted. And the one area I didn't touch on was also, we've created a node that's called Uptown. We actually have an Uptown now too. So here, Ontario and Eglinton is our Uptown. And I will tell you that all four corners of that intersection have development applications, and there'll be a lot of density on those four corners, which we're affectionately calling Uptown Mississauga. So those are the projects that are going to lead to our economic recovery, allow us to continue to thrive as a city, projects that will give everyone the opportunity to live and work right here in our great city of Mississauga. So I wanted to thank you again for today and for inviting me. I do apologize, I had to move our time to this afternoon from this morning, but unfortunately, you know, with the budget yesterday, I had no choice but to move the press conference. So here we are, but I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned a little bit. And I also hope that you have a great conference. Thank you so much for having me.
Mayor Crombie, and this has been recorded. So we did have 1,500 people registered for this event, so everybody's going to receive the YouTube recording. It is the end of the day, but we did let everybody know first thing this morning that you will be concluding the conference. So I look forward to sending it out to everyone, including yourself. I just want to make a comment. I mean, affordable housing is a big thing right now, with especially the younger millennial generation that is looking to get out of house after spending a whole year with mom and dad. So I love all the points you made, but I also love the fact that you are a big supporter of the 15-minute neighborhood and making those communities really convenient. Again, we're not traveling, so we open our front door, and this is what the developers were expressing today. We want to be able to walk to all the things that are going to make our life memorable and our experiences as families more memorable as well. So thank you so much for promoting that and for sharing the vision for Mississauga. And we wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you, everyone. Mayor Bonnie Crombie of Mississauga.
Thank you all for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our day, everyone. We've got just less than 100 on today. At the very end, it is 5:39. Melissa, where are you?
I'm right over here. We're going to do the giveaway. That's right.
Yes. Okay. So where are we? For everyone that stayed today, we're going to be creating a giveaway for our Fitbit because we want everybody to get fit.
So I have an idea. Just Tom Labor, if you're able to unmute yourself, I just need you to pick one number from 1 to, or whatever, just a number. 1 or 2 digits.
7.
7. Okay, and my number is 11. So the winner of the Fitbit is on, okay, so 7 and 11. Okay, so we'll go, there's only 4 pages on the Zoom. So we go 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7. And then it'll be 11 down. So let me just do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll go back 5, 6, 7. So I'm back to page number 1. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, I don't count. I'm not going to win it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And oh my God, you were like next to it, Tom. It's Hazim. Oh my God, help me out, Virginia. He's in your office.
Is it Hazim from our office?
Yeah.
Hazim, are you here?
Yeah. You're so close, Tom.
Hazim wins our first Fitbit, and we've got another one that we're going to give away tomorrow. So Hazim's in my office. So Hazim, I'm going to give you your Fitbit tomorrow.
I've said
no, not tomorrow, not next week.
Thank you, Virginia. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Melissa.
Oh, that's so funny. I went 4 pages and I went back 3 and it went back to obviously page number 1, right? That's so
awesome. Well, thank you so much for staying. Did everybody enjoy the mayor's talk? I can't believe how much housing she's got happening in Mississauga. Tom, do you remember when we were out of our little office on Lakeshore and there was nothing?
Amazing. But the traffic congestion, Virginia, is going to be a killer.
True. Oh my goodness. I just can't believe all those, like thousands and thousands and thousands of units.
And actually today in Mississauga News, I don't know if, Tom, if you received that copy, Mississauga News, they announced that also they are going to rezone or reconsider rezoning the development zoning that it's currently in Lakeview in 3 streets, Enola and I believe Rosewood or Roosevelt. They are going to change the D to something else. We don't know exactly what it will be, but just we received it in Mississauga News today.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Melissa, any final words with Clubhouse tonight, or what's going on Clubhouse tonight? Melissa Salazar, our host of tonight's event.
Sure. So anybody who has the app, it's an iOS app. It's almost like a live podcast. We're going live at 8 to 9 with LePage Canada, our diamond sponsors. It'll be Phil Soper, Kellyanne Chen, Alicia Omend, and Simeon and Jazz from the REC team in Canada. and myself, and then we're just going to ping people to the room. Lots of more industry professionals that, you know, of all of our contacts. And aside from that, anybody who is new at Clubhouse, because we're giving away invites, we're going to host a room at 7:30. So you can follow myself. So it's Melissa Salazar #8. And maybe I'll put it on the chat really quickly, and you can just find the room. We're just doing a little intro for anybody who just doesn't know how to use the app, and we're trying to help you out, and you can have a good time at 8 o'clock. You know, we're just going to network, we're going to talk, and yeah, can't wait to see you guys there.
Are we all good? Any final thoughts from anyone? Or are we good to go? I'm starving. So I'm going to go make some dinner, and we'll see everybody tonight and again tomorrow morning between 8 and 8:30 sharp. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a great day. Bye, Mel.
Bye, Virginia. Love
Bye,
you.
Tom. I'm so happy.
Bye, Tom.
Bye-bye, Virginia. Bye-bye, Melissa. Bye-bye, Tom.
Bye, everyone.